Chapter 4898. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin had just broken into the treasury. The people from the Sea God Palace also received the news. In an instant, a layer of fluctuation appeared in this area. Layer after layer of formations began to operate. For a moment, this place turned into a dragon's pool and tiger's den. As soon as the commotion came out, the higher-ups of the sea god's side all came over. They also saw this change. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are the formations in the treasury activated? Could it be that someone broke into the treasury? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. I remember that today is the day that Hai Wuxin went in to choose treasures. Could it be that something happened? Other than the higher-ups of the Sea Clan, even some of Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters came over one by one. After all, this time Hai Wuxin was in the limelight, so everyone wanted to know what treasures he would find here. 3 pieces. It was enough to greatly increase his strength. Now that this situation had appeared, it was indeed a little unexpected. Someone broke into the treasury. At this moment, a group of black-armored guards appeared. When this group of black-armored guards came over, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This group of black-armored guards was specially tasked with guarding the treasury. Now that the black-armored guards had appeared, it meant that someone had entered the treasury. I know what's going on. It must be the black-clothed man next to Hai Wuxin. That guy's strength is unfathomable. It's very likely that he broke into the treasury. Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand. Perhaps that was really the case. Many of his brothers and sisters were gloating. In the past, Hai Wuxin really didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. Although their strength was about the same, the helper by his side this time was too powerful. Until now, they still hadn't found out the details. It was as if a person had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it was great. Daring to break into the sea god's treasury, this person was really bold. No matter what happened after this, their younger brother, Hai Wuxin, was going to be unlucky. Without the black-clothed man, what was their younger brother, Hai Wuxin? They also knew that even if they couldn't enter the treasury for a while, their father could. How strong could the black-clothed man be? Hai Feng, who was in the water prison, also heard the news and fell into ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think that Hai Wuxin would have such a day. I knew that there was something wrong with that black-clothed man. His strength is so strong. It seems that he has his eyes on our sea city's treasury. But he didn't think that it would be so easy to enter the treasury. Even if he enters, he can't come out alive. No one has ever left this place. The originally, Hai Feng, who was originally gloomy, had gone crazy. He could finally see the geography, but he was unlucky. Once Imperial Father made his move, no matter what happened in the end, his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, would definitely be thrown into the water dungeon and forced to face the wall for a year or 2, or even 10. If one were to stay here for 10 years, one could only imagine the feeling of bitterness and discomfort. If I stay here for 10 years, I can imagine the pain. I might be able to get out soon. Hai Wuxin was really nervous this time. But no matter how nervous he was, he still started to choose treasures. Apart from that, he also picked a defensive item. In addition, he chose a defensive treasure. Although he was still a little nervous, as long as his senior was here, he didn't have to worry so much. Crash! A ray of light instantly appeared in the treasury. An imposing and powerful will swept over Hai Wuxin just like that. Hai Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Father is here. This was the worst scenario. He was most worried that his father would come. Wu Xian was well aware of his imperial father's strength. As long as he came, he wouldn't be able to fight. He would be injured with just a thought. Wuxin, you actually let someone break into the sea god's treasury? What punishment do you deserve? Sea god's gaze swept over. Hai Wuxin spat out blood again? He swayed and sat on the ground. Get out here right now. A huge hand grabbed out into the distance. I will come out just because you told me to. Who do you think you are? Was it just a thought? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your thought in seconds. There was a loud rumbling sound. Before the hand reached out, the void was already attacking. The hand collapsed inch by inch. A figure stepped over. It was Lin Fei. Didn't I just enter your treasury? Is there a problem with that? Or are you saying that your treasury is only open to the Sea Clan?
Sea God's gaze fell on the young man.
I didn't expect you to be the one who dared to break into the treasury. Only someone like you would do that. Of course, Sea God had a deep impression of this person. He was really strong. He didn't expect that he would be able to break into the treasury. There didn't seem to be anything missing in the treasury. Apart from the power of faith, there was nothing else. This made the Sea God even more confused. Was this guy here for the power of faith? That thing was pretty useless. The Sea God had killed many different war gods in the past. Was that why he collected a lot of power of faith? There was no point in keeping it. But now, all the power of faith had disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been taken away by this fellow. Not many things were lost in such a huge treasury. It was just that there weren't many treasures left. Not to mention the power of faith. The Sea God would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. No matter what, this guy broke into the treasury? That was provoking the Sea God, provoking the entire sea race. Since you're quite strong, why don't you just surrender? You might even be able to keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The Sea God looked at the black-clothed man quietly. Surrender without a fight? Forget it. I am a little interested in you. It just so happens that I've mastered my divine art. Let's see if I can kill you in one move. Lin Fei suddenly moved. He waved his hand and threw a punch. This punch was very simple. All the power was gathered into one point. However, when this point appeared, the Sea God's expression changed instantly. A magnificent ocean appeared in front of him. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Of course, he recognized this move. This was the famous sea race defense. So what if you used a defensive move? If I say I'll destroy your consciousness, then I'll destroy it. There won't be a second time. There was a loud bang. This power directly penetrated the sea race defense. When it landed on the body of the Sea God, numerous cracks instantly appeared. Then, the Sea God's silhouette collapsed. I told you, but you still don't believe me. Chapter 4899. The existence of such a will was not very strong for Lin Fei. The other party was only at the late stage of the 9 Stars War God. This kind of strength was indeed very, very strong. Unless he encountered a peak existence, ordinary 9 Stars War Gods would not be able to defeat him. However, when encountering Lin Fei, it could only be said that the other party was weak. In fact, Lin Fei did not even use any methods. He directly punched through the air and killed this will. The pupils of the originally injured Hai Wuxin constricted. He had really underestimated Senior's strength. Just like that, he easily killed his father's will. His heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He was afraid that he had hugged a thick thigh. With such a thick thigh, what was there to be afraid of? The first thing he did was to flatter. Senior is mighty, mighty and domineering. The power of this will was not very strong, so everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy would probably not come in so easily again. Destroying a will was not a big loss, but it was more or less a little unpleasant. Wait until tomorrow. Let's go out again. See if there are any good things here. Let's take them all in one go. Don't leave anything behind. Lin Fei was not idle at this time. He was ready to see what good things there were to pack. It was rare for him to come here. As for what the Sea God would think, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At the same time, in a palace, the Sea God's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Then they disappeared without a trace. The Sea God's expression changed slightly. As expected, he is quite famous. He actually destroyed my will with a single move. At the very least, this guy is at the peak of the 9 Stars War God level. The Sea God has not seen such an expert in a long time. Previously, the Sea God only went in to take a look. He wanted to know how strong this guy was. Now, it seemed that he was much stronger than expected. The peak of the 9-star war god was the so-called peak expert. In the entire sea race, there were only a few people with such strength, let alone daring to break into the sea race. This guy was indeed very bold. Your Majesty, such an expert has appeared in our sea race, and he has a connection with young Master Hai Wuxin. Could it be that the human race has some ideas again? Or perhaps they sent him to scout? A confidant beside him said in a low voice. The sea god had actually lost a strand of consciousness. If news of this were to spread, the entire sea race would be shocked. It doesn't matter if it was arranged by the humans or not. As long as the Oceanids are here, then there's no need for them to leave. Withdraw everyone and make them leave the Oceanids. Once they leave, then I'll make my move. It just so happens that I'm lacking a material. This guy is perfect for me to refine into a pinnacle puppet. The sea god laughed. It was really hard to find such a high-quality item, especially when one's physical body had reached such a level. When the other party attacked just now, he didn't use any power at all. It was purely the power of his physical body. To be able to destroy his consciousness with a single punch, this kind of strength was really rare. Therefore, the sea god realized one thing more. This guy's physical body was definitely the best raw material. He could be refined into a puppet, and a powerful one at that. Many of the sea race's higher-ups were outside the treasury. In the end, they didn't see any movement. Instead, they received a message. Everyone had evacuated. None of them recovered from their shock. What did their father mean? Was he going to let them stay inside? Although they more or less had some thoughts in their hearts, they still obediently withdrew. For a moment, the outside was empty. No one knew what their father wanted to do. Everyone knew one thing. Young Master Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man inside were going to be in trouble. As for how bad it would depend on the mood of the sea god, which was also the mood of His Majesty. In the blink of an eye. The next day, the door opened again. What they expected didn't happen. Senior, I'm afraid my father wants us to leave this place by ourselves and take action outside. If we do it here, the impact will be too great. Hai Wuxin could more or less guess his father's thoughts. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. Since he wants us to go outside the sea race, then we can't fulfill his wish. We can take this opportunity to stroll around the sea god's palace, don't you think? For Hai Wuxin, such words were definitely full of shock. It was also full of shock. Strolling around in this place would infuriate her father greatly. Senior is right. We're already here. How can we leave so easily? Hai Wuxin naturally hoped that his senior would be as fierce as possible. He had snatched a lot of treasures inside. It was definitely an existence that would make others jealous. As long as he could withstand this, then relying on these treasures, he would be able to recruit many experts. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Now it was up to his senior. Lin Fei strode outside, and Hai Wuxin followed behind. He was really like a little follower. When they reached the outside, all the formations couldn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With a rumble, they shattered. When they reached the outside, it was also empty outside, and there were no attacks. Lin Fei knew that everything was as Hai Wuxin said. This sea god probably really wanted to make a move outside. Lin Fei naturally didn't care if they changed places. However, since the sea god wanted them to leave, then Lin Fei had to take a good look around here. Although this place was empty, there were still many people paying attention to the palace. They also saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man coming out. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Didn't His Majesty make a move? Logically speaking, His Majesty's will should let them experience what despair was. However, the current situation was really beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that nothing had really happened? This was not in line with His Majesty's temper, which was also His Majesty's temper. How is it possible? They just came out like this. Could it be that nothing happened? Hai Wuxin is dead this time. He's definitely dead. Father will not let him go easily. And that black-clothed man is the same. He definitely won't have a good time. How dare he break into the treasury? Oh no! The two of them seemed to be heading towards the Sea God Hall. Everyone saw that the two of them were heading towards the Sea God Hall. That was the most important place in the palace. What did these two people mean by this? Chapter 4900. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin walked towards the Sea God Hall. The Sea God Hall was where the Sea God lived. This was why there weren't many people here. But today, there were many higher-ups of the sea race. They didn't expect the man in black and Hai Wuxin to come in this direction. At the same time they felt really smug. It seemed like they were courting death. Since they were here, it was impossible for them to leave. Once the sea god made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress all of them. Along the way, although some people saw Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin, they didn't do anything. It was as if they had received the news. Lin Fei smiled.
He knew that the sea god had some other thoughts.
He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Suddenly, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched. The power of this punch directly turned into a torrent, directly crushing over. No one expected that Lin Fei would actually make a move at this moment. The punch instantly created a large area of ruins. It crushed all the way towards the sea god hull. Suddenly, a bright light of power appeared in front of him, blocking the power of this punch, even if it was like this. Because, after layers of ripples appeared on the brilliant light, it was as if the light had disappeared. It collapsed with a loud bang. Then, another layer of light appeared, followed by another layer of light. There were more than 10 beams of light. Only then did the power of this punch completely block it. Just this one punch was enough to make everyone realize what terror was. This man in black was too terrifying. He definitely wasn't one of Hai Wuxin's guards. This person was definitely a big shot. He might even be an old monster.
You barged in like this. Do you not care about the sea race?
The elder flew over. He couldn't take it anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a figure directly collided with his body and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Even the sea god didn't say anything. What right does a mere elder like you have to speak? If you don't want to die, then shut up. Lin Fei smiled faintly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, for the other higher-ups, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. They were filled with fear and anger. But no one dared to make another move. He was killed in such a short time. That was an 8-star celestial god. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 8 stars war god realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 9 stars war god, but he was still killed by a single blow. This also made everyone realize that this guy was definitely in existence at the level of a 9-star war god. This was because those who had some ideas didn't dare to have any ideas at this time. If he were to rush out now, he would definitely be killed by this guy. They didn't have that kind of courage, so they all endured it. But for some elders, it was different. Another beam of light shot out. As soon as the light appeared, the meteors in the sky immediately attacked. It turned out that a 9 stars war god had made a move. When everyone saw this 9 stars war god make a move, they were delighted. This time, he could finally see just how strong this black-clothed man was. It's Eldarine He. With Eldarine He making a move, there won't be a problem. Each of these beams of light was filled with the power of a 9 stars war god. Even when they were about to reach Lin Fei, they instantly exploded with a terrifying chill. In this small area, a frozen land had actually been created. A chill instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as soon as the chill enveloped him, it instantly collapsed. Lin Fei's figure had already passed through the heavy beams of light. He arrived in front of the elder and pierced through him with a punch? All the defenses were useless at this moment. I told you, if Poseidon doesn't make a move, then you have no chance at all. In any case, you are a 9 stars war god. What a pity. There was a loud bang. A 9 stars war god had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, the remaining high-level elders didn't dare to have any more thoughts. This person was definitely a demon. Killed 2 experts? From start to finish, it was just a punch. His opponent's physical body seemed to have become exceptionally strong. There were no problems along the way. Even when those beams of light bombarded his body, it didn't have any effect. This made them even more incredulous. Someone's physical body was even stronger than their oceanic clans. This was simply absurd. Since you are so powerful, why do you have to make things difficult for them? Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Poseidon's voice drifted over slowly. Lin Fei also smiled. Did you see that? Fighting back and forth? You are the only unlucky ones. Wouldn't it be better to just stand there obediently? Look, an 8 stars war god is gone, and a 9 stars war god is gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly and directly walked forward. Although Hai Wuxin was following behind, he also received a lot of attention. But at this time, he puffed out his chest and walked forward. He also plucked up his courage. Just look at Senior. If even Senior isn't afraid, then what do I have to be afraid of? At least his father didn't make a move at this moment. Then one could imagine. He definitely had some idea. And Eldarine He, a 9 stars war god, was killed in an instant. This also made Hai Wuxin believe in the senior's strength even more. Absolutely unfathomable. Since that was the case, then why did he have to be so careful?
Within Poseidon's hall, there was indeed a figure sitting.
In front of him was a horizontal table, and below it was a row of horizontal tables. The entire space was empty. No one dared to enter at this moment. Lin Fei directly walked in. He glanced at Poseidon. Poseidon's gaze also looked over.
I really didn't think that my oceanic clan would have such a powerful expert.
This Poseidon didn't make a move. Lin Fei didn't think that he was afraid, but that he had some idea.
If they were to really fight, they would have to fight it out first.
I'm used to keeping a low profile, so I came to be a guest of the Oceanic clan. At the same time, I'll enter your Oceanic clan to see what you have. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei had already entered and casually sat down in front of Zhang Heng. Since you invited me in to drink tea, don't tell me there's no tea. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy. If I'm happy, I'm afraid I'll tear down your Poseidon's hall.
Believe it or not.
Poseidon looked over and laughed loudly.
With a clap of his hands, a teapot flew over unhurriedly. However, Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that there was a tremendous amount of power contained within it. The power that erupted from it was definitely at the pinnacle of the 9-star war god level.
Indeed, this fellow was only a step away from becoming an invincible war god. If there's tea, then we can talk nicely. Chapter 4901. The sea god didn't do anything. Instead, he invited this guy inside to drink tea. Indeed, no one dared to believe it.
Could it be that this fellow was really that strong?
If they fought here, wouldn't they be able to defeat him instantly? Hence, everyone was waiting for the sea god to make a move. Once he made a move, he would suppress this guy. That way, there wouldn't be any trouble. Lin Fei drank his tea unhurriedly.
He wasn't afraid of the sea god at all.
He didn't have to worry about the tea being poisoned. If this guy did something, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he knew that such a big shot wouldn't bother with such small details. I've drunk a cup.
What does the sea god have to say? If not, I'm leaving.
Lin Fei put down the cup.
The sea god laughed. You're more daring than I thought.
You stole something from the treasury and drank my tea. It's rare to see someone as daring as you. Of course it's rare to see someone like me. I heard that there are many things in the treasury, so I came to take a look. Could it be that the sea god can't take it anymore? If you can't take it anymore, then let's fight. Actually, I want to fight with you to see who's stronger. Lin Fei was fearless now.
Even if the sea god could control the power of the sea god, his strong body could still take it.
Hence, he wanted to know the limits of his body. The sea god laughed. You do have the right to fight with me. However, I still hope that you can work under me. The sea god race lacks an expert like you. Roping him in. He was roping him in. Even Hai Wuxin was startled in his heart. Father actually roped in such a senior. However, would the senior agree? He felt that the possibility was very low. As long as the senior didn't agree, there might be a huge fight later. The possibility was very high. There's no point in roping me in. I'm not interested in working for others. So, let's have a fight first. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, and I'll have one less regret. Don't you think so?
The sea god felt that this guy in front of him was getting more and more interesting.
Don't tell me you think you can contend against me with this body of yours? You should know that even human experts have to lower their heads when they come to the sea race because they are not my opponents. Do you think you are my opponent? Lin Fei laughed. They are them, I am me, I am completely different from them. With his own physical body, how many people could withstand it? No one could withstand it at all.
The sea god felt that this person in front of him was becoming more and more interesting.
He was truly audacious and incomparably arrogant. Even the experts of the human race wouldn't dare to say such words in front of him. How could a brat like him dare to say such words? How about we play a game? Let's go outside and fight. If you lose, you'll have to work for me for 1,000 years.
The sea god looked over.
If I lose, you can make a request. I'm a straightforward person.
Lin Fei knew that the sea god had his own thoughts.
This bet is quite interesting. If I lose, I'll work for you for 1,000 years. If you lose, You can let me make any request. Interesting, really interesting. I'm just afraid that if you lose, you might not agree to my conditions. Since I can be the sea god here, I'm naturally not like what you think. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. It's very simple. If you really win, do you think my sea race can stop you?
Lin Fei laughed heartily again.
All right then, let's have a duel. However, if I win, I don't have too many requests. I just want to go to the real treasury of your sea god. Don't think that I don't know that the treasury I entered was just used to deceive outsiders. It wasn't the real treasury.
Lin Fei laughed heartily again.
You're quite amazing to be able to see this. As you wish. If you win, I'll let you go to the real treasury and allow you to choose the things inside.
You don't have to worry.
I'll go to your treasury and choose some powerful treasures. I'll only choose things that I can feel. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless if I can't feel them.
This time, it was the sea god's turn to be a little surprised.
He couldn't even see through this guy. Does he really think he can defeat me? Then let's go outside and have a fight.
The sea god tore open the void with a whoosh.
Lin Fei also tore open the void and followed. In the blink of an eye, only Hai Wuxin was left. Hai Wuxin didn't know what the final result would be. He could only pray. Senior, you must win. As long as you win, my status in the sea race will become very high. Even my brothers and sisters will have to step aside. Even my father, the emperor, will look at me in a new light. He prayed. He flipped a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. He wanted to drink it to calm himself down. One had to know that he was truly audacious this time. As for the final result, he could only rely on Senior. If Senior couldn't win, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. If Senior won, then it would be different. The two of them tore open the void one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ocean. At this moment, the two of them continued to fly forward. The two of them were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the sea beasts dove down. They could sense a very dangerous aura from the two of them. In the end, the two of them arrived at the depths of the ocean. They landed on an island. There was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder. It was a very dangerous place. From time to time, they could see sea beasts flipping over. However, at this moment, they were very quiet, as if they knew that the two of them were very dangerous. If they made a move, they might be wiped out. I can still give you a chance. Do things for me for 1,000 years. During this period, there will definitely be benefits that you can't imagine. The sea god said once more. Lin Fei shook his head. Let's just fight. Cut the crap. After we fight, I still have to go back to pick the spoils of war. Don't you think so? The sea god raised his hand. As you wish. Swoosh. The sea water in the sky surged over. The flowing water turned into giants. On the other hand, Sea God quickly distanced himself. Ripples appeared in front of him and turned into a boundless defense. This guy seemed to know that Lin Fei was a close combat expert, so he set up a huge defense. The giants that were formed from the ocean were quite strong. The moment they appeared, they were already at the level of a 9-star war god. One saber light followed by another. They were densely packed. Chapter 4902. The giants formed by the seawater were indeed very strong. Each of them had the strength of a 9-star war god. There were a total of 10 giants. When the giants attacked together, the power was very strong. Of course, to Lin Fei, this was just a small test. We're all adults. There's no point in using such a small move. Lin Fei laughed. Then, his figure flashed and he collided with one of the giants. With this collision, the seawater giant collapsed instantly. Then, he collided with another giant. Lin Fei was purely using close combat techniques. 2 giants collapsed consecutively. Then the third one collapsed. In the blink of an eye, all the giants collapsed. Seems like your small test is useless. You should show me some real skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose badly. Poseidon obviously didn't expect to use such giants to suppress his opponent. The possibility of that was very low. Your physical body is indeed very strong. To be able to block this move, you are indeed qualified to fight me. Then, I'll let you use another move. Let's see if you still have the ability to do so. Instantly, a tornado came up from below. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped in the tornado. The tornado turned into an endless stream of attacks. The attacks that covered the sky didn't stop at all. It was all the power of the seawater. Every drop of the seawater turned into an attack. This move became very terrifying. Even Lin Fei had to admit that this move's killing power was indeed very strong. It gathered the power of the entire ocean. Every drop had the strength of a 9-stars war god. It wasn't far from the invincible war god level. Even a 9-stars war god would be injured and vomit blood in an attack like this. Bang 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 bang. Every drop of water landed on Lin Fei's body. Every drop of water left a white mark on his body. These white marks increased and covered Lin Fei's entire body. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful technique.
As expected of the ocean god.
You are different. Even your attacks are so overbearing. It seems I made the right decision to fight you.
The seawater did not cause any harm when it landed on his body.
Only white marks were left behind.
However, to the distant sea deity, he could easily grasp every attack.
When he saw the marks left behind, he was secretly shocked. This fella's physical body was incomparably tough indeed. Even he couldn't cultivate out a physical body like this. He really didn't know what kind of cultivation technique this guy cultivated. Isn't his physical body a little too strong?
The number of times he had used this method could be counted on one hand, because there was simply no one who could withstand it.
This was also the reason why he did not leave the sea race. As long as they were in the sea god was an invincible existence. He was equivalent to an invincible god of war. But now, this guy could actually withstand his attack. It was indeed rare. But this was just the beginning.
The strength would only get stronger and stronger.
He didn't believe that this guy's physical body was that strong. Of course, he also hoped that this guy's physical body was as strong as possible. If that was the case, then his dream would come true. There was a pung. Lin Fei's body actually pierced through the tornado. He came out directly.
In the blink of an eye, he was near the sea god.
When his fists and legs landed, many ripples appeared. Then it shattered. Your methods are really strong, but I am not a blockhead. I will stand there and let you hit me. I will let you have a taste of my strength. There was a walla sound. He used the Great Cold Ice technique right away. The current Great Cold Ice technique was much stronger. Of course, it only froze the defenses for a short period of time. In that short period of time, Lin Fei's physical strength played a huge role in this battle. Lin Fei's fist punched towards the sea god's body. At that moment, the sea god's image shook, leaving only an afterimage. Then, another person appeared in the distance. With a single punch, Lin Fei blasted the illusory image away.
I told you that I am invincible in this ocean region.
Walla walla. One figure after another condensed and appeared.
These figures were exactly the same as the sea god.
Even their auras were the same. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sea gods appeared on the surface of the ocean. Do you see that? This is my ocean clone. If you have the ability, then kill me. I want to see how long you can kill for. All the sea gods spoke up at that moment. Their voices were orderly and there was no difference at all. Following which, the ocean rumbled and a wave came crashing down. A hand grabbed down. This palm could easily crush everything.
This move was already the strength of an invincible war god.
That was right.
The sea god had already used his invincible war god technique.
He wanted to capture this fellow first. His techniques couldn't deal with this person, so he only had the strength of an invincible war god. Lin Fei raised his head and threw a punch at him. He wanted to see how strong this invincible war god was. With this punch, the seawater palm instantly spread out. It pressed down on Lin Fei's strength like a mountain. This punch only caused ripples to form on the seawater palm before it collapsed. He actually withstood it. The palm continued to press down. Lin Fei could already feel the impact on his body. He flipped and many cracks appeared. Streaks of blood started to spread. This situation was much better than what Lin Fei had expected. Sea God, is this your combat strength?
If this is your combat strength, then I can only say that it is too weak.
It isn't as strong as I thought. Of course, it is enough to bully others. The palm got closer and closer. The cracks on Lin Fei's body increased.
This was the strength of an invincible war god.
The sea god had been paying attention.
After all, the strength of this palm had indeed reached the strength of an invincible war god.
He wanted to see how strong this fellow's physical body was. It seemed like it was within his expectations. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. At least an invincible wargod's technique could injure him. If even an invincible wargod's technique couldn't injure his physical body, then it would be quite troublesome. Then you should take it first. Anyone can brag, but I don't have the strength. The palm was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's palm met the attack head-on, colliding heavily with the invincible war god's attack. With a whoosh, a torrent swept out. The seawater beneath Lin Fei instantly evaporated. Lin Fei's body remained as still as a mountain, and the palm strike also dissipated. How is it? Not bad, right? Now it's my turn. Chapter 4903. The ferocious attack from before still couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This made the sea god's expression turn extremely ugly. He controlled the power of the sea, but even the ferocious power just now couldn't make the other party's body collapse. It was as if he had an indestructible body. This was the scene that the sea god couldn't accept. When did the human race have such a powerful body refinement expert? In his impression, body refinement experts couldn't withstand a single blow. Under his powerful technique, they would be turned into ashes sooner or later. Swoosh! Lin Fei had already made his move. He directly used the so-called spiritual projection. For any physical body, it would definitely be top-notch. However, the sea god was the sea god after all. He was quite powerful. Layers of defense appeared in an instant. Every doppelganger was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Didn't you want to use a big move? Then let me see how capable you are. How dare you boast in front of me? I, the sea god, am not that easy to deal with. So many sea gods had appeared, and every one of them had the manifestation of his power and the aura of his soul. Not everyone could find him. The sea god's main body was also very cunning. He hid in the most inconspicuous place. He might not even be able to see clearly. However, in an instant, all the clones collapsed. The sea god's entire body shook. Then, a figure appeared. I don't know how my move feels. Finding people is really easy for me. The sea god's figure quickly faded and appeared in the distance. Just a moment ago, he was already severely injured. Cracks appeared on his body. How did you find my main body? That's impossible. This is a secret technique of the sea race. Even human experts can forget about finding it. The sea god was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect his body to be seriously injured by the other party. This move couldn't be expanded at all. Fortunately, he controlled the power of the sea. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been stable just now. Didn't you say that my moves weren't powerful enough? That's why I came up with something more powerful. Now, let's see how it tastes. Have you experienced what it means to taste it? Lin Fei smiled and stopped moving. The sea god also began to reveal a fearful expression. Even his fleshly body could not withstand a single blow from the other party. If he were to continue like this, his fleshly body would definitely sustain more and more serious injuries. Youngsters nowadays are really powerful. Even my killing move can't do anything to your face. Forget it, let's call it a draw. How about it? As soon as the sea god's voice fell, Lin Fei's figure once again penetrated the sea god's body. Once again, it was a mental projection. Nothing much. Then, he instantly launched a fierce offensive. Between his punches and kicks, layers of power burst forth. The void exploded in an instant. Even though the sea god's defense covered the sky, it was still penetrated by Lin Fei. That was just the beginning. Now, it's time to warm up. I haven't even beaten you up to my heart's content, so how can I stop? Don't you think so? At least we're out and you're an invincible god of war. No matter what, you have to show the demeanor of an invincible expert. Lin Fei laughed. Rays of light instantly exploded from the sea god's body. The light was filled with divinity. It directly bombarded Lin Fei's body. This time, Lin Fei did not dodge at all. He directly took the light head-on. His hands didn't stop moving and landed on the sea god's body once again. Lin Fei advanced while the sea god retreated. They kept retreating. The seawater kept collapsing. No one was more helpless than the sea god. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful guy. The feeling of being punched was really unbearable for his body. Even if he wanted to escape, the other party would instantly catch up. His speed was unparalleled.
As they went back and forth, the two of them fought hundreds of millions of miles away. Their methods were really simple, one attacking and the other defending.
The sea god wanted to attack, but he didn't have the time. Lin Fei's methods were too intense. He didn't stop at all and his strength seemed endless. What was frightening was the opponent's ultimate move. It could casually pierce through his body. This made him feel what terror was. What do you want? Could it be that you want me to bring you down together with me?
I am the sea god. Punch after punch, the sea god's face was already swollen.
His fleshly body split open. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed down from the cracks. His face turned a little white. The sea god could only defend passively. This was even using all his defensive strength. But the strength of his fists was really terrifying. He could even feel that a portion of his strength had been weakened. This was the most shocking thing. Just what kind of background did this guy have? Another punch was thrown at him. The sea god blocked, but this time, the power on Lin Fei's fist exploded and his strength increased by a huge amount. Instantly, it pierced through the sea god's body. His physical body exploded with a bang. Then, the sea god's body condensed once again in the distance. His aura became much weaker. He opened his arms to block. Wait, you won this time. I won't pursue the matter of you entering the treasury anymore. How about it? Could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? Then come at me, I still have a lot of confidence. The sea god didn't want to fight this fellow anymore. The other party's fists were simply too ferocious. It was truly impossible to defend against such a person. If not for him grasping the power of the ocean race and having the strength of an invincible war god, he would probably be killed right away. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death in front of the other party. He wouldn't even be able to withstand it. When did such a terrifying fellow appear? The sea god decided not to attack anymore. Even though he still had some treasures that could unleash great power, the sea god didn't have much confidence. Even if he used it, if he couldn't do anything to this fellow, he would be the one to suffer. He might as well see if he could negotiate again. After the fight just now, Lin Fei was indeed a little more confident in his own strength. The pseudo-invincible war god sea god was indeed very strong. His defense was also very strong. This kind of person was perfect to test the strength of his body. The strength that Lin Fei could unleash was definitely at the level of a 9-star war god. He could even go one step higher and reach the level of a pseudo-invincible war god. Even a 9-star war god wouldn't be his match. He could kill them right away. Then you can continue, but I need something. If you have it, then let's stop. If you don't, then don't hold back. Let's continue. I can't do anything else but recover quickly. Chapter 4904. Of course, Sea God didn't want to continue fighting. To him, there was no benefit to continuing. Instead, his body would get more and more injured. For example, when he flipped over just now, his physical body had exploded once. Of course, to him, it was just an injury. If he exploded more times, then he would definitely be killed by the opponent. Even if he could mobilize all the power in the ocean, it would be useless. Then just say what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally give it to you. If you force me too much, then I will fight you to the end. I don't believe that your body can be that strong. After that fight, to Lin Fei, it didn't consume much energy at all. This was the benefit of having a strong body. It was a normal method. It would be different if it was a large area. It's nothing. I'm just interested in faith power. I've studied faith power for a long time. I think you should be able to take it out. Don't tell me you don't have it. If you don't, then I'm sorry. I've decided to continue. With such combat power, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It all depended on whether or not this guy would give it to him. He had a feeling that Sea God should have taken in a lot of faith power. Things like this were dispensable and of little value to him. The Sea God definitely had a collection of them. He should have killed quite a few otherworldly war gods in his hands. The Sea God was very surprised. He was already prepared to be ripped off by the other party. After all, this guy was too hard to deal with. He finally understood why he dared to come to this place. The other party's strength was indeed formidable. You actually want faith power. Do you want to use faith power to break through from the war god realm to the invincible realm, and then become a lower god from this realm? Sea God couldn't help but exclaim. Such a method could be considered an alternative method, but no one had ever practiced it. Because it was too difficult. He didn't expect this person to use such a method. Using faith to become a god. Why do you care what method I use? I'm just asking if you have it. If you don't, then I'll do it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to say it. No matter who heard it, their imagination would run wild. Even the sea god was the same. In fact, that was indeed the case. I'll give it to you. The sea god was glad that he still had some power of faith. These were all useless things that he had placed there. If this guy hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. Balls of faith power flew over just like that. All the power of faith fell into Lin Fei's hands. The value of each of them was much higher than the ones in the treasury. Now, Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an overlord. You have collected so much power of faith. If so, let's end this battle. After all, there won't be any good days if we keep fighting. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith was converted into honor points. The sea god heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't continue fighting, it would be fine. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to recover from his injuries. It was really difficult to deal with this guy. By the way, Hai Wuxin is my man. I don't think you will punish him. If I find out that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life in the Seafolk, I don't mind coming to the Seafolk again. At that time, it won't be as simple as fighting for a while. Lin Fei didn't forget about Hai Wuxin. Although he wouldn't take him away, he had to let him have a good life here. The sea god didn't know why this guy said that. No matter what, he knew how to answer. Wuxin is my son. It's his honor to work for you. I definitely won't do anything to him. He's still Hai Wuxin, still my son, and still has a position in the Seafolk. That's what you said. If I come back and see that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life, I will do it again. This was something that Lin Fei could do. Whoosh. Lin Fei disappeared from the surface of the sea. The sea god couldn't sense how he left. In his heart, he was secretly startled. Sure enough, this guy's methods were much more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't sense such a person. If he came to the Seafolk, it would definitely be a big problem. It seemed that he had to go into seclusion and try to break through and become a real invincible god of war. Lin Fei used greater teleportation to return to his original location. He saw Hai Wuxin. When Hai Wuxin saw the senior who had returned, his face lit up with joy. The people outside also saw the figure, and they were all shocked. Could it be that something happened to father? Everyone was uneasy, but they didn't dare to say anything. The person who could fight with His Majesty was definitely on the same level. They didn't dare to offend someone who could come back first. Lin Fei closed the door with a wave of his hand. I've already fought with your father. Senior will definitely win. Hai Wuxin still had a certain level of insight. She had really guessed it. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He finally had a thick thigh to lean on. I'm going to leave the Seafolk. Before I leave, I'm going to take away the thing I left in your body. I've already told the sea god that even if I'm not here, he won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll leave you a bit of power. This power will allow you to kill a 9-star peak war god. I'll leave you 3 of this power. After all, you've helped me a lot. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Senior is going to leave. Luckily, he left me 3 powers that can kill a 9-star peak war god. This is definitely the biggest reward. With this kind of power, even a 9-star war god would have to be polite to him, unless he wanted to be killed. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. What do you want me to do? Even now, Hai Wuxin didn't dare to have any thoughts. Just like before. It's nothing much. If you want, just pay attention to the power of faith for me. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed out, pulling out the power seed. He put it away. It quickly turned into 3 streams of power and floated in front of Hai Wuxin. The 3 streams of power quickly entered his body. He was even more impressed by Senior Wu Yu. Hai Wuxin was able to easily control these 3 streams of energy and unleash an extremely powerful might at any time. When he raised his head, the senior was already gone. I need to train hard and increase my strength as soon as possible. Only then can I follow Senior's footsteps. Chapter 4905. Lin Fei teleported a few times and left the sea area.
Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down in this sea area. After all, the sea god had suffered a loss.
Although he had given out the power of faith, who knew what was wrong with his brain? If he came up with any ideas, it would be quite troublesome. After all, if the sea god really wanted to die together with him, although Lin Fei was very confident in his physical body, it was difficult to guarantee that the sea god's method would be very dangerous. Hence, he chose to end things peacefully. Anyway, it was enough for Lin Fei to get the power of faith. He left the sea area. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to land. After a few more teleportations, Lin Fei came to a deep mountain. There were a few strong auras in this deep mountain. Lin Fei did not care about them. He just released a little of his physical strength and crushed all the way. Then, the auras became quiet. Lin Fei knew that they were afraid of his physical strength and became obedient. This was naturally what Lin Fei wanted to see. I can take advantage of this time to upgrade the remaining infinite divine body. I can also rest for a period of time. For Lin Fei, this trip was very rewarding. At the very least, his infinite divine body had been greatly improved. Such an improvement made Lin Fei very satisfied. This improvement made Lin Fei's infinite divine body several times stronger. After all, the power of faith obtained from the sea god was very rich. In other words, the war god he killed was more ferocious. This was also the reason why it was so rich. Compared to the previous power of faith, it was indeed on a different level. It was a top-grade power of faith. It seems that the effect of the power of faith this time is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my infinite divine body to be upgraded to the 75th level in one go. It's a huge improvement. Even Lin Fei was extremely shocked at this time. To be honest, he did not expect that the power of faith he obtained from the sea god would allow him to rise to the 75th level in one go. Every time he leveled up, his fleshly body would undergo a huge transformation. Every time he leveled up, his strength would also increase greatly. Now that he had reached the 75th layer, Lin Fei could clearly feel how powerful his physical body was. Right now, he was a genuine invincible god of war. Of course, even if an invincible war god was in front of him, Lin Fei would still be able to beat him to the ground or even kill him. This was because his invincible god of war wasn't something that other invincible gods of war could compare to. The current Lin Fei was equivalent to several everlasting war gods. Although he hadn't really fought against an invincible god of war, he had only fought against the pseudo-invincible god of war, the sea god. Lin Fei had a rough idea. At the very least, he would be fine if he were to encounter 7 or 8 invincible war gods at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Physical Body Stage 75. Special Faith Quest activated. Do you accept? The system, which had been silent all this while, actually made a move again. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He had given himself a quest. It was a faith quest, which was quite rare. Will there be any rewards for accepting this faith quest? Lin Fei didn't directly accept this faith quest. He had to ask properly, lest he was cheated by the system. One had to know that the system sometimes cheated people without blinking an eye. If you accept this faith quest, once you complete it, you will receive a large amount of power of faith as a reward. Lin Fei's heart was moved. One had to know that it wasn't that easy to find some power of faith in this world. As he continued to level up, Lin Fei felt that it would be even more difficult. Now that a faith quest had popped up, Lin Fei felt that it was quite useful. At the very least, once he completed the quest, he would receive the power of faith as a reward. This was much more convenient than running around by himself. Then I'll accept this quest. Lin Fei wanted to see how difficult this faith quest was. He couldn't possibly say that he had reached the death level. If that was the case, then the system would be a bit of a scam. Ding! Faith quest activated. Control the first level of the great world of the gods. Obtain the reward of increasing your physical body by 30 layers. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the great world of the gods had a total of 3 levels. Right now, he was only at the first level. The strongest was at the invincible war god level. It was said that those who surpassed the invincible war god level could only be considered ordinary in the next level. He didn't expect to receive such a quest. This quest was really difficult. However, when he thought about the reward of completing this quest, Lin Fei was a little tempted. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the higher the levels, the harder it would be to increase them. Now that he could obtain 30 layers in one go, it was really tempting. Fortunately, this quest didn't have a time limit. It was also a chance for him to relax. If that was the case, it wouldn't be like this now. It would definitely put a lot of pressure on Lin Fei. Wanting to control the first level of the great world of the gods was quite stressful for Lin Fei. The entire continent was divided into 4 parts. Right now, Lin Fei was in the Jiangnan region. In the middle was the central continent, and at the top was the northern wasteland. Therefore, if he wanted to conquer them one by one, he would need a lot of time. Of course, this was no different from when Lin Fei agreed to that senior's quest. Taking control of this continent seemed to be a double reward. Looks like I still need to obtain faith power and complete quests. Let's start from the Jiangnan region. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei decided to start from the Jiangnan region. There were indeed many experts in the Jiangnan region. He should be able to obtain a lot of faith power here. The Great Tang Empire shouldn't have much faith power. There were also the Great Qin Empire and the Great Manufacture Empire, these 2 powerful empires. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Swoosh! Lin Fei left the mountain range and went directly to the Great Tang Empire. When he was halfway there, Lin Fei discovered that the entire Jiangnan region seemed to be a little different. The 3 superpowers seemed to be preparing for a huge war. Soldiers were being mobilized everywhere. If it was just one city, it would be normal. However, every city was basically the same. Lin Fei knew that a war was about to break out in Jiangnan. Could it be that something had happened? On the way, Lin Fei realized that war was unavoidable. Once again, he arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei suddenly furrowed his brows. He could sense a sinister power. It's in my southeast direction. It's not far. Only a few 100,000 kilometers. Chapter 4906. On the way to the Great Tang Empire, he reached the border. Lin Fei actually felt an evil aura. This evil aura was very obvious, like the moon in the night. It was so obvious that it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei directly went in this direction, which was a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was a very quiet small village with a very leisurely atmosphere. However, Lin Fei could feel an evil aura here. This evil aura was hidden in a very deep place. Lin Fei came down. He could feel that these evil auras came from the village in front of him. There were no experts in this village. When Lin Fei came over, they were all villagers, so there was no problem at all. This made Lin Fei quite curious. He didn't expect that such a place could be occupied by demons. Young man, what are you doing here? Are you here to look for someone? By the time Lin Fei arrived, some people had already surrounded him. Their expressions were very natural, as if they were asking about Han Fei. Lin Fei suddenly sneered. I feel that your village is a little different, so I came to take a look. I think there should be no mistake. How can our village be different? Young man, you should be mistaken. A person who looked like the leader came over. The evil aura on his body was even stronger. There's no need to hide. I know you have an evil aura on you. Just show your true form. Lin Fei gently stomped his feet. There was a rumble. A wave of physical strength swept out, and the surrounding villagers were instantly defeated. In midair, all of them had turned into demons. That's right. They were demons. Demons in human form. They exuded a fierce aura. They directly pounced on him. Each of them took out their weapons and slashed at him with streams of light. Lin Fei snorted coldly. All the demons instantly collapsed, leaving only the guy who looked like the leader. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed him. This person's entire body erupted with demonic divine light, but he still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's casual grab. He easily caught it in front of him. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Why are there so many demons here? Tell me, where did they come from? Lin Fei had never encountered such an aura since he came to Jiangnan. He didn't expect to encounter the aura of a demon here. The strength of this demon was not weak. It was estimated that the people in this village had been wiped out by them. Then they transformed into the villagers. If it wasn't for the demonic aura on his body, not everyone would be able to detect it. The demon instantly transformed into its original form. However, it was still useless. Lin Fei directly squeezed it to death. If I were you, I would be honest. Lin Fei tightened his grip. Cracks appeared all over the demon's body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, all right? I'm the vanguard under the general. We crossed the crack and came to the great world of gods to invade this place. We're just the first batch of vanguards. This situation made Lin Fei frown slightly. Now that even demons were here to cause trouble, his mission would not be easy to complete. Originally, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to obtain this reward after conquering the entire great world of gods. Now that demons had appeared, wouldn't it mean that they were sharing the reward with him? This was definitely something that Lin Fei couldn't allow to happen. I'm not the only demon vanguard like us. There are many other demon vanguards coming here. Seeing that you're quite strong, why don't I introduce you to the general? I guarantee that you'll be able to enjoy wealth and splendor. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon vanguard immediately turned into a puddle of blood. It no longer existed. How could Lin Fei give this guy any chance to talk nonsense? Then, another force crushed the entire village. In an instant, the entire village was turned into ashes. Not a single person remained. Lin Fei furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, this was not good news. The demons had come through the crack. He really did not know how they managed to get here. It seemed like the demons were involved in the war between the three empires. The demons had probably contacted the Great Qin Empire or the Great Zhao Empire. They were preparing to turn the Jiangnan region into a base camp. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. Other than this explanation, he really could not think of another one. Then, Lin Fei left. Then, he sensed the auras of a few demons. Some were strong, some were weak. However, this time, Lin Fei did not care about them. To him, it was enough as long as he knew that there were demons. He was prepared to see what the Great Tang Emperor wanted. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the Great Tang Empire. He arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn, he could actually sense the aura of demons here. It seemed that there were demons here, and they were hidden very well. If one was not especially strong, they would not be able to sense them at all. Lin Fei arrived at the imperial palace of the Great Tang Empire without much trouble. As soon as he arrived at the palace, a figure came out. It was none other than the Great Tang Emperor. At this moment, the Great Tang Emperor was very happy to see Lin Fei return. He had always been worried that something would happen in the merfolk. After all, the sea god was not someone to be trifled with. He was also an invincible war god, although he was only a pseudo-invincible one. However, this level of strength wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. I knew that little brother would come back safe and sound. The Great Tang Emperor smiled. To him, it was the best that he could come out. This was a high-end combat power. I just came out, but I feel that your three empires are a little different. Are you going to start a big war? The Great Tang Emperor smiled bitterly. This is actually strange because the Great Qin Empire is the one to start the war. I don't know what the Great Qin Empire is thinking. They are expanding crazily, and they even seem to have reached a partnership with the Great Zhao Empire. It is really rare. This made Lin Fei frown again. It was indeed not good news. The two empires were going to attack the Great Tang Empire. I also saw traces of demons. Mentioning this, the emperor's face became even uglier. These are indeed troubled times, Yi Zichen said. Chapter 4907. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised by this turn of events, so he wanted to hear the Tang Emperor's explanation so that he could have an idea of what was going on. He knew that the Great Tang Emperor definitely knew what was going on with these demons. Now that the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands, this was even more unusual. It was impossible for the demons to attack the great world of the gods. If they attacked, the situation would be much worse than Lin Fei had imagined. This was not a good thing. You also know that the great world of the gods is very different. The Great Tang Emperor invited Lin Fei into his study. He began to speak. Lin Fei listened quietly. A long time ago, the demons were the natives of the great world of the gods. They were very powerful. We humans came later and lived here. In the end, we chased all the demons away. However, the demons were not satisfied. Although they were all sent into the endless abyss, some of them would come out from time to time. The seal back then had already begun to loosen, so these demons would appear from time to time. The information I received was even simpler. A powerful demon god has appeared among the demons in the endless abyss.
The great Tang Emperor's tone became more serious.
This demon god is temporarily unable to come to the great world of the gods. However, he already has the strength to open the passage. What you see now is only a part of it. Before long, demons will appear continuously in the great world of the gods. Lin Fei understood that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. If they allowed this to continue, the entire great world of gods would belong to the demons. The other party had even become a demon god. He had probably surpassed the level of an invincible war god. He was definitely a top-notch expert.
If he stepped into the great world of the gods, it would definitely be very troublesome.
The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire seem to be in contact with the demons. Although there is no news that they are in contact, they are more or less connected. Now they want to attack the Great Tang Empire because there is a passage to the demons in the Great Tang Empire. I have already sent experts to guard it. Lin Fei finally understood why the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands. It seemed that they were prepared to make Jiangnan even more chaotic. Using enemies to eliminate the experts of the Great Tang Empire was indeed a very cost-effective deal. Of course, this would cause the great world of gods to descend into war. After all, the demons were not easy to negotiate with. One could imagine what it was like for a village to be completely wiped out. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of such demons. The situation is indeed quite bad. The Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire have joined forces to attack the Great Tang Empire. What are your plans? It would have been fine if Lin Fei didn't have the previous mission. No matter how they fought, the situation was completely different with the addition of the devil race. The fleshly bodies of these demons were quite strong. Of course, it was nothing to him, but to the people from the great world of gods, it was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Not only did Lin Fei have to deal with the local experts, but he also had to deal with the demon race. Moreover, it seemed that if he wanted to take down the first layer of the great world of gods, he would have to deal with the demon race first. I hope fellow Taoist Lin can cooperate with us.
The great Tang Emperor did not stand on ceremony.
Everyone knows your strength. If you join us, the Great Tang Empire will have the confidence to defend itself.
This was indeed the great Tang Emperor's plan.
It would not be a good thing if the two empires attacked together. Not everyone would be able to stop them. However, if fellow Taoist Lin joined us, the situation would be completely different. He would be able to greatly influence the two empires. As long as fellow Taoist is willing to help me, when the Great Tang Empire conquers the two empires, I don't need their power of faith. I will help you collect all of it. I can even build a faith statue for you in the empires to collect the power of faith. Lin Fei really cared about the power of faith. Currently, his infinite god body had already reached the 60th layer. This was already a terrifying number, but it would be difficult to increase it in the future.
If he could obtain a large amount of power of faith, then it would be a different story. The great Tang Emperor spoke again.
I also heard that the demon race has a trace of demon power in their bodies. This trace of demon power is said to have a certain connection with the power of faith. It might be of help to fellow Taoist Lin.
This news surprised Lin Fei a little.
He had killed these demons before, but these demons seemed to be a little different. He did not sense any demon power in their bodies. It seemed that their strength was too low. He believed the great Tang Emperor's words. Since these demons had demon power, it was naturally a little different. I also heard that the demon race has always worshipped their top demon god. Therefore, there are naturally faith statues in their world. The great Tang Emperor did not know what use Lin Fei had for the power of faith. He only felt that Lin Fei cared a lot about the power of faith. He probably wanted to use the power of faith to break through from the 9 stars war god level to the invincible war god level, and then from the invincible war god level to the lower god level. This was a path that could be taken. However, no one had ever succeeded because it was too difficult. Lin Fei asked an interesting question. Since the demon race wants to attack the great world of the gods, are they going to do nothing? Are they going to wait for them to occupy the first level before doing anything? Lin Fei did not explain too clearly, but the great Tang Emperor already knew what was going on. He knew who he was talking about. If that's what you're talking about, then I can tell you that those people have never been too interested in us. Only by becoming an invincible war god and breaking through that barrier will they have an impression of you. Otherwise, the others will be completely indifferent. Even if this level is completely annihilated, they won't do anything. The Great Tang Emperor said coldly. Lin Fei did feel that they would come down to help. However, it seemed that this was not the case. This was not good news. However, Lin Fei did not think too much about it. I'm quite interested in dealing with them. However, the power of faith must belong to me, and the statues must be erected. Chapter 4908. Just like that, Lin Fei settled down in the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Emperor didn't announce anything to the outside world. Lin Fei's arrival seemed to come without a trace. The Great Tang Emperor also gathered all the power of faith in the country at the first moment. All the power of faith was given to Lin Fei. The power of faith didn't have much of an effect on Lin Fei. The infinite god body couldn't increase by a single level from 60 to 61. It could only reach about 2/5 of the original. The mission to level up was a long way off. Hence, Lin Fei's current state of mind was quite stable. He could slowly gather the power of faith and finish this mission first. He already had the strength of an invincible god of war. More demons are coming. It seems like they are much stronger this time. I can go and see if they have the power of demons. If they do, I can find another way. Lin Fei could easily sense the demons' passageway in the Great Tang Empire. Even though there were many formations, they couldn't stop them. With a thought, Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the passageway. There were indeed many experts guarding this place. The moment Lin Fei came over, he revealed himself. There was a black hole in front of him that was connected to a mysterious void. Many shadows of demons rushed out from it. Surrounding him were several great formations that were constantly unleashing terrifying attacks. The attacks landed on these demons, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of them were killed. Of course, there were also demons that kept attacking. The Grand Formation was also constantly being consumed. With one look, Lin Fei knew what was going on. These demons really had some tricks up their sleeves. It seemed like they were prepared to use a large number of demons to consume the power of the formations. This way they would be able to break through the formations. You lowly humans, hurry up and open the formations. Otherwise, when we kill our way over, we will kill all of you. Charge. Break this array for me. No matter how many arrays there are, they won't be able to stop us demons. More and more demons rushed out, followed by more and more huge creatures. These huge creatures were like cannon barrels. With loud rumbling sounds, balls of corrosive substances directly bombarded the array formation. In an instant, cracks appeared on the wall. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding Great Tang Empire experts changed. They realized that these demons were much smarter than they had imagined. They actually used such a method. If they were allowed to continue attacking, wouldn't it mean that the formation would be completely melted away? If he could melt one formation, he could melt all the other formations behind it. This was definitely not a good thing, nor was it a good sign. The experts of the human clan did not dare to rush in recklessly, because these demons didn't care about tactics at all. Instead, it was an all-out attack. In an instant, they would be suppressed by the number of demons, and they could not be more dead. With the arrival of Lin Fei, the experts of the Great Tang Empire also recognized him, and their expressions became incomparably respectful. They had already received the news that this was a guest invited by the Great Tang Empire, and he was very mysterious. They did not know their exact origins, but the Great Tang Emperor had already informed them. Seeing this guest was like seeing the Great Tang Emperor. All of you just guard outside. Without any permission, no one is allowed to go in and attack. They alone won't be able to rush in. Lin Fei said faintly and went straight out. Then, he entered the passageway. When Lin Fei entered, the surrounding people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This place was filled with great demons. Don't look at the ordinary demons outside just now. In fact, there were some powerful demons hidden in the depths. They were all looking for an opportunity, and they were all quite smart. If the guest went in, wouldn't he be attacked by the other party? In fact, that was really the case. There were indeed some powerful demons in the depths of the passageway. They were wearing armor and holding weapons, and they just stood there coldly. They did not attack, and there were many demons standing behind them. They were all looking for an opportunity. Batches of demons went up to break the array formation. As long as they broke the array formation and found a trace of negligence, they would naturally have a chance to rush out. At that time, they would go on a killing spree and even completely occupy the cave entrance. This guy is quite bold. Who's going to take him down first? A tall great demon with 2 horns on his head said coldly. A demon by the side took the initiative to stand out. He held a spear in his hand. I'll go take care of this guy. The demon instantly turned into a stream of light and charged forward. When Lin Fei came down, countless demons instantly charged forward. However, before they could get close to Lin Fei, they were instantly turned into puddles of blood. They could not withstand the attacks at all. Lin Fei did not make much of a move. At this moment, a stream of light directly came over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and grabbed with his 5 fingers. Instantly, a wave of energy enveloped the body of this demon. This was a 6-star war god demon. His physical body was still very strong, and he could faintly resist Lin Fei's strength. For example, Lin Fei's current strength was unfathomable with a casual grab. There was a loud bang. The demon instantly turned into a puddle of blood. In this puddle of blood, Lin Fei felt a trace of different energy. He reached out and grabbed again. Just like that, a golden thread was grabbed out. Could this be the so-called power of the devil? Lin Fei did not know much about the power of the devil. However, after grabbing it, he felt that it should be the power of the devil. After all, this energy was indeed quite different. Lin Fei decided to try and see if he could absorb and refine this power of the devil. If that was the case, then it couldn't be any better. Ding! Discovered that the power of the devil can be absorbed and refined. Hearing this news, Lin Fei's heart instantly jumped. This was indeed good news. He did not expect these demons to bring him such a harvest. If it was something else, Lin Fei would not care much. However, this was different. Lin Fei decisively refined this trace of the power of the devil. Soon, Lin Fei understood that this trace of the power of the devil was about the same as the power of faith. In general, the power of faith was slightly higher, and the power of the devil was slightly lower. Originally, I did not have much thoughts about the demons. Now, it seems that I will wipe them out completely. I want to become the greatest enemy of the demon race. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly curled up. He finally found something to do. Those big demons hiding in the innermost area can come out now. Lin Fei directly rushed down. Everywhere he passed, the demons exploded. Chapter 4909. Lin Fei charged forward. Along the way, there wasn't a single demon that could stop him. They were all killed. In the deepest part, demons could be seen coming out from the cracks from time to time. Lin Fei's gaze quickly locked onto a few demons. These demons were all at the War God realm. That's right. Only demons in the War God realm could be called great demons. Their eyes were cold and sinister as they stared at him. One of the demons waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding demons surrounded and attacked. These demons were a little different from the demons from before. As soon as they made their move, their attacks were like scimitars coming towards them. It turned out that they were all close combat. Coupled with a certain speed, it was dazzling in an instant. I told you just now to come out obediently. Why did you have to make me come here personally? You really think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he was instantly attacked by more than a dozen attacks. It turned out that these demons attacked him in an instant. Their speed was indeed fast. Moreover, the weapons in their hands weren't ordinary weapons. They were all divine weapons that were incomparably sharp. However, when it struck Lin Fei's body, it was like a flash of lightning. It was completely useless. On the contrary, Lin Fei's void collapse directly crushed them. One after another, the demons spat out blood. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Lin Fei instantly pounced on the nearest demon. A punch directly pierced through it. Then, he turned around and smashed a second demon. These War God Realm demons were in front of Lin Fei. At this moment they were nothing. Saying that he was an ant meant that he was an ant. He could kill them easily. The kind that would kill as many as they came. With your strength, you guys still dare to barge into the human world. I really don't know who gave you the courage. These demons weren't a match for Lin Fei at all. A punch and a kick directly destroyed them. The heart of the demon in the distance trembled. He stared at this young man. He really couldn't believe that this guy's strength was so strong. He had killed the great demons so easily. One must know that when these great demons came over, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. However, their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. They wouldn't be destroyed so easily. But now, they could clearly see that these great demons had been defeated, and they had been defeated very badly. Since when did the Great Tang Empire have an expert like you? The great demon snorted coldly and instantly attacked. Doppelgangers appeared around him. In the time it took for a face-to-face confrontation, Lin Fei was actually unable to block the attack of the great demon. The saber light exploded on his body. But just like before, this guy's divine weapon was also very powerful and sharp. However, it couldn't do much damage to Lin Fei. Your physical body is actually stronger than our great demons. This exchange caused the great fiend's expression to change. The power of the void around Lin Fei collapsed. The great demon's body emitted rays of divine light. When these divine lights clashed with the power of the void, they actually held on, allowing him to break away. However, as soon as he broke free, Lin Fei punched through his physical body in the blink of an eye. In such a short distance, there was no demon that could block it at all. Lin Fei's attack. This was the level of strength that his physical body had reached. In addition, Lin Fei already had a series of means to control space. Although it wasn't very profound, within a certain range, it was really incomparably fierce. It seems that your physical body isn't very strong. You can't even block a punch from me. Then I'm sorry. Lin Fei blasted another punch over, and then the great demon turned into ashes. However, a relatively thick demonic power was left behind. Lin Fei was still quite satisfied. He kept the demonic power and then sat at the entrance. Rays of saber light directly slashed towards the distance. These demons that had just come out were directly killed. The experts outside cheered. The great demons that they were most worried about were actually killed just like that. This consecrator is still the best. To be able to block off these demons so easily. Yeah, if it weren't for the consecrator, we would be in trouble. These guys are really not easy to deal with. Lin Fei obtained demonic power from these demons. This also allowed Lin Fei to find a new way. As long as he killed high-level demons, he would be able to obtain the demonic power. With the demonic power, he could exchange it for the power of faith. With the honor points, he could level up. In that case, it was quite worth it. Lin Fei was prepared to stand guard here and see if there were any more demons coming. In fact, from time to time, some great demons would rush over. However, these great demons would have to recover their strength after rushing over. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. He waited for them to recover their strength before killing them one by one. This wait lasted for more than half a month. However, this wasn't good news for the demons on the other side. The demons that crossed over were directly killed. This caused the number of demons that Lin Fei could kill to decrease. In the end, some scattered demons appeared. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The situation wasn't right. The Great Tang Emperor came over. He had long since received the news that Lin Fei had killed the great demons here. This made him heave a sigh of relief. You're still the best. With you standing guard here, even the great demons were killed. At the very least, we can heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei stood in front of the crack. He could vaguely see the existence of a world in the distance. That was the so-called Endless Abyss. There seemed to be a large number of demons in that place. Moreover, there were some high-level demons, great demons, and so on. It's a pity that I can't rush in and start a massacre. Otherwise, I can definitely let them know what fear is. They won't dare to move anymore. The Great Tang Emperor laughed heartily. You didn't come here just to chat with me, did you? Did something happen again? Lin Fei asked. He didn't believe that the Great Tang Emperor was just here to see him. After all, he could still guard this passage. Chapter 49:10.
Lin Fei was very clear that the Tang Emperor definitely had something to discuss with him, and it was not a small matter.
With him guarding the passageway, none of these demons would be able to get out. The big formation outside was not a joke, so the possibility of him talking to him was very high. The Tang Emperor smiled. There are still many forces in the Tang Empire, but there are a few forces that are making some movements now. I have something to keep an eye on the two empires, so I would like to trouble you to go to those sections. If they don't have any ideas, that's fine. If they do, Please help me suppress them.
The Tang Emperor was indeed busy. If it was a normal time, he would naturally have time. Now he had to keep an eye on the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These two countries had already begun to take action, and they looked eager to try. If they were to make any movements, there would definitely be big trouble if he did not keep an eye on them. Therefore, he had to trouble Daoist Lin to deal with the internal affairs of the sections. He believed that Daoist Lin should be able to help him. By the way, I also heard that there are still some things on the side of the sects, such as the power of faith. They are all old sects that have been passed down for some time, so if you are lucky, you can still get some power of faith.
Of course, the Tang Emperor knew what Daoist Lin liked. That was the power of faith. Had he already collected all the power of faith that could be collected? Some sects still had some places of faith. It was still useful for them, because some methods and supernatural powers required the power of faith. But now, he felt that the power of faith should be obtained by Lin Fei himself. If there was nothing else, Lin Fei would definitely not be interested in it. But when he heard that there was the power of faith, he instantly became spirited. No matter what, he had to go and take a look at the power of faith. No problem, I'll take care of this. Just give me a list of the sects and I'll go take a look. However, I'm a hot-tempered person, so don't get angry if I destroy the entire sect. Lin Fei smiled.
The Tang Emperor smiled again. How can I not be happy?
After all, those guys are not good people. They are all traitors. It would be best if you can destroy them. Lin Fei knew that the great Tang Emperor probably had some thoughts about these sections.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to come forward. After all, if the Emperor of the Great Tang went there, he would have to explain.
But if he went, it would be completely different. A scroll flew over and landed in Lin Fei's hand. These are all sects and forces within the Great Tang Empire. Among them, the 4 great sects are the most powerful. They have also collected a lot of faith power. If you take them down, you might have a big surprise in store for you. The moment he said that, he knew. The Tang Emperor really wanted to kill them. Lin Fei didn't say anything as he teleported out of the passageway. There were still many sects within the Great Tang Empire. Some were strong, while others were weak. The 4 major sects were the strongest. They had contributed a lot to the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. So much time had passed, and many unforeseen events had occurred. Lin Fei didn't have to guess to know that the 4 major sects must have some thoughts about the Tang Emperor. That was why the Tang Emperor wanted to kill them. No matter what thoughts they had, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. He only needed the power of faith. If he had the power of faith, it would definitely be enough for him to make a trip. Lin Fei went straight to the first sect. This sect was located in the mountains, and it was called the Myriad Mountains sect. This sect was a little overbearing. When Lin Fei came over, he could feel the formation. At the same time, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually felt the aura of a demon in the Myriad Mountains sect. It was a great demon. This great demon seemed to be a lot stronger than the great demon he had encountered in the passageway. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. It seemed that the intelligence department of the Tang Emperor was also very powerful. He estimated that they had received a lot of news. It could only be said that the Myriad Mountains sect was going to be unlucky. Lin Fei actually felt the aura of the great demon. There was no doubt that the Myriad Mountains sect must have contacted the great demon. He was afraid that the Myriad Mountains sect was going to cooperate with the great demon. It was really a traitor. Of course, it was also possible that the Tang Emperor had other ideas. He probably wanted to destroy all the major sects in the empire and integrate all the forces. Such a situation was also possible. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He came here for the power of faith. It was that simple. Now that he had sensed the aura of the great demon, he had more reason to take action. It was not difficult to be a knife. Lin Fei preferred to be straightforward. Lin Fei teleported directly into the Myriad Mountains sect. No one noticed the sudden appearance of such a person. Lin Fei went straight to the hall. In the hall, several high-level members of the Myriad Mountains sect were sitting together and drinking tea. There was a great demon among them. Of course, he looked no different from ordinary experts. His realm was not low. He was an 8-star war god. It was very high, because the other high-level members were 8-star war gods or 7-star sections. Even the sect master was only a 9 stars war god. Someone came in. He should be an expert. The great demon was the first to find him. His expression changed slightly. He looked around. There was a fluctuation in the void. Then, Lin Fei walked out. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to deal with something. Have you seen this thing? He waved his hand. A token robe floated in the air. It was given to Lin Fei by the Tang Emperor. With this thing, it represented the Tang Emperor. The token floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Of course they knew what it was. Why is the personal token of the Tang Emperor in your hands? Who the hell are you? The sect master of the Myriad Mountains sect was the first to recognize it. He was the most familiar with this thing because he had seen it before. But now it was in the hands of a young man who he had never seen before. I'm a minister of the Tang Empire. Today, I'm here to deal with a small matter. The sect master breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was a minister of the Tang Empire. It seemed that he was a little young. Chapter 49:11. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the Wanshan sect leader let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of this minister anymore. Instead, he was curious about why this guy had the token of the Tang Emperor. This thing was different from other things. It wasn't something that just anyone could hold in their hands. As long as it didn't affect his business, he wouldn't take it seriously. Although he was a little unhappy that this guy came in without anyone knowing, he represented the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor had a bad temper. He already had a lot of ideas. This was especially so for the four great sects. Every day that the great Tang Emperor existed was a significant influence on them. Because the power of the sects was constantly being suppressed. The power of the Tang Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. In this way, as time went on, the four sects would probably become the workers of the Tang Emperor. Of course, they didn't want to be workers, so they naturally had some ideas. Sir, what are you here for? Just let us know. As long as we can do it, we will do it for you immediately. The sect leader of Wanshan sect spoke up immediately. For him, this was really a small matter. Maybe the Tang Emperor was just passing by. It was just a simple matter. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. For example, this guy is quite interesting. How are you going to explain it? Wanshan sect leader. The four sects are in contact with the great demon. Do you want to overthrow the whole Tang Empire? Lin Fei's voice suddenly turned cold, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. He subconsciously took a step back. They couldn't stand still at all. The great demon instantly took out two scimitars and attacked Lin Fei's face like flowing light. I knew you didn't come with good intentions. If you want to deal with me, just say it. I can kill 8 or 10 of you by myself. The great demon's sudden attack shocked even the Myriad Mountains sect leader, who was next to him. He didn't know why this guy, who represented the Tang Emperor, came here and dared to attack him. Could it be that the Tang Emperor had sensed something? If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, attack! Chop this guy into minced meat. We must not let today's news leak out." At first, he thought it was something serious, but now he realized that this guy was definitely not looking for him, but looking for trouble. The Tang Emperor was going to attack them, so this was not a good thing. After the great demon made his move, the others followed suit. Compared to the others, the most terrifying was the great demon. His saber technique was the fastest, and his speed was also the fastest. Up until now, Lin Fei had not seen any traces of the other party's attack. But no matter what, the other party's saber technique was fast, and it left more than a dozen marks on Lin Fei's body. Of course, these traces were all fleeting, and there was no trace of danger at all. There was a faint smile on Lin Fei's face. You dare to behave atrociously in the Great Tang Empire? You really don't know how powerful the experts of the Great Tang Empire are. Lin Fei also snorted coldly. The surrounding people couldn't stand still at all, because the power of the void exploded and sent them flying. None of them could sit still. All of them started to bleed, and the amount of blood they lost wasn't an ordinary amount. There was no way they could fight at all. However, to the leader of Wanshan sect, his heart was shaken. Why is there such a powerful helper? Even the great demon was the same. His 2 sabers couldn't do anything to him, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since when did a human expert have such great strength? More importantly, he still couldn't see through it, and that was the most unacceptable thing. Lin Fei attacked this guy without stopping at all. He didn't give him any chance, and with one punch, he was sent flying. Then with another punch, he was sent flying once more. 3 punches in a row instantly blew up his body. Once the great demon died, the 2 weapons fell to the ground. Lin Fei kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. After saying that, he looked at Wan Shan's sect leader. Lin Fei also kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. Of course, Lin Fei knew that such magic weapons were valuable. He couldn't just leave them here and let Wan Shan's sect take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the great demon was killed by Lin Fei, but it was definitely a huge shock to Wan Shan's sect leader. Not to mention the people around him. They all lost their fighting capacity. Myriad Mountain's sect master had never seen such a ferocious guy. He also knew that the great Tang Emperor had the intention to kill him. Is that why he sent such an expert here? The royal family is really rich and powerful. Wan Shan's sect leader couldn't find such information at all. Not to mention, he was such an expert. Ancestor, help. If you don't do something, Wan Shan's sect will be gone. The Emperor of Tang is going to destroy our Wan Shan sect. Wan Shan's sect leader quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He knew that if he didn't call out the ancestor, the whole Wan Shan sect would be completely finished. No one knew better than him what the Emperor of Tang was thinking this time. As soon as Wan Shan's sect leader's voice faded away, a force blasted over. As soon as he blocked it, he directly felt the penetrating force. It was used on his body. Whoosh! He was directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. However, after killing the sect master, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. He had come here to look for faith power. Before he could even find it, he had killed the sect master. He shook his head gently. But for the people of Wan Shan's sect leader, they were all frightened and uneasy. They all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them at all. He just waved his hand. There was a rumbling sound. The power rolled over like a torrent. This was the real physical power. With a wave of his hand, the power could topple mountains and overturn seas, which was unbearable. Even if you had treasures, it was useless. You could only resist part of the power, but the rest would directly hit your body. How dare you? How dare you make trouble in Wan Shan's sect? I'll be the first to kill you. A ferocious aura soared into the sky, making all the disciples of the Wan Shan sect tremble. Is the ancestor going to come out? Chapter 49:12. The power of the voice was really shocking, and it made all the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect kneel on the ground. They immediately knew that the patriarch had come out of seclusion. But they didn't know why the patriarch would come out of seclusion. A figure rose into the sky. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? He had never denied that a place like the Myriad Mountains sect definitely had the strength of the patriarch. And he was exceptionally strong. Lin Fei saw an old figure. The aura of the invincible god of war burst out of his body. But when he checked again, he found that the other party was just a fake invincible god of war. He was not the real invincible god of war. He could only be considered a half-step invincible god of war. Even so, his power was still quite strong. The other party slashed over with a knife, and the void was split open. The knife went deep into the void. Lin Fei also punched with a smile, directly hitting the other party's knife light. There was a loud rumbling sound. A big hole was blasted open in the void. Lin Fei laughed. The strength of the god of war is quite good, but it's useless for you to come out. The Myriad Mountains sect colluded with the Devil Clan and tried to overthrow the entire Great Tang Empire. If you don't want to die, kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I'll completely destroy your Myriad Mountains sect later. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and his voice spread through the entire Myriad Mountains sect. The expressions of all the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect changed when they heard this. They were trembling with fear. The sect had colluded with the Devil Clan. If it were something else they would not have worried. But colluding with the Devil Clan was different. It was a crime punishable by death. No wonder the Emperor of Great Tang had sent people here. The Patriarch even snorted coldly. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's here to defame us on purpose. I'll take him down and torture him. He will definitely tell us everything clearly and honestly. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect came over with a whoosh. Streaks of saber light swept over like a heavenly net. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and in an instant, a cold light appeared. All the knife lights were frozen in an instant.
Although it was only for a short moment, Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect.
The torrent was like a mountain, directly crushing over. It doesn't matter even if you're our ancestor. You're just a half-step invincible god of war. Besides, your chi and blood are very weak. You can't fight for a long time. I don't know how long you can last. The crushing power of the torrent was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei immediately launched a close-range attack. A punch, a kick, every part of his body became his strongest attack, forcing the old ancestor to retreat continuously. He couldn't even use his saber light, let alone his treasures. There was a loud bang. The great ancestor hit the forbidden area, which was the forbidden area of the Myriad Mountains sect. No disciple was allowed to enter. But now, the great ancestor directly hit it. Lin Fei had also landed not too far away from the old ancestor. He smiled faintly. If you continue to struggle, I'll send you on your way with a punch next time. Your physical body won't be able to take it. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect also climbed out, staggering. No one knew better than him how powerful the other party was. He was a half-step invincible god of war. But the other party's strength could crush him. Could it be that the other party was a real invincible god of war? He had never heard of an invincible god of war in the Emperor of the Tang Empire. If he had known that, he wouldn't have let the people in the sect have too many ideas. He wouldn't have contacted the Devil Clan. He just wanted to catch the Emperor of the Tang Empire off guard. But now, it seemed that the Emperor of the Tang Empire had caught them off guard. You're indeed very capable, but no matter how capable you are you really an invincible god of war? Watch me, devil transformation. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect snorted coldly. He was instantly enveloped by a demonic aura. Then his skin split open. A bloody man walked out, looking quite evil. This was the patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect. He had just performed an unconventional technique, and his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Before this, he was still a half-step invincible god of war. But now, he had become a real invincible god of war. His chi and blood had also become extremely strong. This was definitely the result of him performing a powerful secret technique. Lin Fei had never heard of devil transformation, but he knew that this guy was indeed very powerful at the moment. Another beam of broadsword light came. I'd like to see how you can hurt me this time. I'll chop you into pieces with my broadsword. The patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect seemed to be very angry. The blade light kept coming at him, and even the buildings behind him were in bad luck, turning into ruins one after another. Not to mention the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect, who were crushed into pieces by the broadsword. The disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect were so scared that they fled in a hurry. Run! If you don't run, you'll die. The patriarch has really gone crazy. The senior elders were the same. They didn't dare to stay here at all. If they continued to stay, they would only die. They didn't see the patriarch's broadsword technique. It was very powerful and extremely overbearing. Wherever he passed, there were wounds and corpses everywhere. All of these could be used to describe the overbearing power of the patriarch's broadsword technique. Lin Fei was moving left and right, and he was hit several times. Although his opponent's broadsword technique was powerful, its power was average. Even though his opponent had become an invincible god of war. But in Lin Fei's eyes, his opponent was really too weak. It was no different from an invincible god of war killing a 9 god of war. Aren't you ashamed to think that you can crush me with such strength? It seems that you haven't seen true strength. Then, I'll give you a punch. If you can withstand this punch, you'll naturally live. If you can't, you'll naturally die. I'm such a real person. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Suddenly, his fist pierced through the air. The punch was like a small ball of light, but when it approached the patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect, it turned into a large torrent and directly rushed toward him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect was caught off guard. Even his pupils were wide open, as if he had just had an incredible dream. Just like that, cracks appeared on his body. Then with a whoosh, he turned into pieces all over the sky. The whole Myriad Mountains sect fell silent in an instant. It was the same even for those who were fleeing. The powerful patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect was killed just like that. In Lin Fei's eyes, he looked over coldly. He looked over coldly and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, stand still. Whoever moves will die. Chapter 49:13. This devil was quite strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was killed in the blink of an eye, and then he obtained the power of the devil. Who knew that the power of the devil was golden? This made Lin Fei a little overjoyed. Sure enough, today's harvest was quite good. The people of the Myriad Mountain sect did not dare to move at all. Soon, some elders took the initiative to stand on Lin Fei's side. They said whatever they knew and even began to manage the entire Myriad Mountain sect. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. However, he found traces of some devils in the high level. These devils thought that Lin Fei could not find them, but they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. After killing them, Lin Fei went straight to the treasure vault to find out if there was any power of faith. He was lucky that there was indeed the power of faith. As the emperor of the Tang Empire had said, there was still a lot of power of faith in their territory, but it had been taken away by others. The four major sects had the most power of faith. Now that he had only destroyed the Myriad Mountain sect, it was naturally different. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and took all the faith power away. After taking away all the spoils of war, the emperor of the Tang Empire really sent someone to take over the Wangshan sect. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They just came to take the power of faith. It was that simple. After leaving the Myriad Mountain sect, Lin Fei went straight to the next sect. When he came to another sect, Lin Fei found that a huge formation had been activated. If there was no surprise, they should have received the news. Don't think that the four major sects got along with each other peacefully. In fact, there were some spies in each sect. This time, Lin Fei took action in a big way, so they naturally knew about it. That was why this scene happened. When Lin Fei came over, the sect of the Heavenly Palace had already activated the formation. As soon as the formation was unfolded, the buildings inside were vaguely visible. From the outside, Lin Fei could feel that the formation was quite powerful. The Heavenly Palace was ready. Your Excellency, you have come all the way here. Do you really not intend to give the Heavenly Palace a way out? We've never had any thoughts about the Great Tang Empire. Don't drag us into the same boat as the Myriad Mountain sect. When Lin Fei came over, he immediately flew out. The figure flew out. Inside the formation, he spoke to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew who it was at first glance. The palace master of the Heavenly Palace, Chen Meng. It was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. He was a 9-star war god. The princess had received the news long ago. Almost all the high-level members of Myriad Mountain sect were killed, and even the great devils who had cooperated with them were killed. He also realized that the great Tang Emperor was prepared to make a move. Therefore, he immediately activated the formation. I'm just here to see what's going on in your Heavenly Palace. As for whether I'll take action or not, that depends on your situation. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Just now, he did not sense the aura of a great demon. As for whether there was a hidden one, he did not know. The only thing you can do now is to open the formation and let me in to check. Otherwise, I'll take action directly. You can try to see if I have the ability to do that. Of course, Chen Meng knew that the mysterious man in front of him was very terrifying. Until now, they had not received any news that the Great Tang Empire had any contact with this guy. A mysterious guy like him was the one who made people feel the most dangerous. He had no idea where the Great Tang Emperor got it from. Of course, Chen Meng would not open the formation. Of course he had his reasons. This time, the traces of the great demon had reappeared. Of course, everyone wanted to get out of the control of the Great Tang Emperor. After all, the power of the sects had been suppressed year by year. The power of the royal family was getting stronger and stronger, which was not a good thing. Now the Myriad Mountain sect could not withstand it anymore and was beaten back. Now, he came to the Heavenly Palace. How could he let him in? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. All the disciples in our Heavenly Palace are cultivating in seclusion. Let's do it another day. It's impossible for our Heavenly Palace to have any contact with the great demon. I can swear to God. Chen Meng said seriously. Anyway, he did not want to let this young guy in. If he let this guy in, There would not be many people in the heavenly palace who could stop him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect had been killed. Not to mention the great demon of Christmas. He had also performed the legendary devil change, but the result was the same.
Lin Fei wasn't surprised in the slightest.
The four sects were like brothers. If something happened here, the other sects would definitely know. It would be strange if they let him in. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Looks like you're stubborn. Fine, I'll just make a move. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. As for me, I never give people a second chance, so you won't have the chance to regret it. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Chen Meng took a deep breath. This guy is too arrogant. Do you really think you can break the formation of the heavenly palace?
Just as this thought came to his mind, Chen Meng found that his whole body was sent flying. Cracks spread all over his body in an instant, and then he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he find that his chest had been pierced by a punch. And the mysterious man had come in. The whole formation was safe and sound, and there was no movement. Chen Meng's mind was blank. He came in. He came in. How many times have I told you that you don't have a chance to regret? Now that I'm in, I'll do it myself. It seems that you are also in contact with the devil. I'm afraid that you are ready to rely on them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He had already sensed the aura of the devil inside.
Many of them were great demons. It seemed that the four sects wanted to get rid of the control of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This time, they might have cooperated with each other to catch the emperor by surprise. Everyone has come out. We can't hide it anymore. We have to kill this guy in any case. The emperor of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to give us a way out. Let's do it.
I'd like to see how the emperor of the Tang dynasty can stop the invasion of the great demons. The higher-ups of the heavenly palace all flew out.
In an instant, a large formation enveloped them.
However, as soon as the formation enveloped them, the higher-ups of the heavenly palace all exploded.
A torrent of energy directly crushed over. This was the benefit of Lin Fei's strong physical body. He directly crushed them violently, no matter who they were. As for the formation, it didn't affect Lin Fei at all. With a mind projection, he instantly got rid of it. Why bother? Why don't you just let me in to check? Chapter 49:14. No one in the heavenly palace could stop Lin Fei at all. Once Lin Fei entered, no one would be a match for him in close combat. In fact, they had not even gotten close to him yet. The power of his physical body kept rushing over like a torrent. If they could stop him once, they couldn't stop him a second or a third time. It was just that simple. After half a day, the heavenly palace was taken down by Lin Fei. He gained another large amount of power of faith. It was much more powerful than the previous Wan Shan sect. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the third sect, he realized that the third sect was empty. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this news way too well informed? He had come all the way here, so they should at least welcome him. Why did they run so fast? If you run away, where can I find the power of faith? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He seemed to understand where these guys had run to. Maybe they had run to the last sect. The last of the four sects, the Shen-Tian sect. This Shen-Tian sect was more domineering because it was the most powerful of the four sections. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire seemed to be quite afraid of this Shen-Tian sect. He didn't expect that this time, this sect would run away with all the power of the sect. If there was no accident, they must have run to the Shen-Tian sect. Only the power of the Shen-Tian sect could stop him. Of course, this was just what they thought. In Lin Fei's view, even if the Shen-Tian sect made the emperor of the Tang Empire afraid, it was still the same in front of him. In front of him, it was the same thing, as long as they brought the power of faith over. Then it would be easy for them to take care of it himself. Lin Fei ran all the way to the Shen-Tian sect. In fact, when he came near the Shen-Tian sect, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. There were indeed many experts. It was the most powerful of the four sections. Before he got close to the Shen-Tian sect, he saw streams of light coming from the void. These streams of light seemed to be hidden in the void. They were waiting for Lin Fei to take the initiative to come to them. As soon as these streams of light appeared, they erupted with an extremely powerful might. Lin Fei charged through them as if there was nothing in front of him. The streams of light collapsed one after another as he arrived outside the Black Heaven Gate. The Black Heaven Gate also activated a formation, but this formation was much more powerful than the previous one. Especially after Lin Fei took a look, he knew that this should be some powerful ancient ominous array. Only in this way could these formations be filled with a fierce and ancient aura. The Black Heaven sect probably didn't use such a powerful formation.
Sir, you've come all the way here. Could it be that you wish to suppress our Black Heaven sect?
A silhouette appeared, but it was only an illusory image. It was not a real body. It seemed that the mysterious Heaven sect was also somewhat afraid of him. He was afraid that he would catch them off guard again. Even his main body didn't dare to come over, so he could only use this phantom. This shadow was an old man in his 70s, but he was extremely powerful. Even though he was only a shadow, he was still at the War God realm. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you understand why I've come all the way here? Are you going to follow the Heavenly Palace? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Although your formations are coming one after another, they don't seem to exist in my eyes. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move at this time. He wanted to see what the Black Heaven sect had up their sleeves. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect also saw the young man outside. They couldn't recognize where this guy came from at all. As soon as he appeared, he showed his terrifying strength. The Myriad Mountains sect, the Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Knife sect that had just arrived. It could be said that 3 of the 4 major sects in the Tang Empire had been eliminated, and only the Black Heaven sect was left. No matter how they looked at it, the Black Heaven sect looked a little pitiful. However, the guy outside was very mysterious, and people couldn't see through him. This was what made people feel the most anxious and uneasy. Even this old man was the same. Don't go too far, kid. Even the Emperor of the Tang Empire wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. The old man from the mysterious Heaven sect was truly enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the other party's mysterious methods, he would have made a move long ago. After all, they had clearly seen what happened at the Heavenly Palace. Don't think that they couldn't receive news. In fact, they were quite well informed. Until now, they still hadn't figured out how to break this move. Layer after layer of formations were activated just like that. The Emperor of the Tang Empire is the Emperor of the Tang Empire, and I am me. I'm different from him. I'm quite interested in your Black Heaven sect. Either let me in, or I'll make a move. Lin Fei smiled. If I really make a move, your Black Heaven sect will be the same. Also, I'll tell the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect that they can live if they abandon the dark and seek the light. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded very loud to everyone. They all knew some news, especially the higher-ups. Their expressions were a little strange. When the old man heard this, his expression became even uglier. Today, I'll say it again. Leave the Black Heaven sect now and forget about what happened today. Otherwise, once we find out your identity, even if you're from a sect or a family, you'll be doomed. The old man also knew how to speak ruthlessly. He could more or less guess that this young man was an expert invited from another continent. Such a person was indeed quite troublesome, but as long as they found some clues, this guy would definitely be dead. It seems that this is all you have. Then, I'll come in and play with you. Let's see what kind of powerful methods your Black Heaven sect has. The Black Heaven sect was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. They were much stronger. Others couldn't sense the hidden auras, but Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were 18 of them. Then come in and see who's unlucky. Our Black Heaven sect isn't a place that anyone can step on. It's the same even if the Emperor of the Tang Empire comes, let alone you. In any case, the old man's thoughts were very simple. No matter what, he wouldn't go out. If he had the ability, then come in. He was quite confident in the Black Heaven sect's formation. Then I'll do as you wish. I'll take a good look at what kind of moves the Black Heaven sect has. How dare you say such words to me? With a thought, Lin Fei directly entered the Black Heaven sect. The old man's shadow exploded with a bang. It was replaced by Lin Fei's figure. Chapter 49:15. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the mysterious Heaven sect. For him, entering such a place really didn't pose any pressure, nor was there any difficulty. It really wasn't an ordinary kind of easy task. However, for the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect, this was not a good thing. It was a bad thing. They finally understood why the two sects had suffered such a crushing defeat when such a huge array formation had failed to stop Lin Fei. This guy was really mysterious. He might even be someone who had studied political and legal machines.
At this moment, a large bell directly shrouded him.
It turned out that someone had activated the treasure. The large bell became bigger and bigger, directly trapping Lin Fei inside. Following that, several figures flew out, their faces filled with complacency. They were all the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. They had just joined forces to activate one of the 3 great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect, the mysterious Heaven Bell. This thing was really powerful.
Once trapped by this thing, one would basically not be able to get out and would be directly refined into a pool of blood.
This kid has been trapped by us. Hurry up and refine him.
Refine him into a pool of blood first.
This way, we can finally solve a big problem. When the time comes, we can settle the score with the great Tang Emperor.
He actually dared to harm our mysterious Heaven sect.
These people sat down one after another and began to activate the bell. They had to refine this mysterious guy in a short period of time. As long as they refined this guy, there would no longer be any danger or difficulty. This was one of the 3 great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect. They really did not believe that this mysterious person would be able to withstand it.
Even the sect master of the palace in the distance had a smile on his face.
This mysterious guy was really bold. Did he really think that he would be safe and sound after entering? He was definitely thinking too much. It seems like we overestimated this guy. I thought he was very strong, but now it seems like he's nothing special. Once the mysterious Heaven Bell is activated, it will refine him. It won't take long. At most, it will take the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn.
There were many higher-ups and elders in the hall, and all of them had smiles on their faces.
Of course, apart from them, there was another sect leader and elder here. They were quite surprised. Of course, he was also glad that he had come to the right place.
If he had not seen that mysterious person, he would have been trapped and turned into a pool of blood.
It was truly a delightful matter. Who asked this fellow to be so lethal? They were too afraid and had no choice but to leave the sect. Now, the problem was finally solved. Time passed minute by minute.
All of them activated this treasure with all their might.
He released a powerful killer move. In the blink of an eye, an incense's time had passed. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either.
However, it was more than enough for a treasure.
He unleashed his power to the limit. They really didn't believe that this guy could survive in such a situation. If he didn't die in such a situation, then this person was definitely not easy to deal with. He was definitely the greatest danger. They had a lot of experience in this regard. Everyone, take a look and see if this fellow has been refined into a pool of blood. They didn't know how long it had been since the Shen sect had used this treasure. Now they finally had the chance to use it.
Naturally, they wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to be able to make the Tang Emperor pay so much attention to him.
If there was no accident, he would definitely become a pool of blood. No one could withstand the power of the Shen Bell. Crack, crack. Just as they were about to make their move, cracks began to spread from the surface of the Shen Bell. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire Shen Bell. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The situation is not good. This guy is fine. Damn it, how can he be fine? How could he endure it?
Could it be that his physical body was already this powerful?
This is bad. Our treasure is going to be damaged. In a short period of time, more and more cracks appeared on the surface. Even if they wanted to suppress it, they couldn't. With a crash, all the fragments flew out. The surrounding higher-ups and elders were directly hit. They were all blasted away. Once they were injured, their injuries were very tragic. They couldn't bear it at all. Who asked these fragments to contain a great deal of power? Following which, a figure walked out. He smiled faintly. I thought that the treasure of the Shen sect was very powerful, but it's just it can't even be used as a warm-up exercise for me. It's quite embarrassing that I destroyed one of your treasures. Just like that, Lin Fei walked toward the main hall. During this period, the higher-ups and elders didn't dare to make a move anymore. They were full of fear. Who told this guy to be completely fine under the attack of this treasure? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they didn't dare to come forward. They were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage and die. This guy is indeed quite capable. Even the Shen Bell of our Shen sect can't do anything to him. What about this? At this moment, a stream of light attacked. A beam of light shot over. This beam of light grew larger and larger until it covered the entire field of vision. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Sword of the Gods. A great expert flew out. This move was the legendary Sword of the Gods. Many huge figures floated in the sky, emitting terrifying might that gathered in the sword light. This sword slashed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was an unbearable strike. Cracks instantly spread all over Lin Fei's body. I didn't expect the Shentian sect to be so capable. You actually have such a powerful weapon. It can even crack my physical body. This should be an invincible weapon. Lin Fei looked at Zhou Shen's crack and smiled. It was as if these cracks were just small injuries. However, the higher-ups and elders of the Shentian sect weren't calm at all. This guy can even withstand the power of the Sword of the Gods. How strong is his physical body? What they used just now was indeed a treasure. It was the Sword of the Gods. This Sword of the Gods was a powerful weapon that could kill an invincible god of war. Although they couldn't unleash its full power, they could kill ordinary peak 9 stars with ease. Even a half-step invincible god of war was the same. But now, they realized how powerful this guy in front of them was. Even 2 supreme treasures couldn't do anything to him. Did they really have to use the last supreme treasure? What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm going to make a move. My first move will be a killer move. Chapter 49:16. 2 treasures in a row had no effect on Lin Fei. This caused the people of the mysterious Heaven sect to be shocked. This person was indeed not easy to deal with. 2 treasures were useless against him. Could it be that they had to use the last treasure? If that was the case, then they really didn't dare to take the risk. Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the palace. He looked at the old man. He was the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. My purpose for coming here is actually quite simple. I just want to see if there are any problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. It seems like there are quite a few problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He didn't attack. After obtaining 2 treasures in a row, he obviously knew that the mysterious Heaven sect should have another treasure. With 3 great treasures in hand, they were indeed quite lethal. Any peak 9 star war god would be at a disadvantage if they came here. If they didn't do well, they might even die here. Unfortunately, they met him this time. It could only be said that the mysterious Heaven sect's luck wasn't too good. The mysterious Heaven sect's sect master's gaze turned cold. He was indeed quite fearful of this young man in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Most importantly, his physical body was strong. Just now, there were large white marks and cracks on his body, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. His recovery ability was too strong. People like this were really too difficult to deal with. Unless he used his top treasure. Although they hadn't fought much just now, he knew that this person was very strong. I know that you came under the orders of the great Tang Emperor. I don't know how you can retreat. I think that if the mysterious Heaven sect really wants to fight to the death with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that you took away the power of faith from the other 2 sections. Our mysterious Heaven sect doesn't have much, but we have a lot of power of faith. I can give all of it to you. Judging from the situation just now, the mysterious Heaven sect's sect master obviously knew what choice to make. Making a move was the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have said such words. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, he knew that the news of him taking away the power of faith couldn't be hidden. Someone would eventually find out. Don't underestimate the power of these sections. The 4 great sects were no joke. Now that the Black Heaven sect master had taken the initiative to say it, it was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Of course, he had no interest in annihilating the Black Heaven sect. He was only interested in the power of faith. Although the Tang Emperor had sent him here, whether or not Lin Fei wanted to destroy the Shentian sect was up to Lin Fei. At this time, if he could get all the benefits in advance, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. He smiled. It seems that your mysterious Heaven sect has quite the connections, huh? You know my little interests so quickly. That's right, I'm very interested in the power of faith. If you can give me enough power of faith, I naturally won't do anything to your mysterious Heaven sect. I'm a trustworthy person, but the power of faith I want has to satisfy me. I can give your mysterious heaven sect 3 days to prepare. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the mysterious heaven sect master.
In the blink of an eye, he teleported away from the Black Heaven Gate.
He didn't give the mysterious heaven sect master any time to think.
The higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect in the hall suddenly felt like they had lost track of him. They couldn't see how he had left at all.
This made their hearts sink.
It seemed that this young fellow was indeed very powerful, much more powerful than they had imagined.
They still wanted to capture him. Now, it was a matter of whether or not he would attack.
The mysterious heaven sect master had been staring at him.
When the other party left, he didn't notice anything.
It was as if he had disappeared into thin air.
This meant that the other party had mastered spatial techniques. This caused his expression to darken slightly. It would have been fine if it was anything else, but spatial techniques were the most troublesome thing. In other words, the mysterious heaven sect couldn't stop this fellow at all.
The fact that the other party could come and go as he pleased was the most difficult thing to accept.
Collect all the power of faith within 3 days.
As long as there is power of faith, hand it over. The mysterious heaven sect master gave an order.
It wasn't worth it to fight with this fellow. If the other party could take the initiative to retreat, that would be for the best. However, the power of faith wasn't something important. It was very useless. It would be for the best if they could use it to make the young man retreat.
They could more or less guess that this young man was most likely from the outside.
As for why he had reached an agreement with the Great Tang Emperor, they didn't know. One thing was for sure. This young man definitely wasn't one of the Great Tang Emperor's men. He wasn't someone that the Great Tang Emperor could casually command. This was also the only chance for the mysterious heaven sect. Naturally, they weren't willing to start a fight.
If they could use the power of faith to solve this matter, that would be for the best. They had to solve the problem in front of them first.
As for the Great Tang Emperor, the mysterious heaven sect naturally had to seek an explanation. The mysterious heaven sect immediately set out to search for the power of faith. The mysterious heaven sect already had a lot of power of faith, but when the young man left, their hearts tightened. They were afraid that ordinary power of faith wouldn't be able to satisfy this fellow. Lin Fei had indeed left.
It wasn't very far away, and he immediately hid himself.
Since he had let out the word, he naturally believed that the mysterious heaven sect master would definitely collect the power of faith. He had saved himself a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Fei once again came to the mysterious heaven sect. This time, he easily entered.
Even the formation of the mysterious heaven sect was the same.
If you're not satisfied with what I want, then I'll just take action today. The experts of the mysterious heaven sect should be mentally prepared.
After all, if I make a move, most of you will die, even the higher-ups and elders.
Lin Fei said indifferently. The mysterious heaven sect master also came out. He couldn't eat or sleep in peace for the past 3 days. He kept thinking about how to solve this matter, but after thinking about it, this fellow was too mysterious. It would definitely be difficult to deal with him. The mysterious heaven sect will also keep our word. We've activated our ability and collected all the power of faith. I think you should be satisfied.
The mysterious heaven sect master waved his hand.
A ring flew over, but before it could reach Lin Fei, it was blasted away by Lin Fei's fist. The power was domineering, but the things inside were intact. Balls of Power of Faith. Chapter 49:17. This time, the mysterious heaven sect really took out a lot of faith power. It could be said that they had collected a lot of faith power in these 3 days. There was nothing left out.
This was the ability of the mysterious heaven sect.
Even some of the sects below them had begun to collect faith power. They wanted to solve this matter first. Now, it was up to this guy to take the faith power and leave. If he left, it would be for the best. To be honest, it was not a good thing for the mysterious heaven sect to have such a guy here. Who knew how many experts like this the Tang Emperor had invited? It would be best not to get rid of one and have another come. They all had a thought in their hearts that there would not be a second person like this once he left. The Tang Emperor did not have that ability. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. You don't say, the power of faith here is very rich. He did not know where the mysterious heaven sect got it from. To Lin Fei, this was not a problem at all. As long as there was the power of faith, it would be enough. Compared to before, it was indeed a lot richer. With this faith power, he could probably increase by a few levels. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. This is the faith power that our mysterious heaven sect has done our best to obtain. If we continue, we won't be able to do anything. Most of the faith power in the entire Jiangnan area has been harvested by us.
The mysterious heaven sect master was expressionless, but in his heart, he was more or less afraid of the other party.
If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have gone to collect the power of faith. Although it was very easy to collect faith power, it still took time to operate. Another 3 days passed, and everyone was very busy. It's barely passable. At least you did your best. I am a man of my word. If I take your faith power, then I take it. I won't do anything to you anymore. Of course, Lin Fei liked things like this. He also knew that it was impossible for the mysterious heaven sect to hand over the faith power again. He teleported and left. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the mysterious heaven sect. He more or less knew about the situation. The mysterious heaven sect still had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Although they had used 2 treasures, they definitely still had the most powerful one. Even if Lin Fei's current physical body was very strong, who knew if he had mastered a super-killing weapon? Therefore, it was better not to go overboard with some things. In any case, there was no conflict between Lin Fei and the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, Lin Fei left just like that. After obtaining the power of faith, he teleported a few times and arrived at a mountain. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Even if he wanted to follow them, he wouldn't be able to. He knew that the Tang Emperor must have arranged for someone to follow them, but he was probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. He opened up a cave and began to cultivate. The great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. 2 of the 4 major sects had been dealt with, and the other one had fled to the mysterious heaven sect. He originally thought that Lin Mu would be able to deal with the mysterious heaven sect, but he never expected that Lin Mu would leave after obtaining the power of faith. There was a certain gap from what he had expected. In fact, the one he wanted Lin Mu to deal with the most was the mysterious heaven sect. The mysterious heaven sect had a deep foundation and many killing moves, so it was best to let Lin Mu deal with them. Everything was normal before, but he never expected that this guy would give up for the power of faith. Now, with the power of faith, he disappeared without a trace. The Tang Emperor obviously knew that Lin Mu wasn't easy to talk to. It was already quite difficult for him to make a move. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit away. Who told him to not have the power of faith? No matter what, the Tang Emperor had already made a move against the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, he began to use his power without saying a word. He had to suppress the mysterious heaven sect first in order to prevent them from making any big movements. After Lin Fei left, the Tang Emperor personally went up to fight. A war began just like that. Of course, this was only a small-scale war and wasn't considered a big deal in the Tang Empire. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He had already transformed the power of faith. He had improved again. Fortunately, his infinite god body had a breakthrough. This time, he didn't break through many levels, just 3. He had already reached level 63. Level 63 made Lin Fei feel quite satisfied. He knew that it would be more difficult in the future, so he was quite satisfied to be able to obtain so much power of faith from the mysterious heaven sect. Lin Fei planned to turn his attention to the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These 2 large empires should have a lot of power of faith. When Lin Fei used his great teleportation, he found that a war had broken out in the Tang Empire. The mysterious heaven sect and the royal family led by the Tang Emperor had launched an intense battle. The war was still very intense, but Lin Fei didn't plan on making a move. To him, this had nothing to do with him. He was just using the power of faith to do things. Who didn't know what the great Tang Emperor was thinking? Therefore, Lin Fei directly left without leaving any trace. Just like that, Lin Fei stepped into the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was a little different from the Tang Empire. Their strength was very well integrated. The Great Tang Empire was really lacking compared to this. Lin Fei could feel a strong aura gathering at the border. He didn't need to guess to know that they were preparing to attack. They didn't make a move at this time because they were waiting to see if both sides would suffer. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. This also gave Lin Fei an opportunity. In a small sect, Lin Fei directly took down the sect master. After some interrogation, he learned about the situation in the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was indeed very different from the Tang Empire. The power inside was basically integrated. Lin Fei just wanted to know a general idea so that he could be prepared to make a move. Looks like I can make a move on the Great Beginning sect. The most powerful sect in the Great Zhao Empire was the Great Beginning sect. This sect had a very strong background and had been passed down for thousands of years. Even the royal family of the Great Zhao Empire came from the Great Beginning sect. So Lin Fei was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect. He wanted to harvest some power of faith. He hoped that this trip wouldn't be in vain. After obtaining the power of faith, he could basically complete the mission if he went to the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 49:18. The Great Beginning sect was located in a mountain range. This mountain range was a large forest that gathered the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not just any force could establish a sect here. Only the Great Beginning sect could. Here, everyone had to come down and walk. No one could fly in the sky. Once they got close, they would be killed by the sect's methods. Over time, this place became the holy land of the Great Zhao Empire. Anyone who wanted to cultivate wanted to enter the Great Beginning sect, because only by entering the Great Beginning sect could they stand out. And today, a figure arrived on the mountain path outside the Great Beginning sect. This was a ladder that went all the way up, winding like a dragon, all the way to the depths. Only by passing this stone ladder could one enter the Great Beginning sect. Of course, this ladder wasn't that easy to walk on. The person who could come here was naturally none other than Lin Fei. He was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect to look around. There was no power of faith, so he walked all the way here. And this time, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry, he just took his time. He also knew that these spirit arrays would not be of any use to him. But this Great Beginning sect had powerful killing moves. Now that his physical body had increased by 3 levels, it could be said to be very strong. Every time he increased his physical body's defense, it would increase by several times. This kind of improvement speed could be said to be invincible. So this time, coming to the Great Beginning sect could be said to be a game for Lin Fei. A slow and leisurely game. Perhaps it was because Lin Fei came at a good time today. There were many people on the way to the Great Beginning sect, preparing to take him as their master. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this. This time, he was prepared to go straight to the point and beat the Great Beginning sect into submission in one go. As long as he obtained the power of faith, everything else could be put aside. After that, he arrived in front of the Great Beginning sect's mountain gate. There were many experts guarding here, so of course they could see the faintly discernible formation. These people quickly noticed Lin Fei's arrival. Because Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe, he walked over at a leisurely pace. His aura was very different. Naturally, they noticed it. Who are you? If you have a problem, you better tell me honestly. One figure after another instantly appeared around Lin Fei. These people were all experts. Although they weren't at the War God realm, the combination of their treasures and the like was still very strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, and with a crash, all of them flew out and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Fei walked in just like that. Hurry up and send the signal. Someone has broken into the Tai Chu sect. These people immediately sent out the signal. Since the establishment of the Tai Chu sect, no one had dared to break into it. Who would have thought that someone would dare to do so today? He really thought too highly of himself. As soon as the signal was sent, many experts of the Great Beginning sect saw it. After being stunned for a moment, they rushed to the mountain gate because the location of the signal seemed to be there. Since when did someone break into the Tai Chu sect? This was not the way to break into the Tai Chu sect. People usually came in a straight line. There were only a few people who came on foot like this. It was completely unheard of. Soon, everyone saw a figure walking over at a leisurely pace. Everywhere he passed, figures were sent flying. None of them could withstand a single blow. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly, but everyone felt a great pressure. When did such an expert come? Another figure came out, and a spear was shot out. However, the opponent also moved slightly and grabbed the spear. The opponent's strength was actually unable to advance any further. With a boom, a wave of energy flowed through the spear and directly into the opponent's body. I'm just here to be a guest. Do you all want to die? If you do, come at me. I won't be polite, and I'll be more than happy to send you on your way. Lin Fei's indifferent voice spread out, causing the expressions of many experts of the Great Beginning sect to change again. They couldn't see this guy's strength because the one who just died was a 3-star war god. A 3-star war god wasn't much.
They could more or less see that this young man was very strong.
At the very least, he was a 4-star war god or a 5-star war god. The more it was like this, the more pressure they felt. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, treasures came crashing down from afar. However, when those treasures smashed into the sky above Lin Fei, they were blocked by some sort of power. They were simply useless.
Lin Fei waved his hand and these treasures flew out.
Kacha, kacha. Kacha sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the surface of the treasure. It made their hearts bleed. Lin Fei continued forward. Not long after,
he arrived at the Great Hall of the Great Beginning Sect.
Tai Chu Temple. Countless experts had already gathered here.
All of them looked at the young man who came up.
They were a little surprised. When did an expert come? They didn't recognize him. Most importantly, they couldn't see his cultivation level.
It was as if there was a layer of mystery around him.
People like this were the most terrifying. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to make a move. It was easy to die if one was rash.
This person had withstood so many attacks along the way that he was definitely not an ordinary person.
Who are you? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect? Don't you know that the Great Beginning Sect is the sacred land of the Great Zhao Empire? A figure walked out. When this figure walked out, the experts outside all became extremely respectful. He was the Great Elder of the Great Beginning Sect. Don't you know who I am? Then your intelligence agency is too weak. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I just hope that the Great Beginning Sect can give me a gift. It's that simple. The Great Elder frowned. He really didn't know who this guy was. However, his words were extremely arrogant. He actually came to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift. He really couldn't believe it. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift? You're seeking death. Kneel right now. If you don't kneel, it'll be useless even if you have 10 lives later. It's always been us bullying others.
No one has ever dared to come to our Great Beginning Sect to cause trouble.
You're the only one. Kneel. The figures snorted coldly and gathered together. It was quite a scene. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. All of you shut up. There was a loud rumbling sound. Waves of power exploded in their bodies. Bang, 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 bang. Beautiful fireworks of blood bloomed just like that. In the blink of an eye, countless experts outside the Great Hall died. Even the Great Elder's face darkened in an instant. Chapter 49:19. The remaining experts of the Great Beginning Sect all had a drastic change in expression as they subconsciously retreated. In that instant, countless experts died. They were unable to withstand the opponent's simple methods at all, and their physical bodies directly exploded. It was the same for them. Fortunately, they were wearing powerful defensive treasured armors that were able to withstand the attack. When they looked at the other party, they were filled with fear. Such a fellow was actually so terrifying and fierce. He didn't give their Great Beginning Sect any face at all. Even the imperial family had to be polite in front of the Tai Chu sect. But now, this young man had actually done something that made them exceptionally angry. You actually killed so many experts of our Great Beginning Sect. You're dead, you're dead. Men, hurry up and capture him. We can't let him leave the Tai Chu sect. The Great Elder's face had already turned black. He didn't expect this guy to really dare to make a move. He killed so many of the higher-ups in one move. And it was even in the time it took for a single move. They couldn't take it at all. Lin Fei also smiled faintly. I came to ask for something, but you refused to give it to me. It's not like it's anything good. It's useless to keep it anyway. Look at it now. So many experts have died, and it'll take another few decades to train them again.
The Great Elder was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
This was a group of elite elders of the Great Beginning Sect. In the future, they would all become great experts. Even if there was only 1 in 10 of them, it would still be enough to make the Great Beginning Sect incomparably powerful. But now they were all wiped out. The remaining ones were all lucky enough not to be killed. If the news of the Great Beginning Sect were to spread, everyone would probably laugh out loud. A dignified holy land of the Great Beginning Sect had actually been killed by a young man. So many of their elders. How could they accept this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining silhouettes all rushed forward. These figures rushed up. Lin Fei also moved.
Bang 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 bang.
Wherever it passed, figures would be smashed to the ground, unable to get up at all. In an instant, Lin Fei had completely destroyed their physical bodies.
Lin Fei glanced at the Great Elder indifferently.
I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty strong. The Great Elder's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back. This guy's physical strength was actually so strong. Unarmed, these high-level elders were unable to move at all. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying, and there wasn't even a scratch on his body. This fleshly body made him understand what despair was. Why would such a powerful body come here? Even though the disciples of their sects had cultivated quite a number of skills, they couldn't be compared to this person in front of them at all. The other party's physical body was too strong. It was like an iron bastion. It was really difficult to deal with him.
I'll say it again. Obediently hand over the power of faith, and I'll leave now.
Otherwise, your great beginning sect's vitality will be greatly damaged.
The Great Elder was already very regretful.
If he knew that this guy was so capable, he would have satisfied the other party's conditions earlier. There wouldn't have been such a large number of casualties. Wasn't it just some power of faith? This thing was not considered a good thing, and it was quite a useless existence. Now that he couldn't do it, if he were to hand over the power of faith, their great beginning sect would really suffer a huge loss. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh at the great beginning sect. A dignified big force had lost so many people, and they had to hand over the power of faith. This was completely bowing their heads. After some publicity, one could imagine what the great beginning sect would become. It was definitely not a good thing. It's absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if there is power of faith, I won't hand it over to you. My great beginning sect will not rest until you are dead. We will chase you to the ends of the earth.
The Great Elder had already thrown caution to the wind and directly attacked. Rays of incomparably bright divine light broke through the void and reached the depths of the void.
All the divine light instantly turned into a mouthful of divine light. The sword slashed down, and the void was instantly cut open. Even Lin Fei trembled slightly. A simple white mark was left on his body. This was the very terrifying sword that the other party had just unleashed. It could ignore the void and kill anything in an instant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong physical body, this sword would have really injured him. But now, it was no different from scratching an itch. It seems that your great beginning sect still has a lot of treasures to be able to erupt with such power. The power just now has reached the level of an invincible god of war. The Great Elder is indeed the Great Elder. Lin Fei also laughed. No one could better understand the power of the sword just now than him. The power of the famous invincible god of war. The power that erupted came from the divine light. As for the Great Elder himself, he wasn't an invincible god of war. Even so, it was still shocking. The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. No one knew the power better than he did. Even he himself could feel the power contained within. But now, the other party could actually withstand it. He seemed to understand what this meant.
No one knew better than the Great Elder that the guy in front of him was most likely an invincible god of war. You are an invincible god of war. The Great Elder's voice trembled as he spoke. One must know that the strength of an invincible god of war was extremely terrifying. Especially when the other party was an invincible god of war with his physical body. This was really unimaginable. It was definitely the most terrifying of all. No wonder he dared to come to the great beginning sect alone. Lin Fei smiled. Is it that important to be an invincible god of war? I'm just here to ask if you have it now. If you don't, then I'll take it myself. If anything happens then, it's none of my business. I can give you the power of faith, but you have to take it and leave. Otherwise, our great beginning sect will fight to the death. Another figure walked out. This was a very calm voice. One could imagine that it was the great beginning sect's sect master. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were planning to lower their heads, but when they remembered that this guy was an invincible god of war, their faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 49-20. The person who came out was indeed the sect master of the great beginning sect. He didn't come out because he had something to do inside. To him, the great beginning sect was the top force in the entire Great Zhao Empire. No other force could compete with it. Even the royal family had to be careful and courteous. Everyone knew that the emperor of the royal family had to be chosen through them. It could be said that the entire Great Zhao Empire was under the control of the Great Beginning sect. He never expected that someone would cause trouble in the Great Beginning sect. He killed many of the higher-ups in one move, and it was in the blink of an eye. The Great Beginning sect suffered heavy casualties. He saw it from beginning to end, so he could naturally tell. This black-robed guy was very strong. It was very likely that he had already reached the level of an invincible god of war. Moreover, he had become an invincible god of war with his physical body. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was very dangerous and very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to kill such a person. They were very clear about this. So, the sect master of the Great Beginning sect came out on his own. He had to solve the problem in front of him first. How could they solve a problem like this? It was nothing more than letting him get what he wanted and leave. If they had known that he only wanted the power of faith, they would have definitely given it to him. After all, it was not easy to offend such an invincible god of war. Although the Great Beginning sect also had such an ancestor, the ancestor would never appear unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, this young invincible god of war had a physical body realm. Ordinary treasures would be useless against him. Didn't you see that the sword didn't even leave a scratch on him? This kind of defensive ability was already considered top-notch. If such a person was allowed to continue to cause trouble, the entire Great Beginning sect would basically be done for. A ring flew over. Lin Fei didn't take the ring. Instead, he punched it away. The power of faith that filled the sky flew out. With a wave of his hand, a great mystic ability took away the power of faith. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into honor points. As expected of the sect master, you're much more straightforward. I'm a straightforward person. Since I said I want faith power, I'll definitely do it. By the way, I see that you're related to the Great Qin Empire, right? Please help me inform them that I'm going to visit the Great Qin Empire. Lin Fei left the moment he got his hands on those items. He had no intention of making a move at all. Even the Absolute Beginning sect master was unable to grasp the other party's traces. He did leave a small trick in the ring. After killing so many people in the Absolute Beginning sect, he would definitely have to pay a price. He never thought that the other party would directly destroy the ring with a single punch. The ring was very strong, but it was broken just like that. It also made him realize that this guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Are we going to let him leave just like that? The Great Elder had been holding back his anger, but he was the one who had attacked him. There was no chance of victory. An invincible god of war. An invincible god of war had appeared in Jiangnan, and they didn't even know about it. Logically speaking, they should have information about any invincible god of war. The sudden appearance of this fellow was simply too mysterious. The Absolute Beginning sect master said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, this guy has just caused a lot of trouble in the Great Tang Empire. Even the Black Heaven sect suffered a loss. This is what I just learned." Hearing this, the Great Elder's expression changed again. The Black Heaven sect was not inferior to the Absolute Beginning sect. He didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of this guy. He can't possibly want to make faith power too. Does he want to use faith power to become a god? How is that possible? Regardless of whether he is or not, the Absolute Beginning sect has already remembered him. The bigger the trouble he causes, the better. When the time comes, we don't need to do anything. Sooner or later, someone will deal with him. The situation in Jiangnan is not something that an invincible god of war can interfere with. The Great Elder seemed to understand what he meant. The waters in Jiangnan were much deeper than he had imagined. An invincible god of war would not be able to run amok in the water so easily. There is a civil war in the Great Tang Empire. The Black Heaven sect and the Great Tang Emperor have opened up. We can also make a move and kill them all. Just like that, Lin Fei left the Absolute Beginning sect. He was not worried that the other party could catch up to him. As for the ring, he directly exploded it. He could feel that there was a small trick in the ring. A person like the Absolute Beginning sect master would definitely have his own thoughts. He would definitely take revenge, and it was only natural that he would leave a certain place on the ring. However, all of this was useless against Lin Fei. He did not even want the ring, let alone anything else. He was probably thinking about how to deal with him now. Lin Fei went to a quiet place.
He began to improve. This time, his luck was not bad. He directly went from 63 to 66. 66th layer. Yi Xiaolong was quite satisfied. His physical body had become much stronger. Of course, the speed was much slower. In Lin Fei's opinion, it would not be so easy to break through to 100. It would take a long time to accumulate.
Of course, if he could take down the first level of the great world of the gods, he might have no problem breaking through to the 80th level.
He could even reach the 90th level. If he was lucky, he might even reach the 100th level. Lin Fei rested for a while before heading to the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire definitely had faith power. Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity if he didn't take the power of faith with him. Pang 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 pang. Pillars instantly rose into the air, forming a huge formation. It completely enveloped this part of the void. It no longer existed. Two silhouettes walked out. They stared at Lin Fei from the left and right. Sir, you are really bold. At your realm, you actually came out to cause destruction. Do you know the consequences? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They were actually two invincible war gods. This was the first time Lin Fei saw invincible war gods. However, they were both pseudo-invincible war gods. Just like that, the two of them were exceptionally strong. Ordinary people could not deal with them. So you're saying that I've touched something that I shouldn't have, so you came out to cause trouble for me, right? Lin Fei laughed. He knew that the waters in Jiangnan were deep, but he did not expect it to be this deep. Two pseudo-invincible war gods were here. They even set up a formation. Chapter 49-21. The appearance of the two pseudo-invincible war gods was indeed quite surprising to Lin Fei. He also knew about the Jiangnan region, which meant that the great world of the gods was more complicated than he had imagined. Previously, Lin Fei did not think that there would be many invincible war gods. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, two pseudo-invincible war gods would appear. Now, they had even used a formation to trap him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this array formation was nothing much. He was just curious. These two had come to find him, but they could not possibly kill him. The theoretical possibility was very low. Since the two of you have used such methods, I don't think it's just a few simple words. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears. These two invincible war gods were indeed fake. Even though they were pseudo-invincible war gods, their combat abilities were still very strong. At the very least, peak 9-star war gods were not their match. This was the difference. You know your place. That's great. I'm here to ask you to come with us. The Invincible Alliance wants to meet you. Invincible Alliance? Lin Fei had never heard of this force. It seemed like it was a powerful force hidden in the great world of the gods. You wouldn't know if I told you. The Invincible Alliance was formed by the invincible war gods of the great world of the gods. This time, you broke the rules in the Jiangnan region, so we came here. Since you are an invincible war god, we would have killed you long ago. The two of them had very cold expressions. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own abilities. Even though the two of them had yet to test whether or not this guy in front of them was an invincible war god, they knew that apart from a peak 9-star warrior, only an invincible war god would be able to easily kill a war god. Just look at the mysterious Heaven sect. They were already extremely strong, but they suffered a great loss when they encountered Lin Fei. They did not believe that he was not an invincible war god. Of course, just like them, he was a half-step invincible war god. Although he was only a half-step invincible war god, he was still very strong. Therefore, the two of them were quite confident. What you need to do now is to come with us. It's that simple. If you don't come with us, then we'll take action directly. Once the two of us take action, you won't have a good ending. Lin Fei smiled as well. He was quite interested in the Invincible Alliance. He did not expect there to be such a huge organization. There was a loud rumble. Just as Lin Fei was about to speak, a figure rushed out, and the surrounding array began to crack. Just like that, a figure walked in and smiled at the two of them. Your Invincible Alliance is pretty fast. You found this guy so quickly, but he can't go with you. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was all smiles. He carried a huge saber on his back. As soon as this person appeared, the expressions of the two half-step invincible war gods changed slightly. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to steal someone from our Invincible Alliance?
The middle-aged man with a mustache smiled. Your invincible alliance isn't the only one with invincible war gods in this god's land.
Our Fengyun Tower has one too. Lin Fei was surprised.
He did not expect the invincible alliance to come, and now Fengyun Tower. If he was right, both of them were top forces in the god's great world. It seemed that the strength of both forces were about the same. Now that the people from the Invincible Alliance came to find him, they were going to rope him in. That was why they sent out 2 half-step invincible war gods. It seemed that he had become a hot commodity all of a sudden. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. It seemed that it was not easy to become a half-step invincible war god or an invincible war god.
Just look at the current situation. Greetings, brother. I'm Gu Yun from Fengyun Tower.
The Invincible Alliance isn't so kind as to invite you over. They're probably planning to use force to refine you into their puppet because you've ruined their plans.
Gu Yun also spoke immediately. Hearing this, the 2 men's expressions changed even more.
Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Our Invincible Alliance would never do such things. On the contrary, Fengyun Tower would refine people into puppets from time to time and keep them by their side. If you go with them, you will definitely not have a good ending. The 2 of them immediately splashed a large amount of dirty water over. Of course, Lin Fei could tell which of the 2 people was speaking the truth and which was lying. At the very least, Gu Yun of Windcloud Tower had more or less given Lin Fei a pretty good impression. On the other hand, the Invincible Alliance had left Lin Fei with a domineering and arrogant attitude.
In any case, you can't go with him today.
Otherwise, the 2 of us will bring you over ourselves. Just as the 2 half-step invincible war gods from the Invincible Alliance spoke, they saw streaks of light flying over.
It turned out that Gu Yun had made a move.
His broadsword instantly turned into streaks of saber light. I've long wanted to experience your skills. It's rare to have such an opportunity today. Don't stand on ceremony and experience it well. Gu Yun seemed to be a violent person and immediately made a move. The 2 half-step invincible war gods also made their moves. For a moment, the 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Fei could also see that Gu Yun's strength was actually higher than the 2 of them. Although he was not a true invincible war god, he was only a half-step invincible war god. However, his strength was much stronger than before. Gu Yun, don't be too proud of yourself for snatching this guy. When the time comes, our Invincible Alliance will settle the score with you sooner or later. The 2 of them threw a sentence and immediately left. The surrounding formation collapsed in an instant. Now that it's safe, the 2 of them can only talk tough. They don't dare to do anything. If Fengyun Tower collapsed so easily, it wouldn't be Fengyun Tower. It wouldn't be one of the 4 major factions in the great world of gods. Gu Yun also came over and said with a smile. It seems like the waters of the great world of gods are deeper than I thought. There was Invincible Alliance, and now there's Fengyun Tower.
Tell me, which one should I believe?
Lin Fei also said unhurriedly. Gu Yun also smiled. It depends on your own feelings. If you think Invincible Alliance is good, then you can look for them. If Fengyun Tower is good, then look for Fengyun Tower. It's that simple. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Then I'll follow you to Fengyun Tower. At the same time, I can understand how deep the waters are.
Chapter 49-22.
Lin Fei knew long ago that the god's great world wasn't simple. Everything was as he had imagined. An invincible war god appeared. No, they treated themselves as half-step invincible war gods. This realm could not be considered very high. But in the god's great event they were considered the top. Apart from the true invincible war gods, there were only a few of them. If there were no surprises, these 4 powers should be the top powers that control the entire god's great world. But they didn't have any reputation. Perhaps only the true top-notch powerhouses would know. And this expert was probably only half-step invincible war gods had the right to know. This possibility was very high. Because Lin Fei hadn't heard of the Invincible Alliance or Fengyun Tower from other information. No matter which one it was, they were both very mysterious. There was no news at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. From here, Lin Fei could even think of places further away. This is the headquarters of our Fengyun Tower.
On a mountain peak, Gu Yun opened a space point.
Lin Fei followed Gu Yun in. A spatial point like this was quite surprising to Lin Fei.
He didn't expect there to be a small grotto heaven world in the space point. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed the auras of many people. He wasn't afraid that Gu Yun would have any thoughts about him. Don't forget about the great karma technique. That was a really good thing. He didn't sense any killing intent from Gu Yun. There was no karma connection. This way, Lin Fei was more at ease. He wouldn't cause any trouble. This Gu Yun was probably trying to rope him in. It wasn't easy to produce a half-step invincible war god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, human figures flew out. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures flew out. These 8 figures were all half-step invincible war gods. When they came over, their gazes landed on Lin Fei. Someone else is here. He looks unfamiliar. I don't know him at all. This person has a dangerous aura. He should be a half-step invincible war god. They were all sizing up Lin Fei. Gu Yun smiled and said, "This is fellow Taoist Lin Mu, whom I just snatched from the hands of the Invincible Alliance." When Gu Yun said this, the others were slightly startled. They immediately burst into laughter, their faces full of pride and elation. Taoist Gu is still the best. He made the Invincible Alliance suffer a loss again. Our Fengyun Tower's strength is going to increase by a lot again. Last time, our Fengyun Tower found a half-step invincible god of war, but they beat us to it. Now, we finally got it back. Welcome to our Fengyun Tower, fellow Taoist Lin. You will find that coming to our Fengyun Tower is the best choice. Lin Fei didn't say anything. More and more people were listening to them. One could imagine how much they hated the Invincible Alliance. I'm just here to watch the fun. I haven't decided which side to live on yet. Also, I'm a newbie now, I don't know anything. Lin Fei laughed. They weren't surprised at all, as if they had encountered this situation many times before. They all laughed. These people are all half-step invincible gods of war. They are all part of our Fengyun Tower. Lin Fei and Gu Yun left them. After walking around the place for a while, they finally arrived at a large hall. This hall was called the Fengyun Hall. Once he arrived, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. This was a genuine invincible god of war. Lin Fei couldn't be more familiar with this aura. Because he himself was an invincible god of war, but he was different from the others. It was also the first time that Lin Fei met such an invincible god of war. He understood how big the gap between him and the other party was. If he were to fight against such an invincible god of war, he could defeat at least 7 or 8 of them. Who asked Lin Fei to not find a real invincible god of war before. And this time, he finally found one. He could use it as a comparison. Even if he didn't fight, Lin Fei had an idea. As expected, his infinite god physique was different after reaching the 66th level. Welcome, Taoist Lin, to our Fengyun Tower. How do you feel?
This was a middle-aged man with the aura of a scholar.
Just by standing there casually, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the leader of Fengyun Tower. It was very simple and very ordinary. No one would suspect that he was a scholar. This is my first time here as well. It's much more interesting than I thought. The great world of gods is also much more powerful than I thought. The middle-aged scholar chuckled and gestured for Lin Fei to take a seat next to him. Gu Yun tactfully left. When he came back, he had already brought a pot of tea. He followed him out. Just like that, only Lin Fei and the leader were left in the hall. I would like to invite Taoist Lin to become a part of our Fengyun Tower. The leader of Fengyun Tower smiled as he took out a ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is a small token of our appreciation. Although it isn't much, it should be of some use to you. Lin Fei didn't look at the ring, but he already knew what was inside. That was the power of faith. It was much denser than the power of faith that he had plundered previously. He knew that the 4 great powers had more accumulation than him. Look, even the power of faith that they gave him was so dense. I don't know much about the great world of gods. I only know that there are 3 levels, and this is only one of them. Lin Fei asked a simple question. Then can you tell me more about the great world of gods? Especially this level. I don't want to join Fengyun Tower and offend so many people. The leader of Fengyun Tower laughed heartily. This person was really interesting. Our Fengyun Tower is different from other places. Let's take the Invincible Alliance for example. They are very particular about seniority. Even if you are an invincible war god, you can only be at the back. Lin Fei listened quietly. This leader of Fengyun Tower was really sincere in inviting Lin Fei to join Fengyun Tower. It was too difficult to find a half-step invincible war god. Even if one appeared, people would fight over it. After a while, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. For example, the hidden powers were the Invincible Alliance, Fengyun Tower, the Abyss Hell, and the Assassin's Alliance. Chapter 49-23. At this moment, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of the gods. He didn't expect that there were still 4 top powers that were still in hiding. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. He also knew why Gu Yun came to look for him. He wanted him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, he was a half-step invincible war god. This kind of opportunity did not come by often. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get a second chance. Just look at the Invincible Alliance and he knew what the situation was like. Even they wanted to make a move, let alone Fengyun Tower. Not to mention Assassin's Alliance and Abyss Hell. They would probably rush over as soon as they heard the news. Our Fengyun Tower is really sincere in inviting you to join us. Fengyun Tower's master laughed. Lin Fei knew about the situation. He also knew that the power of faith in the ring was much more than he had imagined. However, Lin Fei naturally wasn't interested in the Invincible Alliance. As for Abyss Hell and Assassin's Alliance, Lin Fei wasn't familiar with them at all. However, Fengyun Tower left a deep impression on him, let alone Gu Yun. I have to think about this. I think you shouldn't be in a hurry. Let's stay for a while. Fengyun Tower's master laughed heartily. No hurry, no hurry. After all, our powers are different from the others. You can stay in Fengyun Tower for a few days and take a look around. Besides a few places that you can't go to, you can go to the rest. Our Fengyun Tower is very humane. Just like that. Lin Fei came down from Fengyun Tower's master's room. Fengyun Tower's master arranged a VIP building for Lin Fei to stay in. Lin Fei refined all the power of faith in the first place. Fengyun Tower's master didn't play any tricks. It could be seen that he was sincere in wanting him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, a half-step invincible war god was still very attractive. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. There shouldn't be many invincible war gods in the first level of the great world of the gods. Even a half-step invincible god of war was extremely powerful. I've finally reached the 70th layer. It wasn't easy. This time, Fengyun Tower has truly given me a big present. Lin Fei felt the changes in his physical body and his lips curled into a smile. With the help of the power of faith, Lin Fei advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the 70th level. At this time, Lin Fei's body has become more vigorous and powerful. As for what realm he has reached, Lin Fei doesn't know, but the strength of his body is very explosive. Seems like joining Fengyun Tower isn't impossible. I'll have the chance to come into contact with more secrets and obtain more power of faith. In Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei had obtained a large amount of faith power. Not to mention the other top forces. Whether it was the Invincible Alliance, the Assassin Alliance, or the Abyss Hell, it was believed that they all had a large amount of faith power hidden away. Lin Fei settled down quietly. On the 5th day, Gu Yun came over and invited Lin Fei out for a walk. Lin Fei didn't refuse and just followed Gu Yun out. Our Fengyun Tower is very different from other places. We pay particular attention to freedom. For example, we have a few auction houses here, and from time to time, some good things will be auctioned here. Don't tell me you want the power of faith? There are quite a lot of these places. Other than that, there is another place in the great world of the gods that also has the power of faith. Gu Yun wasn't very clear as to why Lin was so interested in the power of faith. Of course, it was very likely that he wanted to use the power of faith to reach the heavens in a single step and become a lesser god. After an invincible war god, he would be a lesser god. However, this realm was too difficult. At the very least, there was a certain amount of pressure to break through at this level. Therefore, many people thought of other methods, which were strange and unconventional. Using this method, there was still a chance to break through to the lesser god realm. However, this was too difficult. Currently, not many people had succeeded in breaking through to the lesser god realm. At the very least, Gu Yun hadn't seen one. Of course, he wouldn't express too many opinions on this matter. What he needed to do now was to properly rope in this Lin. This Lin Lin was completely different from the others. He was very strong, especially when it came to close combat. He was very fierce. For example, Gu Yun could clearly feel that this Lin Lin was emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, he was rather dangerous. For a moment, he suspected that if Lin Lin made a move, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was the truth. Lin Fei also smiled. I am quite knowledgeable about the power of faith, so I have always been researching it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for our great world of the gods to obtain the power of faith. On the other hand, your Tower Master has given me a lot of power of faith, which makes me very grateful. Lin Fei spoke half-truths and half-lies. After all, it wasn't that there weren't people who researched the power of faith, but there weren't many like him. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength, Gu Yun naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Gu Yun also laughed along with him. The power of faith is indeed difficult to obtain now. This is because the previous era was the era of faith. Faith is king, and who knows how much power of faith has been taken away by unparalleled experts. When he said this, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. This was a secret, and he really wasn't very clear about it. What you said is quite interesting. I don't really understand the great world of the gods. That's all in the past. It was because their rule was too powerful that it led to the collapse of the great world. However, if you want the power of faith, I feel that you can go to the central province. There is still a lot of power of faith there, much more than other places. If the central province doesn't have the power of faith, then other places are even worse. Gu Yun suddenly said in a serious tone. Lin Fei naturally understood what he meant. The central province had a lot of power of faith, and it wasn't just an ordinary amount. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that it wasn't that easy to obtain the power of faith in the central province. This Gu Yun was obviously selling him some information. As for whether the Tower Master's figure was behind this, no one knew. However, it was still possible. Then I'm really ignorant and inexperienced. I really don't understand much about this. Chapter 49-24. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the central province. He only knew that it was a very ancient place. In the great world of gods, the central province was a very special place. An ancient war had broken out in that place. If there was a place where faith power could be found, then the central province was indeed a place with a good chance of finding it. When Gu Yun said this, Lin Fei understood what he meant. It meant that their Feng Yun Tower still had some information. This information was definitely related to the central province. With this information, he would be able to find this faith power. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Gu Yun's words at all. In other words, the importance of a half-step invincible war god was very important to any power. That was why Gu Yun came to look for him and indirectly revealed some information. Lin Fei's infinite fleshly body had already reached the 70th layer. It was indeed very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei hoped that his fleshly body could improve further. Therefore, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then I really have to go to the central province in the future to broaden my horizons. After all, the great world of gods is so big. I haven't been to many places before. It's about time to go out and broaden my horizons. Gu Yun laughed as well. The great world of gods is indeed very big. You need to go and broaden your horizons. Our Wind and Cloud Tower has a lot of information. If you need it, just tell us and we will bring it over. Gu Yun brought Lin Fei around and even participated in a few auctions. These auctions had quite a lot of items and they were all very precious. At the very least, Lin Fei had some ideas after seeing them. To be able to become a peak power, they had a lot of items in their hands. It was the same for these auctions. Any item that was taken out could cause a fight outside. However, it was very quiet here. After a few days, Gu Yun came to look for Lin Fei again. However, this time, it was the Tower Lord of Wind Cloud Tower who wanted to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei had only tagged along. That guy must have been waiting anxiously. The more Lin Fei didn't reveal his intention to join Feng Yun Tower, the more anxious the Tower Master would be. He was afraid that one day, Lin Fei would leave Feng Yun Tower. At that time, this opportunity would be gone. Lin Fei would more or less know. Perhaps the Union of Assassins and the Abyss had already received some information. They were here to rope him in. That was why the Tower Master of Feng Yun Tower was so anxious to meet him. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw that there were two more people in the hall. The two of them had two completely different auras. One was much colder and gloomier, while the other was much weirder. Lin Fei already had an idea in his heart. When Lin Fei came in, the two people also looked over. The Tower Master smiled and said, "This is Dao friend Lin Mu. He's the person you're looking for." Lin Fei knew that this was the case. He didn't expect them to find him so quickly. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed. "I'm the representative of the Abyss Hell, Lang Wufeng. I'm here to invite Dao friend Lin to join our Abyss Hell." After Lang Wufeng said this, the other tall man also spoke. "I'm from the Union of Assassins. Our Union of Assassins also hopes that Dao friend Lin can join us." As soon as the two of them came over, they immediately started talking. Lin Fei finally knew why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower called him here. It seemed that the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins had a great influence. They still had to give face. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here. Lin Fei also smiled. He could feel that the Tower Master of Storm Tower was extremely nervous this time. Although the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins didn't mention anything, they only sent an invitation. Of course, this invitation was definitely not a simple one. There would definitely be some benefits. If there weren't any benefits, no one would be willing to join these two top forces. At the very least, Lin Fei was a hot commodity now. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. I didn't expect to receive an invitation from two top forces. I'm really flattered. Lin Fei also smiled. The two of them had indeed received the news that a person suspected to be at the level of an invincible war god had appeared in Jiangnan. Hence, they came immediately. At the same time, their intelligence agency had also collected information. This person was obviously an outsider. It was indeed rare to see someone with such strength. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. They managed to recruit this person and made many enemies. The two of them were delighted. The more they offended, the better. This way they would be able to rope in someone. Although they didn't know which side he would join in the end. I won't join the Abyss Hell for now. There's also the Union of Assassins. I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Lin Fei looked at the Master of Fengyun Tower. The Master of Fengyun Tower was indeed waiting for Lin Mu's reply. He wasn't sure if Lin Mu would be able to join Fengyun Tower. After all, Lin Mu was very strong. Not everyone could reach the realm of a half-step invincible war god. This guy had a dangerous aura. It was obvious that his strength was not limited to this. Otherwise, the Shen-Tian sect wouldn't be so angry. It could be seen from this. Now that he heard this, the Master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with joy and a smile. He didn't know that Lin Mu had agreed so quickly, but no matter what, it was a good thing for Fengyun Tower. I told you before that you might have come here for nothing. I'm really sorry. Our Fengyun Tower has successfully invited this cultivator. Lang Wufeng and the other tall man's expressions changed. They were indeed quite surprised. They came after receiving the news because this person didn't join Fengyun Tower immediately. They thought there was still a chance. They didn't expect that when they arrived, Lin Mu would actually propose to join Fengyun Tower. He didn't give them any chance at all. The two of them were a little regretful. After congratulating him, they left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. The two top forces would always open their doors. As long as Lin Fei was willing to join, he could do so at any time. This gave the Master of Fengyun Tower a little pressure. It wasn't easy to recruit talents. Cultivator Lin, do you really plan to join Fengyun Tower? The Master of Fengyun Tower felt that he had to ask again, even if it was a little rude. Of course, I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Chapter 49-25. Just like that, Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower. To him, it didn't matter which top faction he joined. He just felt that this Fengyun Tower was quite interesting. As for the Invincible Alliance, the so-called Abyss Hell, or the Assassin Alliance, they were all average. He didn't have a good impression of them. Fengyun Tower was different. It felt like a free and unfettered place. As an invincible war god, he joined Fengyun Tower. The Tower Master had wanted to hold a meeting to let everyone get to know Lin Fei, but Lin Fei smiled and refused. In the end, it was changed to a welcoming banquet. This also let Lin Fei know that there were many experts in Fengyun Tower. Disregarding everything else, Fengyun Tower's Tower Master was the strongest. He was a peak invincible war god. Such a realm was not low at all. There were 4 levels in the invincible war god realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. There were very few who could reach the peak stage. At this stage they could break through to the next stage. But breaking through to the next stage was too difficult. Currently no one could do it. Many invincible war gods were surprised that Lin Fei had joined Fengyun Tower at such a young age. Fengyun Tower had about 15 invincible war gods. 8 of them were true invincible war gods, and the remaining 7 were half-step invincible war gods. This was rather capable. Without a powerful invincible war god, they didn't have the right to be called a top faction. After the welcoming banquet, Lin Fei stayed in Fengyun Tower. Tower Master Fengyun brought a lot of information, all of which was about the top forces. When Lin Fei was free, he would drink tea and read up on the information. He had a better understanding of the top factions. Of the 4 top factions, the most ambitious was probably the Invincible Alliance. They had pulled in countless experts. Of course, their methods were very displeasing. As for the Abyss Hell, it was very mysterious. From time to time, it would have conflicts with the Invincible Alliance. As for the Assassin Alliance, it was a very different existence. They had no interest in the gods' great world, but they were very good at assassination. As long as they had money, they would do anything. Hence, the Assassin Alliance was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the Assassin League's fame was not limited to the top circles. Many of the war gods didn't even know about this. It was destroyed, but no one knew who did it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed in Fengyun Tower for a month. During this month, he really had nothing to do other than drinking tea and reading information. Fellow cultivator Lin, it seems that you've been living a leisurely life these days. I have something good to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested? Gu Yun came over. Ever since Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower, this fellow would come over from time to time. After some time they had become good friends. From time to time they would talk about some things. I'm not like you who immerses yourself in cultivation all day. Sometimes, it's important to strike a balance between work and rest. How nice would it be to watch me drink tea and read some information? Lin Fei said with a smile. He brewed another pot of tea. Gu Yun bluntly sat down. Of course, he was envious of Lin Mu. No one was like him. After coming to Wind Cloud Tower, he just quietly drank tea and looked at the information. There was no movement at all. His mentality was completely different from the rest. Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, if I was like fellow Lin, then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. This time, there's a god tomb. I wonder if you're interested in exploring it together. You should know that people like us only have the motivation to explore a few places when we've reached this realm. After drinking a cup of tea, Gu Yun became a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled and said, this god tomb that you're talking about should belong to a lower god, right? If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. I also want to see what they left behind. Lin Fei had read through a lot of information. Of course, he had also read about Central Province. Central Province was a very special place, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter. Now that his infinite god body had reached the 70th level, he naturally hoped to reach the next level. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He hoped to obtain more power of faith. If there was no power of faith, then the power of the demons would not matter much. However, these demons had not come to the Jiangnan region yet, let alone wander around the great world of the gods. After all, the great world of the gods was still very powerful. These demons were far from being able to influence it. According to Lin Fei's guess, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach a certain level of maturity. He reckoned that within these few hundred years, they would have been destroyed by the experts and returned to their original state. Yes, it's the great tomb of a lower god. There are quite a lot of things inside. The power of faith that fellow Lin is interested in can be found in that place. In the past, the lower gods used the power of faith to become gods. Therefore, I asked if you're interested. This is a place that we found with great difficulty. Gu Yun spoke again. After all, this Dao friend Lin in front of him was most proficient in close combat. His powerful physical body was the best partner to cooperate with. Therefore, he came over in hopes of cooperating with Lin Fei. Speaking of the power of faith, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He did not care about other things, but he definitely had to obtain the power of faith. He spoke from the bottom of my heart. If it was anything else, I wouldn't be interested. However, if it's this thing, I'm still interested in going with you. I wonder how many people are coming along this time.
Me, you, and a friend of mine. 3 invincible gods of war.
Such a lineup was not weak. All right, then I'll go with you to take a look. Whether it was Lin Fei or Gu Yun, both of them were people of action. After the discussion was concluded, they immediately stood up and left. On a mountain peak outside,
Lin Fei saw the invincible god of war. He was an old man wearing a straw hat, but the sword intent around his body was like an incomparably sharp divine sword.
He could leave his body at any time. This kind of strength was indeed not bad. Old Ghost, you're quite early today. I thought we would have to wait for you. This is the newest member of our Feng Yun Tower, fellow Lin Mu. He's an expert in close combat.
Gu Yun introduced as soon as he arrived.
This is Sword Saint 30. Sword Saint 30 also looked over and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. This old man also feels a strong sword intent from your body. You also use a sword. Chapter 49-26. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party could sense the existence of sword intent from his body. He did have sword intent in the past, but he didn't use it much now. To him, it was better to use this time to improve his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the strength. He even had a feeling that if his infinite divine body continued to improve, the benefits would be greater and greater. This was just the beginning, and when he reached the 100th layer, there would be a big surprise. He didn't know what the surprise would be, but subconsciously, Lin Fei had already felt it. After all, he already had a karmic relationship. This great karma technique was not a joke. As the saying goes, there is a cause and there is an effect. This was a very normal thing. I did cultivate sword intent in the past, but I don't use it much now. On the other hand, Dao Friend's sword intent is very overbearing. It should be a very sharp sword technique. If anyone becomes your enemy, it should be a nightmare. Sword Saint 30 burst into laughter.
What you said makes this old man very interested.
When we have time, let's have a good spar. It's not easy to find someone with sword intent. Gu Yun, who was next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the two of them didn't fight tit for tat. After all, both of them had sword intent, so it was naturally different. The two of you can put this spar aside first. Our goal this time is to go to the Godhead's tomb. After all, such an opportunity is too rare. Gu Yun was really worried that the two of them would fight first. After all, for a sword expert, it was not easy to meet someone who cultivated sword intent, so he really wanted to have a spar. Lin Fei and Sword Saint 30 laughed loudly. I know what the situation is like now.
Let's go to the Godhead's tomb first.
Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Don't waste time. If someone enters first, then we will miss this opportunity. The three of them flew forward in an instant.
The great world of gods was still very big, but the three of them were at the top, so they passed through it very quickly.
A few days later, the three of them arrived at the peak of a cold mountain. This cold mountain was filled with a terrifying chill. The deeper they went, the scarier the chill became. Even the void was frozen. If a person with weak strength came here, their body would be frozen immediately. However, it didn't affect them at all. Gu Yun immediately took out a treasure, surrounding the barrier. It was like a raging fire withstanding the frost. Sword Saint 30 was even simpler. Sword intent surrounded Sword Saint 30, and any chilling intent that approached it would be torn to shreds. The most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. He was directly enduring the frost, which made Sword Saint 3 worship him even more. In the past, I always thought that a good swordsman must have a strong body. Today, I finally see it. Your fleshly body has already reached the level of an invincible war god weapon. Ordinary invincible war god weapons won't be able to hurt you. Lin Fei felt that Sword Saint 33 had a good eye. He could even see that.
His fleshly body was indeed very powerful. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to hurt him, even if it was an invincible war god weapon.
This fleshly body is just it can't be considered anything. Although Lin Fei said so, Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 didn't believe him. The three of them continued to fly forward. The void in front of them was getting harder and harder to walk. A streak of sword intent slashed out, cleaving open a path. Finally, they arrived at the peak of a snow mountain. It's here. A white whirlpool appeared at the end of the snow mountain. Boundless chilling intent directly surged up from the bottom. The three of them felt the chilling intent invading them, but none of it could hurt Lin Fei. Not to mention the other two. The passage is below. However, the formation here is very terrifying. I've already tried it a few times, but I can't stand it at all. Because in an instant, it can erupt with a terrifying danger. I think it will be troublesome to break this formation, Dao friend Lin. Lin Fei had already sensed it. He could clearly see that there was indeed a terrifying and dangerous aura below the white whirlpool. As long as a human came over, they would suffer a terrifying attack. No problem. This chilling intent is nothing to me. You guys stand aside. I'll tear it apart. In this industry, one could clearly feel the terror within. An ordinary fleshly body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same for people at the level of a war god. To be able to leave such a white whirlpool here, it was indeed rare. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 had already gone far away. They didn't dare to get too close as they could feel the terror of the chilling intent. Lin Fei directly rushed into the white whirlpool. In an instant, all the frost gathered, and the chilling intent became even more terrifying. At this moment, even Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the increase in the chilling intent. At this moment, the chilling intent had reached the power of a half-step invincible war god. Not everyone could withstand it. After a loud rumbling sound, a figure rushed out. A figure dashed out. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already holding a white crystal in his hand. As soon as this crystal was taken out, Gu Yun congratulated him. It's this thing. Daoist Lin is really amazing to be able to take out this 10,000-year chill so quickly. Without this thing, the power of this formation will naturally increase slowly. Lin Fei was indeed holding a white crystal in his hand. Just this white crystal alone was enough to make people feel the terrifying power within it. Gu Yun prostrated himself in admiration. It was the same even if he was a Sword Saint 30. Their fleshly bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the chilling intent. If it dragged on, they would suffer a great loss. It seems that with Daoist Lin here this time, some things will be much more convenient. Sword Saint 33 laughed. He also couldn't withstand the power of this 10,000-year chill. Lin Fei chuckled and put it away. It seems that you guys don't want it. Then this thing belongs to me. It's pretty good to use it to temper my fleshly body when I'm free. Only Lin Fei could say something like this. As for the others, they really couldn't take it, let alone accept it. They couldn't withstand it at all. Then let's not delay any further. Let's go in now. We can solve the danger in this formation. They rushed in one after the other. Below them was a huge underground space. Pillars of ice stood tall, and wherever they passed, the chilling intent would still wreak havoc mercilessly. However, it was much weaker than before. People from Fengyun Tower. You're late. We've already booked this place. Chapter 49-27. Gu Yun was the first to react when he heard that voice. He snorted coldly at them. Invincible Alliance. You actually came here first. How shameless. This place was discovered by Fengyun Tower first. Since when was it your turn? Lin Fei's and Sword Saint 33's expressions changed slightly. The former naturally knew about the Invincible Alliance. As for the latter, he didn't know. But it was different if the people from the Invincible Alliance were here. At this moment, a small group of people appeared in front of them. There were 6 of them and they could see them clearly. Faintly discernible lights flickered around them. If they guessed correctly, someone must have set up a formation here. This formation didn't look simple. It was no wonder that Gu Yun's expression was so ugly. That guy down there isn't easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by his smile. Everyone likes to say that he hides a dagger behind his smile. You have to be careful if you meet him. You have to go all out. At this moment, Sword Saint 33's voice rang out. Lin Fei also saw the person he was talking about. It was a pale, beardless guy who looked very cold. The smile on his face looked very approachable at first glance. But at second glance, one could feel the deep mockery in the smile. It was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Got it. If we really fight, I'm not that easy to bully. Although the Invincible Alliance is quite influential, Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said calmly. The few of them also saw him. First, Gu Yun, and then Sword Saint 33. Of course, they also saw Lin Fan. Their invincible alliance had suffered quite a bit at his hands. Even now, they were still gritting their teeth. They had no choice. Who asked this guy to join Fengyun Tower? If it was anywhere else, things would be fine. But since he joined Fengyun Tower, things were different. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they had to think twice. At the very least, Fengyun Tower was on the same level as them. To meet Lin Fei here was indeed quite surprising. Of course, their gazes turned much colder. If they were in Fengyun Tower, they might not be able to do anything. But here, they had a way to deal with Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to kill him, but he could definitely heavily injure him. It was just that simple. At their level, it wasn't easy to determine a victor in a fight. However, it was still a piece of cake for him to injure the other party. Our Wind Cloud Tower was the first to discover this place. I advise you to hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't have it easy when we attack later. Gu Yun was indeed very angry. He directly said coldly. They had finally found a tomb of the god of sin, but they encountered such a thing, and someone else got there first. It was definitely a very unpleasant thing. Even if they had a lot of people, this time they had a sword saint and a close combat expert, Lin Mu. That was a completely different story. He would definitely be able to contend with them. Gu Yun still had a lot of confidence. Sword Saint 33 said coldly. Qiao Zifei, there has to be a first-come, first-served rule in this place. You also know my temper. If you don't want this old man to get angry, hurry up and leave. They came here to enter the tomb of the god of sin. If others were to be a step ahead of them, they would naturally be unhappy. Qiao Zifei, who was inside the array, laughed loudly. He seemed very proud of himself. If you want us to come out, that's fine. You have to break this array first. Let me tell you, this is the simplified version of the invincible array that I brought out from the Invincible Alliance. When these words came out, Gu Yun's expression changed the fastest. Even Sword Saint 30 had undergone some changes. How is it? Are you surprised? This is the latest research result of our Invincible Alliance. You guys attack slowly. We will go in first. The things inside can't be given to you so easily. This time, it has to be our Everlasting Alliance's turn. Sword Saint 33 moved. The sword light directly slashed down. Following that, a layer of ripples appeared. Instantly, it felt like a knife had landed on cotton. He couldn't exert any strength at all. Instead, the energy at the side leaked out and directly fell into the depths of the void. This is bad. Qiao Zifei actually got a simplified version of the invincible array. Even if it's a simplified version, its defense is still amazing. My sword intent actually can't break this array for a while. It seems like it will take some time. Gu Yun also flew out with his sword. This sword also landed on the array, but it didn't explode with too much power. One could imagine how powerful this array was. Qiao Zifei laughed loudly. He was proud of himself. Aren't you guys very powerful? Then let's do it. If you guys can catch up to us, the treasures in this tomb of the god of sin will naturally belong to you. Otherwise, you can only wait outside. Don't worry, we will more or less leave you some things. After all, we are one of the 4 top forces. Don't you think so? I can still do that. In the blink of an eye, the few of them entered, leaving only the array behind. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't it just an array? Let me break these things. I'm the best at it. The next second, Lin Fei's fist landed on the array. Countless ripples appeared. The resistance of this fist was quite strong. No wonder they were so confident. Lin Fei's lips slightly curled up. With a hong sound. Under the surge of energy, the array directly expanded. The ripples on the array became even faster. Voila voila, it couldn't keep up. With a hong sound. The array was broken. Even the ground was filled with craters. Look, an array can be broken so easily. There's no helping it. Who told me to be so strong? Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 both laughed. This trip with Lin Fei had really broadened their horizons. The defensive strength of this array is shocking. I never thought that it would be broken in front of fellow Lin. If the people inside knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Gu Yun smiled. This is bad. The array we laid outside has been broken. Damn it, when did Gu Yun become so strong? Sword Saint 33 shouldn't have this kind of strength. Could it be that bastard Lin Mu ruined our plans again? Their expressions all changed. This simplified invincible array was naturally a good item of their invincible alliance. Every time they laid it outside, it would cause those experts to grit their teeth and not be able to break it in a short period of time. No matter how fast it was, it would still take half an incense's time. And this bit of time they could do many things. But now it was broken just like that. Chapter 49-28. Once the array outside was broken, it wasn't a good thing for Qiao Zifei who was inside. He never thought that they would be able to break the array so quickly. Could it be that he had brought a fake out? Logically speaking, it was impossible. So the only possibility was that guy called Lin Mu. That guy seemed to be quite capable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break the array in such a short time. Don't stop, let's charge in. We can't let them take advantage of us. This is a god's tomb. Qiao Zifei moved very quickly. He flew towards the innermost area. He couldn't care so much about the situation behind him. Lin Fei was at the front, while Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were at the back. The two of them were extremely envious of Lin Fei's physical body. Such a powerful physical body was really enviable. Along the way, they encountered the methods that Qiao Zifei had set up, but these methods were useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't need to hide the strength of his physical body, he made it all the way, causing the two of them to be extremely envious. If such a method was used on them, it would definitely cause them to be in a sorry state. But now it was different. With Daoist Lin opening the way, it was naturally much easier. Not long later, they saw Qiao Zifei and his group. They were breaking the array here, and when they saw Gu Yun and his group, their expressions instantly changed. Qiao Zifei said directly, I didn't expect you guys to arrive so quickly. If I'm not wrong, it should be your contribution, right? Even my methods were blocked by you. You really have a good physical body. At this moment, Qiao Zifei's gaze landed on the other party, which was Lin Fei. Only this guy could withstand those methods. If they knew earlier, they wouldn't have used more powerful methods. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Qiao Zifei, you miscalculated this time. This place was first discovered by our Fengyun Tower, and you set up a large array to block us. It seems like we can make a move now. Gu Yun attacked immediately, while Sword Saint 33 released a sword array. One by one, the flying swords slashed over, covering the sky and covering the earth, incomparably ferocious. Qiao Zifei and the others also retaliated, especially when Qiao Zifei released a large bell that directly floated above their heads, forming a defense. All that was left was the tinkling sound. Following that, the bell let out a whooshing sound and an invisible sound wave swept over. Both Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the pressure. Since all of you have rushed in, let's have a good fight and see who is stronger. Qiao Zifei's treasure was also quite powerful. It was an invincible treasure that he had spent his entire fortune to obtain. Now, it had finally come in handy. Ding dong it rang. It formed a suppression. At the very least, Gu Yun's and Sword Saint 33's might would be greatly weakened. They had to defend against the sound wave attacks of the clock. On the other hand, Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of the bell and punched it. There was a loud bang. A surge of power erupted from Lin Fei's hand. The large bell also started to move. Dong 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 dong. The sounds were endless. Even Qiao Zifei couldn't control it for a moment. Suddenly, Qiao Zifei vomited blood with a wah sound. His physical body had actually suffered heavy injuries. He didn't even feel what kind of attack it was before he was inexplicably injured. He knew that this guy was very strange, but he never expected him to be strange to this extent. Even the other experts also felt the danger of this level. Bang 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 bang. Everywhere it passed, they also vomited blood. Because at this moment, Lin Fei used a karmic move. Such a killer move could cause them to suffer heavy injuries in an instant. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all and pressed down with another palm. With this pressure, a loud rumbling sound could be heard as the power crushed their bodies. At this time, Lin Fei didn't show any mercy at all. His power crushed them, causing them to vomit blood and fly out. This wasn't considered too strong. After all, Lin Fei didn't want to show off too much. Otherwise, everyone would treat him as a public enemy. Lin Fei still had this bit of common sense. As soon as these experts were injured, even the big bell was sent flying. Qiao Zifei had a hard time retrieving it. He directly pulled out a scroll, wrapped it around them, and flew out with a whoosh. All that was left was a crack in the void. These guys don't have much guts, slipping away so quickly. On the other hand, this spatial treasure is pretty good. Lin Fei didn't chase them at all. In fact, he could chase them even if he wanted to, but it would be best if he could chase them away. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 felt too relaxed. They were easily chased away just like that. They didn't even use much strength. Daoist Lin is still the best. You chased them away so quickly. It's a pity that you didn't make them stay. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance would definitely be furious. No matter what, they were victorious this time. They were even more glad that they had invited Lin Fei over this time. Just look at the people from the Invincible Alliance. Now we can break the array. At the mention of breaking the array, their expressions changed instantly. Breaking the array was the key now. Only by doing this could they quickly enter the god's tomb. This time, the three of them worked together to break the array. This array was powerful, but it wasn't as difficult as they imagined. Of course, the main force was still Lin Fei. Not long after, the array was broken. They entered a palace. This palace looked extremely sinister, and there was an oppressive aura. Lin Fei could naturally sense that this was the aura of a lower deity. It was indeed the god's tomb left behind by a god-level expert. Now that we're here, everyone has to be careful. The god's tomb is much more dangerous than we imagined. Gu Yun had a better understanding of the god's tomb. These words were directed at Lin Fei, for fear that Lin Fei would fall into a trap if he wasn't careful. Indeed, we have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind came from the front. This wind came without any warning. The three of them instantly put up their defenses. Even so, they still suffered from the impact. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun vomited blood. Even Lin Fei himself was bleeding. Is this the power of a lower deity? This kind of power indeed surprised Lin Fei. Chapter 49-29. This gust of wind allowed Lin Fei to experience the might of a low god. It was indeed a crushing power. Of course, it was dangerous for Lin Fei. However, his physical body was also able to experience how powerful he was. Only a small amount of blood was left behind. However, when they looked at Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33's words, their faces turned pale and filled with fear. They did not expect that they would be injured in just one move. Previously, when they fought with them, they were not in such a sorry state. Now they were in a sorry state. I underestimated the power of this god's tomb. I didn't expect that there would be a lower god's technique here. I'm afraid there will be a lot of techniques along the way. Gu Yun had a deep fear in his heart. That attack just now made him feel like he was about to die. Not to mention Sword Saint 33. Both of them were planning to find something in this god's tomb, but it seemed to be very difficult. One technique was already like this, not to mention the later techniques. Daoist Lin, I'm afraid that only you can go in. The two of us can't, we are far from it. Gu Yun said. Sword Saint 33 also said, yes, the danger here is much greater than I imagined. Both of us are injured, so I'm afraid that only you can enter the god's tomb. We can only help you guard it from the outside. Lin Fei knew that these two people were afraid. They were already at a disadvantage before even reaching the inside. It was unlikely that they would be able to go inside. All right, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei continued to move forward, but his speed was not very fast. Not long after, another gust of cold wind blew over. The power was comparable to before, causing Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 to be shocked. It seemed that this god's tomb was really difficult to pass. If there were 7 or 8 of such techniques, they would not be able to pass at all. The difference was too big. This god's tomb was much more powerful than they had imagined. 1 technique, 2 techniques, 3 techniques, 4 techniques. Lin Fei broke through 9 attacks in a row and arrived at a small palace. This small palace was very small, but it also made Lin Fei realize that the pressure and attacks he felt along the way were really quite powerful. Even his body had many cracks. Of course, it was not serious. It was still within Lin Fei's expectations. Of course, such a method was a huge blow to Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33. They were unable to endure it at all. It seems that I will have to be very careful if I want to venture into the divine tombs in the future. I don't know when I will encounter a divine tomb like this one. This low god is no ordinary low god. He might even be a pinnacle existence. Lin Fei pushed open the door of the palace. This time, he didn't use any special techniques. Following that, an illusory figure appeared. This was a black-robed figure. The moment he appeared, he exuded a godly might. The pressure was like a mountain, crushing down on them layer by layer. Congratulations, lucky one. You have successfully passed the test I left behind. You are now qualified to obtain the treasure I left behind. His voice was emotionless, and his eyes were cold as if he wanted to see through Lin Fei. Then what can I get? Rays of light flew out. Inside each ray of light was a ring. It turned out that all the items were stored inside the ring. You can choose any one of the rings inside. Whatever you choose, you will get. There was actually such a choice. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and started to sense the rings. Currently, what he wanted the most was the power of faith. Now that his physical body had become exceptionally powerful, he could really sense the existence of the power of faith. There was a total of 6 rings here. The first ring didn't have any, and the second ring didn't have any response. Lin Fei's heart sank. Could it be that there isn't any power of faith? Logically speaking, it's not possible. I'm just missing the last one. After sensing it, Lin Fei smiled. He finally sensed the existence of the power of faith. It was inside the last ring. I want this ring. The ring immediately flew over and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei inspected it and didn't find any danger. Therefore, he went to check it himself. There was indeed a large amount of power of faith inside. The entire ring was filled with the power of faith. There was nothing else. This ring should be the most inconspicuous one among them. It was also the one with the lowest value. After all, not many people could use the power of faith. However, it was different for Lin Fei. You've already chosen a ring. I wonder if you're interested in continuing to challenge the test that I left behind. If you can pass it again, you'll be able to obtain even more powerful things. My things can't be obtained without strength. Lin Fei suddenly realized that what he got was just a consolation prize. Even if it was a consolation prize, it was still very useful to Lin Fei. It was more valuable than anything else. It turned out that there were other good things. To be honest, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in other things. However, if there was still the power of faith, he decided to ask first. I wonder if there are any treasures like the one I just saw. If there are, then I'm quite interested. If there aren't, then forget it. Lin Fei was very direct. If there were, then he would participate. If there weren't, then he would leave. Anyway, he was satisfied with his gains. Little guy, you're quite interesting. As long as you can pass the test, there are even better things like the one you just saw. No problem. Swoosh. The surrounding scenery changed. Lin Fei was instantly in a dark place. Then, he felt a dangerous aura. A figure pounced on him. This figure instantly slashed at him with a blade light. It was like a long river directly crushing over. It immediately exploded with the power of an invincible god of war. It was even at the peak of power. It really could catch people off guard. This torrent instantly crushed Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. Next, he sent out a blast of power with a backhand. Following that, a cold light shrouded over and instantly froze the entire void. At this moment, Lin Fei finally saw what this black shadow was. It was actually an existence similar to a demon beast. After this thing moved a little, it shook off the ice. It pounced on him again. It turned out that the attack just now was caused by its claws. With a wave of its claws, it instantly blasted out a stream of light. This stream of light would get bigger and bigger, and its power would get stronger and stronger. It attacked with both hands, creating 2 torrents. After the 2 torrents converged, they instantly turned into the power of water and fire. Its power greatly increased. Chapter 49-30. Qiao Zifei wasn't killed. He escaped immediately. But he didn't go too far away from this place. He wasn't willing. So he informed the experts of the sect immediately. He decided to catch them off guard. Aren't you strong? Then I'll find more people. Let's see who's stronger.
Their invincible alliance still had some strong invincible war gods.
If one didn't work, then two. If two didn't work, then three. Anyway, no matter what, he had to take care of this guy today. A figure appeared in the sky, causing ripples to appear in the void. When this person appeared, Xiao Zifei became extremely excited. He cupped his hands towards him. Brother Bai, you're here. It's great that you're here. You'll definitely take care of that Lin Mu. This guy is too much. We discovered the god's tomb first, but he beat us to it. He even chased us out. I really can't take this lying down.
Bai Heiyuan.
A special name.
He was also a peak invincible war god expert in the alliance.
Xiao Zifei was really happy that such an expert had come. This wasn't an ordinary peak invincible war god expert. He had fought against two of them alone and didn't lose out. He could even fight to a draw with them. So in their circle, peak invincible war gods were divided into stars. For example, this brother Bai. He was a 2-star invincible war god expert. The more peak invincible war gods one fought against, the higher one's star would be. Legend had it that the strongest was a peak invincible war god who reached 9 stars. He could fight against more than 9.
There were more than imagined.
At least a dozen wouldn't be a problem. Remember, they were peak invincible war god experts. As for normal invincible war gods, they would all be destroyed. They were just that strong. Such a big thing happened, I definitely had to come. Bai Heiyuan smiled faintly. Fengyun Tower's attitude has changed recently, so I'll teach them a small lesson. Xiao Zifei was happy that such an expert at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god level had arrived. The hardest to deal with here was Lin Mu. Tell me about your fight with that guy so that I can understand him better. What kind of background does he have? Xiao Zifei told him everything in full detail, not daring to hide anything at all. He even explained some of the opponent's little tricks and speculations clearly. Bai Heiyuan frowned slightly. He finally understood what was going on. Looks like this Lin Mu is quite capable. He's actually a close combat expert. It's rare to see such an expert. The more he is like this, the more our invincible alliance needs to deal with him. We can't let him continue cultivating. Otherwise, if his physical body becomes a god, that would be the most terrifying thing. That shouldn't be possible. I heard that becoming a low god with one's body is equivalent to becoming a god through strength. It's extremely terrifying. Once one becomes a low god, he would be in existence at the pinnacle of low gods. Xiao Zifei admitted that this fellow Lin Mu was strong, but he did not believe that the other side's body could become a god. What an ancient way. It was just like the power of faith to become a god in the past. Because at that time, most people used the power of faith to become a god. To cultivate a large number of believers and harvest the power of faith, there were all kinds of wars. The goal was to harvest the power of faith. As for becoming a god with one's body, it was really too rare. Bai Heiyuan said calmly, we have to guard against this kind of thing because the other side has already reached this level of potential. No wonder Fengyun Tower would be one step ahead. If we had known earlier, we would have destroyed them back then. So now is a chance. Regarding this kind of thing, Bai Heiyuan would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. Once he became a god with his body, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy for the Invincible Alliance to deal with Lin Mu. So now was a chance. Xiao Zifei naturally did not dare to say anything. Bai Heiyuan was a very domineering existence in the Invincible Alliance. He had always been very serious when doing things. Once he was interested in something, he would definitely do it to the end. If we kill this fellow, I believe Fengyun Tower will be in pain for a long time. Don't they hope that once this fellow's body becomes a god, he will become a powerful force for Fengyun Tower? Of course, we won't let that happen. Xiao Zifei also said from the side. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun had been guarding outside. They even set up a formation. They were also worried that the people from the Invincible Alliance would come over. After all, they would not give up on a god's tomb easily. Although this god's tomb was very dangerous, it was extremely valuable. So they set up a formation. In their hearts, they believed that Lin Fei would definitely succeed. Not long after, when they sensed that someone was running towards them, they stood up one after another. The two of them ate some medicinal pills and recovered quite a bit. Even if Qiao Zifei came over, they had nothing to worry about. In fact, Qiao Zifei was the first to come over. They saw Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun at a glance. They could not help but be a little surprised. Then they laughed out loud. Why didn't the two of you go in? Why don't you let me guess what's going on? It must be that the methods inside are too powerful and stopped you guys, right? Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were actually not very surprised to see Qiao Zifei. However, when they saw the figure behind him, their expressions changed slightly. Naturally, they recognized him. The person behind him was Bai He Yuan, an extremely powerful expert. Furthermore, he was a peak 2-star invincible war god. He was much stronger than them. They did not expect the Invincible Alliance to suddenly send such a powerful expert. No wonder Qiao Zifei came back. Then what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to fight? Sword Saint 33 coldly snorted. He was also secretly complaining in his heart. If he knew that it would be like this, he would have gone in with Lin Mu. Now such a powerful existence had come. Even Gu Yun was the same. Don't think that they were all people from the top powers. There was still a certain difference in strength. Just the two of you are lying here. It just so happens that your Lin Mu made our Invincible Alliance suffer a loss. Then, I will let you suffer a little too. Bai He Yuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the entire sky turned dark. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 instantly used their methods. However, it was impossible to defend against these methods in the dark of the night. With a wah sound, the two of them were directly sent flying. They could not even withstand a single move. This was the difference. Too weak. Chapter 49-31. Lin Fei didn't know what was happening outside. He was fighting with the demonic beast puppet. The demonic beast puppet was indeed very powerful. The power of its claws was really terrifying. The two forces could actually fuse together and burst out with a brand new power. It also greatly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. It seemed that this lower celestial expert was really not simple. He could even leave behind such a method. No wonder he said that he was going to be tested. Even though it left a big crack on Lin Fei's body, it was really nothing to Lin Fei. Of course, he had more confidence in his physical body. I've been fighting with you for so long. There's no need to continue. I think I'd better cripple you. Otherwise, it's purely a waste of time. The demonic beast puppet guy came up again. It attacked from both sides. Just as he was about to make his move, Lin Fei slapped him with his palm. The power of this palm surged out and penetrated the demonic beast puppet with a loud bang. Its whole body was full of cracks. With a wah sound, the powerful demonic beast puppet broke into pieces just like that. I can be considered to have passed the first test. I don't know if there is a second test. Hurry up and don't waste time. Or is there a reward for each level? If that's the case, I won't have a problem even if there are 100 levels. Actually, I'm quite a nice person. Lin Fei laughed. To be honest, he quite hoped that it would be like this. That phantom appeared once again. I didn't expect you to actually pass the first level. Not bad, not bad. However, you still have to pass 2 more levels to get the reward of the test. As soon as the voice fell, another 2 demonic beast puppets pounced on him. This time, the strength of these 2 was stronger than before. Their speed was also faster. In an instant, cracks were left on Lin Fei's body. Even if Lin Fei was fast, their speed was just as fast, and their strength was just as strong. This made Lin Fei realize that these 2 demon beast puppets were not simple. The difficulty of the second stage had instantly increased by 100 times. If it was easy before, then it was not so easy now. If he was slightly careless, he would be killed by these 2 demonic beast puppets. If it had been someone else, they would have been completely annihilated by that attack. This is a test. This kind of test is interesting. I like it very much. Lin Fei had already experienced it before. Therefore, at this time, he did not think too much and directly attacked. The moment they made their move, it was a spectacular battle. Compared to before, this time, Lin Fei had to go all out. The 2 demonic beast puppets, who had gone all out, each lasted 7 moves before being smashed into pieces by Lin Fei. It took a total of 14 moves to defeat the 2 compressed puppets. After the second stage, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the third stage. He originally thought that there would be 3 demonic beast puppets in the third stage. However, he never expected that the third stage would not be demonic beast puppets. Unexpectedly, a virtual shadow appeared in front of him. This virtual shadow directly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A faint voice floated over. "You are indeed much more powerful than I imagined. It seems that you are qualified to pass the third stage. In the third stage, you either have to kill me or I have to kill you. It's that simple." Seriously. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect that the last stage would be blocked by this virtual shadow. In other words, either the virtual shadow killed him or the virtual shadow killed him. Interesting, really interesting. Then bring it on. Anyway, you have existed for a long time. It's time for you to disappear. There is no meaning in staying. The virtual shadow also said, "There's one move. If you can withstand it, then you win. If you can't, then I win." Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. After all, this was left behind by a demigod. Most likely, it would be an attack from a demigod. The power of a demigod. The power of a demigod. If he were to be careless, he would be turned into ashes. The virtual shadow raised his hand. A huge sun came crashing down. This sun was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. The sky was filled with resplendent rays of light that came crashing down. The entire void was instantly pierced through by these rays of light. Even Lin Fei was left with bloody holes. These rays of light actually pierced through his physical defenses, leaving bloody holes on his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had been turned into a hornet's nest. Even so, Lin Fei did not fall. He stood there steadily. Looking at the wounds all over his body, he really underestimated the power of this move. This move had definitely reached the level of a demigod. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. The straight path virtual eye also slowly dissipated. You really are on the path of becoming a god with your physical body. I wish you good luck. This was the last voice that Lin Fei heard. Then, the virtual shadow completely collapsed and disappeared. Then, a ring fell to the ground. Lin Fei hadn't expected the shadow to carry the ring around with him. What's more, the shadow had used some tricks to obtain it. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all unless they could withstand this move. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body instantly recovered. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he had also seen the means of a real demigod. Perhaps even some demigods did not have such means. The move just now was indeed quite terrifying, but the harvest was also quite big. He finally got this ring. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to open it. He still recovered for a while. Then, he carefully opened the ring. As expected, this ring was not too dangerous. However, there was something inside that instantly made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Then, there was a black crystal in his hand. This black crystal was not big. It was only the size of a fist. It was covered with large patterns and looked very sacred. Lin Fei already knew what it was. This was the legendary godhead. I didn't expect that I could actually get a godhead. Lin Fei was really surprised. A godhead was a godhead cultivated by a demigod. Having a godhead meant having divine power. That was why there was a huge gap between the demigods and the invincible gods of war. No matter how much an invincible god of war cultivated, in front of a demigod, he would be killed like an ant. This was the effect of having a strong divine power. Apart from that, this godhead contained a large amount of faith energy. A godhead was completely condensed from the power of faith. Rich. Chapter 49-32. Lin Fei had never thought that he would be able to obtain a godhood here. That's right, this was a godhood, and it was a godhood formed from the power of faith. Within this godhead, Lin Fei could feel the dense power of faith. This power of faith seemed to have undergone a sublimation. Compared to the power of faith from before, it was completely different. This was definitely something that would make Lin Fei happy. If there were no surprises, this god rank expert should have walked the path of the power of faith to become a god. With these godhoods, once he refined them, he would definitely be able to improve his infinite godly physique by a large margin. Right now, he was only at the 70th level. However, once he refined this godhood, Lin Fei could even guess that his god body would improve by at least 10 levels. And this was on the lower end. If it was more, then 20 levels wouldn't be too difficult. This was a huge surprise.
As for the other things, they were also quite good, but they were still far from being comparable to this godhood.
Lin Fei didn't think too much about it, and let the system absorb and refine them. Instantly, a bunch of honor points appeared. These honor points were really huge. Lin Fei had really underestimated the use of these godhoods.
At the same time, he understood that if he wanted to continue improving his god body, he would have to start with these godhoods.
This could be considered as opening a path for Lin Fei.
If it wasn't for this lower god leaving behind a godhood, it would have been really difficult for him to obtain it.
If the people outside knew what Lin Fei was thinking, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really think that a godhood is so easy to obtain? Once a godhood is refined, it can allow an expert to improve. At the very least, it can allow an expert to reach the level of a half-step divine realm expert. This is a lot stronger than a peak invincible war god. His body could already cultivate traces of god power. This was the greatest use of godhoods. However, where did Lin Fei get this idea from? He immediately started to improve. 71st level. 72nd level. 73rd level. 74th level. 80th level. 81st level. 82nd level. 85th level. 90th level. In one go, he had increased his strength by 20 levels. Even though Lin Fei had already expected it, he was still shocked in his heart. It was really beyond his imagination. His face was replaced with joy. Oh my God, I actually raised my divine body to the 90th level in one go. I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. This divine deity is too powerful. I've really found a golden path. Lin Fei thought that he would be able to raise it to the 80th or 8112th layer. In the end, he didn't expect it to reach the 90th layer in one go. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that his physical body seemed to have undergone many changes.
Traces of a special power seemed to be born in his body.
However, this power did not seem to be completely condensed. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this was. This should be the legendary divine power. This was the difference between a lower god and an invincible war god. He could kill an invincible war god with a single wave of divine power. He was a truly formidable force. Lin Fei could also feel that his physical body had already stepped into a whole new realm. Could this be the physical body of a god? In other words, it was the physical body of a lower god. Because in his physical body, there was not only a faintly discernible divine power, but there was also an illusory runes that covered his entire body. This was also something that his previous physical body did not have. Or are these the infinite god runes? In front of these runes, Lin Fei could feel the vastness and mystery of these runes. They were far from what ordinary runes could compare to. Although they were not very condensed and were in an illusory state, it seemed like they would collapse with a light touch. In reality, Lin Fei could feel that these runes should be very powerful. Apart from this, Lin Fei could feel that they were very powerful. Even with his bare hands, he was filled with terrifying power. For example, right now, if another invincible war god came over, he would be able to send him flying with one punch. One punch could make his physical body collapse. It was that simple. Although he only raised it by 20 levels, the increase in power was really extraordinary. Domineering.
It seems like someone has come in.
Feeling the changes in his physical body, Lin Fei suddenly frowned slightly. He could feel a figure coming over, and it was quite strong. It was an expert at the peak invincible war god level. The illusory figure is gone, so the formation here should not exist anymore. If I'm not wrong, it should be someone from the Invincible Alliance. Apart from them, Lin Fei really did not think that anyone else could come here. With their thoughts, they would definitely not be able to suppress it. They would definitely come looking for him. In the blink of an eye, two figures came in a sorry state. It was Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Both of them were severely injured.
Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any particularly powerful spirit formations.
Thus, when they saw Lin Fei, they immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator Lin, hurry up and leave. The Invincible Alliance has shamelessly sent a powerful expert here. Both of us are no match for him." The two of them had already fought with Bai Heiyuan just now. They were not a match for him at all. They were injured in a single exchange, and this was because the other party had shown mercy, deliberately sparing their lives in order to humiliate them. A bead instantly flew over, and the entire void seemed to be shaken. A few figures came in just like that. The one walking in front was Bai He Yuan. Behind him was Qiao Zifei. He obviously had a smug look on his face. When he saw Lin Mu, he shouted, "Lin Mu, let's see where you can go now. The experts from our invincible sect are here. Aren't you very arrogant? Even if you kneel on the ground and repent, you won't have the chance to do so." With an expert like Bai He Yuan here, Qiao Zifei really did not think much of Lin Mu. No matter how powerful he was, could he beat Bai He Yuan? Then he was definitely thinking too much. Bai He Yuan also saw this young man. The Invincible Alliance had tried to recruit him before, but in the end, the other party injured their people. He did not expect to meet him this time. "If I'm not wrong, you should have taken away the treasures in the god's tomb. Otherwise, along the way here, there would have been formations triggered long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now," Bai He Yuan said as he looked at Lin Fei. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun both stood beside Lin Fei. The treasures just now had already shaken the entire void. Even though they had not unleashed their power, they knew that it was impossible to force their way out of this place. The power of the treasures was definitely enough to make it hard for their bodies to move. This was the reason why they were defeated so quickly previously. But the other party did not have this restriction. It could be said that he had a huge advantage. Chapter 49-33. Facing such an opponent, both Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun felt immense pressure. They were no match for him. Although Taoist Lin was extremely strong, especially in close combat, Bai He Yuan was not an easy opponent. Bai He Yuan was not an easy opponent. Once they met, they had no chance of winning. It could be said that they could only crush Bai He Yuan. Hence their hearts sank. If they really fought, the three of them would not be able to defeat Bai He Yuan. It was as simple as that. Furthermore, I suspect that it's very likely that you've obtained a godhood. Am I right? If it was in the past, it would at most be considered ordinary. However, this sentence was indeed shocking. No one knew better than them that if one wanted to advance from the invincible war god realm to the lesser god realm, the easiest step was to refine a godhead. Godheads were too difficult to obtain. Once a god rank expert was killed, their godhead would be destroyed. It was very difficult to preserve it completely. Hence, the importance of a godhead was obvious. As long as one's potential wasn't too bad, one could basically become a lower god after refining it. After becoming a god rank expert, one could no longer advance. The temptation of becoming a god rank expert was even more attractive than the invincible war god realm. This was because god rank experts had a long lifespan. Under normal circumstances, there was a high possibility of breaking through the lower god realm and becoming a middle god. Although it was difficult, there was still hope. If one couldn't even become a lower god, how could one become a middle god? It was as simple as that. And now, exploring the god's tomb was an opportunity. Some god rank experts would leave their divine bodies behind when they died. This was still possible. Hence, many people wanted to explore the god's tomb. If one was lucky, they could obtain a godhead. Bai He Yuan's words were indeed different. It seemed like he was certain that the other party had a godhead. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun's heart sank again. Although a godhead was very important, one had to have the opportunity to refine it. Refining a godhead would take at least 100 years. At the very least it would take 40 to 50 years. Hence, even if one obtained a godhead, there was no chance. Qiao Zifei sneered. "Did you hear what Elder Bai said? Hurry up and hand over the divine spark. That way, you'll be able to suffer less." Even the Invincible Alliance was tempted by a godhead. That was because godheads were just too hard to find. Even if you ransacked dozens of gods' tombs, you might not be able to find a godhead. There are dozens of gods' tombs for you to find. It was such a simple thing, but it might not be possible to do it at any time. Because there were too few tombs of the god of sin, and they were too difficult to find. Even when you had just found one, you would be killed by the means inside the tombs. This kind of situation could be said to be everywhere. Therefore, the appearance of a god's tomb was indeed very attractive. Once they found it, they would secretly excavate it. Or he could use a formation to seal it, and then slowly break it. If 1 year wasn't enough, then he would use 10 years. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through this god's tomb. If he was lucky enough to obtain a godhood, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Situations like this were quite common.
In the past 1,000 years, there were a few lucky fellows who became lower deities and directly went to the second level. But now, such a powerful god's tomb had actually been broken through, and it was very likely that the things were taken away by this fellow.
Qiao Zifei realized that this was a credit. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a move. But this time, with Bai Heiyuan here, he would definitely be able to take care of this fellow. If he didn't hand over the godhood and the things he obtained here, he could forget about leaving this place. Lin Fei also laughed. This Bai Heiyuan was probably bluffing him. If it was something else, then it would be fine. However, he still couldn't say anything about the godhood. After all, a godhood could cause a bloodbath. At the very least, the experts on this side of Jiangnan would move upon hearing the news. The top experts on this level, as well as some old monsters, would be tempted. After all, this was an opportunity to break through to lower deity. The appearance of a godhood was really too difficult. Just now, Lin Fei already understood that it was really a miracle that such a godhood had come. No wonder at the last level, the shadow had stayed behind to be the last. Otherwise, he could forget about obtaining such a godhood. This was something that Lin Fei had some experience with. No matter what, it was impossible for Lin Fei to admit it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think I'm the lucky one? I can obtain a godhood just by coming to a god's tomb. You think too highly of me. Moreover, is this the attitude of your invincible alliance? If you really think that I'm so easy to bully, then go ahead and try. Don't suffer when the time comes. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level, it was really abnormally terrifying. Although this fellow in front of him had a strong aura, he didn't think that it was anything special. He could test out the strength of his physical body. Bai Heiyuan's expression instantly became unhappy. This fellow was locked in place by his treasure, yet he still dared to speak so arrogantly. If it was an ordinary person, I would believe it. However, I have cultivated a mystique. With this mystique, I can be sure of one thing, Bai Heiyuan said coldly. Therefore, I think that you have a godhood on you. In that case, you have a godhood. No matter how you try to deny it, it's useless. Swoosh. That pearl-like treasure released a terrifying force and directly suppressed them. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun couldn't take it at the first moment. All of their treasures couldn't take it either. They started to bleed. You have the cheek to use such a method. Just as the two of them felt that they couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the pressure on them decreased, and the surroundings actually turned into a vacuum. The crushing force clashed with another force, but it didn't give them any pressure at all. They also looked at Lin Fei. They didn't expect him to be so strong, to be able to withstand the pressure of this treasure with just one move. Even if they were injured, they wouldn't be able to take it. Even if they weren't injured, it would be the same. The pressure from above was getting stronger and stronger. One layer after another, it was like a huge mountain. Even Bai Heiyuan's expression changed slightly. This fellow was actually so strong. He didn't even use any tricks and was actually able to withstand it. Indeed, you have some ability. I wonder how many times you can withstand it. At this moment, the pressure from the treasure became even more ferocious, reaching its limit in a single breath. Chapter 49-34. Bai Heiyuan's technique was indeed very powerful. Once this treasure was activated, its power would come crashing down layer by layer. Layers of ripples also appeared in the void. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun could be considered to be the most affected. This was because the power of this treasure was really too strong. It kept seeping over and they started to break out in cold sweat for Taoist Lin. If this went on, they would be directly suppressed by the treasure before they could even make a move. This was where the power of a treasure lay. They could even clearly see that this was an upper-grade invincible weapon, which was also an invincible treasure. Only in this way could it explode with such great power. Wave after wave of power came crashing down like lightning snakes, constantly swimming around and circling around them. But even so, the lightning snakes were unable to get close to Lin Fei. Within a radius of tens of feet, once they got close, they would instantly collapse. Dozens, hundreds, and thousands of lightning snakes. Not a single one could successfully rush in. Without exception, they were all blocked outside. If that's all you've got, then you've come here in vain. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you won't have a chance anymore. I'm still a good person. I'll inform you in advance. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Lin Fei was still calm.
The power of this treasure was indeed very strong. Even an existence at the peak of the invincible war god might not be able to withstand it easily. This was a treasure that specialized in breaking the physical body. Even if one used strength to withstand it, 70 to 80% of one's strength would be suppressed. How could one use the remaining strength to fight against the opponent? With a whoosh, Bai Heiyuan instantly rushed in. His entire body kept moving, leaving afterimage everywhere. There was no trace of him at all. Sword Saint 33 exclaimed in astonishment. Be careful, this is the 3000 lightning movement, the most powerful speed-type movement skill. Once it is used, you will not be able to catch the real body. Sword Saint 33 was quite knowledgeable and recognized it at a glance. Therefore, he warned Lin Fei. He was afraid that Taoist Lin would suffer a loss. After all, Bai Heiyuan was not so easy to deal with. Whoosh! A figure appeared in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck down. It turned out that at this instant, Bai Heiyuan had released a powerful killer move. It was as if a long dragon was roaring angrily as it coiled up. Its 4 claws reached out and the void collapsed on the spot. This move was extremely terrifying. No wonder Bai Heiyuan was valued by the Invincible Alliance. Even Qiao Zifei had to follow him seriously. This kind of strength was indeed not something an ordinary powerhouse could resist. At this time, Lin Fei smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. This hand was very ordinary, but it was this hand that was like a mountain. In an instant, it grabbed the Thunder Snake's body. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out of the Thunder Serpent and bombarded him. These lightning bolts spread along his arm, but halfway up, they were turned to ashes. Following that, Lin Fei's hand exploded. The lightning snake exploded into pieces with a loud rumbling sound. That's all? I can't even take it out. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm. This slap caused the massive void to collapse instantly. Be it Bai Heiyuan or Qiao Zifei, both of them felt a force slamming into their bodies. Swoosh! A large piece of the void turned into a black hole. All of them were turned to ashes as well. I told you to use your full strength. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Lin Fei had only used a weak technique. However, such a weak technique easily turned Bai Heiyuan, who was at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god realm, into ashes. He didn't even have the chance to cry out in surprise before he was gone. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun, who were standing behind, held their breaths. They were unable to utter a single word. That was a peak 2-star invincible war god expert. He couldn't even withstand a single palm like this and was instantly destroyed. Just how strong was fellow Taoist Lin? Could it be that he was a top-notch lower deity? Logically speaking, that was impossible. If that wasn't the case, then his foundation was really unbelievably strong. Indeed, they were frightened. A peak 2-star invincible war god was killed just like that. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound. They were even more thankful that they were able to follow Lin Fei this time. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. They even suspected that Lin Fei had obtained a god spark here. Very quickly, they suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. There was no such thing as a god spark here. There was none. It was all Bai Heiyuan's nonsense. They had never heard of a god spark, nor did they know about it. There was no need to offend such a powerful existence for a god spark. Thank you, Dao friend Lin, for helping us. Otherwise the two of us would be dead. The Invincible Alliance is too much. How dare they spout nonsense? Sword Saint 33 immediately said. Gu Yun did the same. The two of them's attitude towards Lin Mu had already completely changed. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend. In the Fengyun Tower, perhaps only those old monsters could compare to his strength. Otherwise, no one else would be a match for him. Even the Tower Master was the same. He really hid his strength well. We are all part of Fengyun Tower. You are being too polite. Killing a peak 2-star invincible war god from Invincible Sect was nothing to Lin Fei. It also gave him a better understanding of his physical strength. This kind of person was indeed much weaker. There are a few things here. Split them between the two of you. We can't come here for nothing. Don't you think so? He took out a few more treasures. As soon as these treasures were taken out, Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were scared out of their wits. These were all top-notch treasures,
which further confirmed one thing.
All the treasures in the god's tomb had been taken. How would the two of them dare to take these treasures?
They didn't do anything, but they couldn't resist Lin Fei's words.
They chose the treasures. They felt even more grateful in their hearts.
Fellow Taoist Lin, you killed that Bai Heiyuan just now. I'm afraid that the Invincible Alliance is even more scheming now. You have to be careful. The Invincible Alliance is capable of anything. Among the 4 top factions, they are the most shameless. They can do anything. If things go south, they might even hire experts from the Assassin's League to assassinate you. Sword Saint 33 felt that he had to remind Lin Mu. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had suffered losses. Therefore, when the Invincible Alliance was mentioned, even experts like them were afraid. No matter how many they come, I will kill them all. It's just that simple. Chapter 49-35. The Invincible Alliance was located on the Kangmang continent. There was only one force on this continent that controlled a region. This region was called Daluo Heaven. This name was naturally given by the Invincible Alliance. This region was ruled by the Invincible Alliance, and experts were everywhere. Inside a huge palace in Daluo Heaven, there were people sitting and drinking wine.
These were the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance, and they were also some of the higher-ups and elders of the Invincible Alliance.
They were all sitting together, drinking and chatting. Alliance leader, something happened. Elder Bai Heiyuan, who went to deal with Fengyun Tower, is in trouble. His soul tablet shattered just now. Besides him, Qiao Zifei and a few other experts all escaped. A figure walked in quickly, knelt on one knee and reported. The expressions of the people who were drinking immediately changed. This situation was unexpected. That's impossible. Everyone saw Brother Bai's strength. I heard that he went to deal with Gu Yun of Fengyun Tower and a guy called Sword Saint 33. How could he die? Is there a mistake? Or is it a trap? If it's a trap, then Fengyun Tower is too despicable. They must pay with their blood. They really couldn't believe that Bai Heiyuan was killed just like that. That was the strength of a peak 2-star invincible war god. It was a little hard to believe that he was gone just like that. The person who was called Alliance Leader was the leader of the Invincible Alliance, Bai Wudi. He was a true genius. When he was young, he could almost be said to have dominated the entire continent. He was a man dressed like a scholar. He put down the cup in his hand and said indifferently, "Our Invincible Alliance hasn't suffered such a huge loss in a long time. Since it's related to Fengyun Tower, let's use our Invincible Alliance's treasure to pull out Elder Bai Heiyuan's soul. We'll know what's going on." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but it was filled with terrifying majesty. The higher-ups and elders all knew one thing. That meant that the Alliance leader was very unhappy and angry. This meant that someone was going to be unlucky. A sword treasure flew out and shone brightly. Then, a huge screen appeared. Bai Wudi stood up and formed a seal with both hands. A strange power spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a spot of light appeared on the mirror. More and more of these spots of light gathered, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered together. This was an invincible treasure of the Invincible Alliance. And it was an invincible treasure of the highest quality. Although it was of little value, its effects were indeed terrifying. It could summon the souls of the dead back, and this mirror was called the Departed Soul Mirror. Only powerful people could summon the souls of the dead. They could know the cause and effect in a short period of time. Of course, some secret realms or tombs of the God of Sin could not do that. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a problem. As soon as the treasure was activated, more and more specks of light filled the sky, and a figure appeared just like that. This person was none other than Bai Heiyuan. Bai Heiyuan was stunned for a moment before recovering. "Alliance Master, you have to take revenge for me. I was killed by that Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower. That guy hid his strength and he also has a divine deity." It was a simple sentence, but it was enough to move the expressions of everyone present. Godhood. That was a treasure that any invincible war god would want to obtain. It can't be, that guy really got a divine deity. If that's the case, then I finally understand why you, Elder Bai, were killed by him. This is too infuriating. I went through more than 10 tombs of the God of Sin and didn't find a divine deity, but Wind and Cloud Tower found one so quickly. The expressions of these people turned completely unsightly. Everyone present had gone to explore the tombs of the god of sin, but compared to Lin Mu, they were really far behind. Bei Wudi's expression also changed as he looked at Bai Heiyuan. What you said is true. That Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower really has a divine deity. A divine deity was too important. Even Bei Wudi was moved. The Invincible Alliance was very strong, but it wasn't the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. If they got their hands on a divine deity, the situation would be completely different. Their overall strength would increase by a lot, and they would be able to suppress the Abyss Hell and become the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. I guarantee that it definitely has a divine deity. You also know that I cultivate a special mystique. If I say it does, then it does. I've never been wrong. Please avenge me, Alliance Master, and kill that guy. You're a member of the Invincible Alliance, so of course I'll help you kill that guy. Not only that, I'll even help you kill that Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Bai Heiyuan's figure on the departed soul mirror dissipated with a whoosh, completely disintegrating. He really died. The departed soul mirror only lasted for a short while. Bai Heiyuan's strength was a little weak, so he couldn't hold on for too long. Even so, everyone realized that something big had happened. Alliance leader, let me lead a team to capture Lin Mu. Although he was able to kill Bai Heiyuan, who was a 2-star invincible war god, he must have used some tricks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. The higher-ups and elders present all began to volunteer to go out and fight. He had to make a move to capture Lin Mu. That was a divine deity, and it would be a great achievement. When the time came, they would be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Most importantly, they would have the right to fight for the final ownership of the divine deity. This was what made them the most excited, because many of them had the right to obtain the divine deity and become a lower god in a single step. Then the 3 of you will go to Fengyun Tower together and ask the Tower Master to hand over the person. Otherwise, don't blame the Invincible Alliance for being impolite. Remember, don't mention the divine deity. Bei Wudi obviously wouldn't interfere in such a matter. He immediately arranged for 3 higher-ups and elders to go. They were all experts at the peak of the Invincible War God realm. The strongest among them was a 5-star Invincible War God. He could be considered one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. The other 2 were 4-star Invincible Alliance. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to capture Lin Mu this time. Of course, they knew that they couldn't go there with the divine deity. They could only say that Lin Mu killed there Bai Heiyuan and they were there to take revenge. If the Tower Master didn't hand the divine deity over, they would use force. After obtaining a divine deity in the god's tomb, Lin Fei's strength increased greatly. His physical body directly reached the 90th layer. As soon as he returned, Lin Fei began to flip through information regarding divine deities. Chapter 49-36. Lin Fei was indeed flipping through the information regarding godheads. There was quite a lot of information about the divine spark, and it was intermittently available. After flipping through it, Lin Fei also knew that in the past, if one wanted to become a lesser god, the first step was to condense a godhead. Wanting to condense a godhead was not an easy thing to do. It was extremely difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to become a lesser god, a godhead would require a large amount of power of faith. This was also why Lin Fei's physical body suddenly reached the 90th level after refining a godhead. It was really beyond imagination. There were even signs of divine power in his body. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei knew that with the power of divine power, he could easily kill an expert at the peak of the invincible god of war realm. Whether it was a 1-star expert or a 9 stars expert, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of divine power. After reading the information, Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain these godheads again. Previously, it was like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He was considered lucky. It wouldn't be so easy to obtain godheads again. Right now, I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. If I rely on the power of faith alone, I probably won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. Therefore, if I want to rush to the 100th level in one go, I'll need godheads. If I want another godhead, I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Naturally, Lin Fei also realized the difference between the 90th level and the 100th level. After reaching the 100th level, there would be a huge change in his physical body. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He decided to go to Fengyun Tower's Hall of Merit to take a look. That was a place that was specially opened for them.
Here they could accept large and small missions, and they could also investigate all kinds of information.
It could also be considered a benefit for experts like them.
Of course, they would have to spend a certain amount of contribution points. Even top-notch experts would have to use contribution points to exchange for a certain amount of credit, a certain amount of information, and a certain amount of clues.
Lin Fei quite liked this method.
Everyone had a good impression of Lin Fei, this new expert, especially after they heard that he had caused the Invincible Alliance to suffer a huge loss. As for how much they had suffered, no one knew. In any case, from Gu Yun's words, everyone knew that this Lin Fei was much stronger than they had imagined. In this way, the strength of their Fengyun Tower would be even stronger. The stronger Wind Cloud Tower was, the more confidence they would have when they traveled outside. It was equivalent to having a backer. Ordinary people would have to consider the price they would have to pay if they wanted to make a move. This was the benefit of having a strong team.
Elder Lin, do you have any arrangements for today?
This was where the information on the godhood was obtained.
The people here only knew Lin Fei. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, he took the initiative to greet him. This was an elder of Fengyun Tower. I want to know where I can find the godhood.
I think our Fengyun Tower should have such information.
Lin Fei took out a token.
The token was quite special.
It could be used to search for any information within a certain range. It was just that Lin Fei had not used it much. This time, he felt that he could take it out.
There was not much change in the expressions of these people. They said very respectfully,
Elder Lin, please wait for a moment.
We will immediately help you find out if there is any information in this area.
Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Information like this could not be found in a short period of time.
As long as there was a clue, Lin Fei was not in a hurry.
After a while, the person returned with a document in his hand.
Our Fengyun Tower still has information on the whereabouts of the godhood. These are all places that can produce godhood.
You can take a look, but only here.
As long as there was information, there was no problem. Lin Fei directly entered a room not far away. These rooms were specially built for them to look at the information. There was no need to worry about being infiltrated or spied on. The information was very simple and not very detailed. It could only be said that there was a certain probability of godhood appearing. Of course, to Lin Fei, as long as there was a certain probability, it was fine. However, the probability was too low.
Only about 10% to 20%.
The highest was about 50%, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. Places like this were no different from trying their luck. These places seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined.
He looked all the way. Lin Fei almost rejected all of them. It would be a waste of time to go to such places.
Eternal Land.
Lin Fei quickly saw one of the pieces of information. He frowned slightly. It did pique his interest. This place was called Eternal Land. It sounded different from the name. This information was much more detailed than the previous ones.
A battlefield in the Eternal Land. Without the strength of a demigod, it is impossible to enter. Damn, the requirements are quite high. A demigod is a half-step lower god. They should be able to cultivate a trace of god power in their body. Just like me now, I have cultivated at least 100 traces of god power.
Lin Fei sighed inwardly.
One had to know that to become a lower god, one had to cultivate 10,000 traces of god power and godhood in order to become a lower god.
It didn't sound difficult, but in reality, it was quite difficult.
Especially in terms of god power. There were strong and weak demigods. It all depended on how much god power you had. Take Lin Fei for example. Although he only had over 100 strands of divine power, his physical body was already capable of slowly cultivating out divine power.
It was just a matter of time.
After all, Lin Fei's physical body was very different now. Lin Fei made sure to remember this immemorial land.
As Lin Fei continued to read, there didn't seem to be anything special about these places.
After looking through them all, Lin Fei committed this immemorial land to memory. He returned all the information.
Lin Fei left, but in his heart, he was already thinking about this immemorial land.
This was the only place that he felt had a chance of producing a godhead along the way. That was because that place was very mysterious and terrifying. One had to be at least a demigod to enter.
Lin Fei's current strength could be considered a demigod.
Although he hadn't fought a real demigod, ordinary demigods shouldn't be a match for him. The aura of the Invincible Alliance is here.
Are they here for me? Before he returned to his residence, Lin Fei sensed that someone from the Invincible Alliance was here. Although they hadn't gotten close to Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei already had a karmic connection with them. Hence, he felt it immediately. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure disappeared from Fengyun Tower. Chapter 4937. At this moment, there were indeed people coming. The 3 experts of the Invincible Alliance directly rushed towards the Invincible Alliance, but their movements were not very fast. This time, they were here to find trouble with Lin Mu. As for the others, they did not intend to attack. If that was the case, there would be big trouble. Even if they attacked, they would be very careful. As long as Lin Fei left Fengyun Tower, he would naturally be their target. Otherwise, they would not dare to attack him directly. Fengyun Tower was not to be trifled with. They might even suppress them. They did not want to encounter such trouble. Elder Gao, I think it's not difficult to deal with Lin Mu. We just need to capture one of the people from Fengyun Tower and threaten him to come out. Then, we can set up a formation and naturally take him down. An expert at the peak of the Invincible War God realm said. Gao Fei was the leader this time, and he could be considered as one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. This time, he naturally had absolute confidence in dealing with Lin Mu. That's a good idea. As long as Lin Mu comes out, naturally there will be no problem. We can't just kill our way in. Gao Fei was also quite confident in his own strength. If you asked him to kill his way into Fengyun Tower, it would definitely be impossible. The difference was too big. Fengyun Tower's powerful formation alone could weaken his strength. When that time came, they would not be a match for him at all. Not to mention anything else, they would not be able to withstand a continuous battle, so they could only fight outside. Invincible Alliance. You actually came to find trouble with me again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Lin Fei's figure directly walked out of the void. Gao Fei and the other 2 peak Invincible War Gods' expressions instantly changed. They did not expect that before they could find him, he would actually come to them first. Could it be that his senses were so strong? All of a sudden, their hearts sank. This guy seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. That wasn't a good sign. So you are Lin Mu, that couldn't be better. This time, you killed an expert of our Invincible Alliance. Come with us. A large hexagram formation directly flew out. It landed on Lin Fei's head. Beams of divine light shot down from the sky, freezing the void in an instant. Even Lin Fei's cultivation level seemed to have dropped after the beams of divine light struck down. I know you're strong, but I've brought the treasures of the Invincible Alliance with me this time. This formation is used to suppress your strength. The 2 experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage waved their hands. A rope flew out and wrapped itself around Lin Fei's body with a dazzling golden light. So this was also a treasure of an Invincible War God. It was specially used to tie people up. Once tied up, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to break free. Not to mention the fact that his power was being suppressed. This time, when they came to capture Lin Fei, they used some tricks. They would not recklessly clash head-on. They more or less knew that this guy was very strong in close combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed by He Yuan. Therefore they came prepared. They used a formation and a treasure right from the start. It seemed like the effect was quite good. It seems like you came prepared. As expected of the Invincible Alliance. You came with a formation and a treasure of an Invincible War God. You're really rich. This method was indeed quite powerful. At the very least, ordinary experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage would not be able to withstand it. However, it was a pity that the Lin Fei they met this time was different. Although the hexagram formation was very powerful and suppressed his cultivation level in an instant, the ropes on his body were also binding his physical body. But now that his physical body had reached the 90th level, it was naturally different. The Invincible Alliance's methods are naturally not something you can imagine. Now, come with us. One of the ropes moved, as if it was going to pull Lin Fei away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's golden chains flew out. The other one did the same. He raised his hand. His palm slammed into the 6-pointed star formation, and with a crash, the 6-pointed star formation was sent flying. The beams of divine light that landed on Lin Fei's body were also blasted away. Then, it collapsed in mid-air. This is still too far away. Gao Fei and the other 2 experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage instantly felt their hearts tremble. The counterattack landed on their hearts and made their blood flow chaotic.
Oh no, we still underestimated this guy.
Lin Fei waved his hand, and a cold light enveloped them. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly frozen. This time, the great freeze that Lin Fei used was even more powerful than before. It was infused with traces of divine power. Even though the three of them instantly activated their treasures, they still could not stop it. It enveloped them. In an instant they were actually frozen. They couldn't believe it at all. Even Gao Fei was the same. He was the strongest among them. However, even the strongest among them was unable to withstand the power of the frost and was directly frozen. The power of the frost seeped into his flesh and blood, and he could not resist it at all.
Since you are looking for trouble with me again, then I shall send you away.
Let the Invincible Alliance know that I am not so easy to bully. No matter how many come, I will take care of them all. A ray of saber light instantly slashed down.
No!
The three of them screamed. Unfortunately, they still could not stop the saber from slashing down on them. They were immediately beheaded. As expected, now that my body has become stronger, so has my strength.
Furthermore, with the support of the strands of divine power, the power of any of my moves has become even stronger.
I wonder what the Invincible Alliance is planning this time?
With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the bodies of the three of them, leaving no traces behind. Then, he punched the void, and everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed instantly.
All traces were directly wiped out. At this time, even if a great expert came, they would not be able to find any traces. Everything was destroyed by Lin Fei's violence. After dealing with the three of them, Lin Fei directly used great instant movement and returned to Fengyun Tower. Fengyun Tower's array formation was dispensable to him.
Without any effort, he returned to his residence.
The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more useful great instant movement was. This matter was thrown to the back of Lin Fei's mind. Right now, he only wanted to understand the Eternal Land. Information alone was not enough. He had to continue investigating. Chapter 4938. Killing a few experts was nothing to Lin Fei. But for the Invincible Alliance of Daluo Heaven, it was not a good thing. Bei Wudi was alerted immediately. He had arranged for Gao Fei and the others to capture Lin Mu, but he did not expect such a big thing to happen. In the blink of an eye, Gao Fei and the other two invincible gods of war had fallen. When they received the news, Bei Wudi and the rest of the higher-ups could not believe it. It had only been a short time, and they had received such bad news. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Outrageous! How could Lin Mu be so bold to kill Gao Fei and the others? It must be a trap. It must be Fengyun Tower's doing. It must be a trap. Otherwise, with Gao Fei and the others' strength, how could they be killed so quickly? This Fengyun Tower is too much. Leader, I suggest that we immediately go to Fengyun Tower to seek justice. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance will not be able to take this lying down. It could be said that the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance would not be able to take this lying down for a while. After all, 3 invincible gods of war had been killed, and Gao Fei was dead. The other 2 did not matter, but Gao Fei's death was a different story. This Fengyun Tower was too hateful. Of course, Lin Mu was also very hateful. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a big loss. Bei Wudi's face was cold and ugly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. It was really too different. An expert like that was gone just like that. It was not easy for an invincible god of war to appear, let alone one who had reached the peak of the invincible realm. The death of one was a big loss. Bei Wudi's first thought was to take revenge. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. He was even more certain that this was a trap made by Fengyun Tower. They had deliberately used Lin Mu as bait, and foolishly fell for it. This was definitely an unforgivable thing. We have to think about this matter carefully. Wind Cloud Tower has obviously tricked our Invincible Alliance this time, and that Lin Mu too. There was no way Bei Wudi would leave just like that. Of course, his hatred for Fengyun Tower only grew stronger. He decided to have a good chat with the Union of Assassins. At this time, no one is allowed to find trouble with Fengyun Pavilion. Since Fengyun Pavilion can scheme against us, we can naturally make Fengyun Pavilion suffer a great loss. On that day, Invincible North left the Invincible Alliance and headed for the League of Assassins. Lin Fei was not very clear about all this. He had been flipping through all the information related to Godheads, and of course there was also information related to the Eternal Land. This was especially true for the Eternal Land of Eternity. Fortunately, the Stormhouse's information was more complete, so he had a deeper understanding of the Eternal Land of Eternity. He even found a few seniors of Fengyun Tower. All of them had been to the Eternal Land, and had experienced many dangers. Fear still lingered in their hearts at the mention of the Eternal Land. In their words, the Eternal Land of Eternity was a land of death. It was difficult to come out after going in, and they had gone through untold hardships to come out alive. Even so, they had suffered injuries that had yet to recover. This gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Eternal Land. This Eternal Land was truly dangerous. Even after entering, they still had no idea what the situation inside was like. They were completely clueless about what was going on inside. They did not have a complete understanding. Lin Fei was a little disappointed, but he knew that the Eternal Land of Eternity was a battlefield of the past, so it was naturally not simple. The more it was so, the more Lin Fei wanted to go in and take a look. If he could find a Godhead, then his physical body would directly advance to the 100th layer. Although he was only 10 layers away, there was a definite difference between the 90th layer and the 100th layer. This was something Lin Fei was very certain of. I heard that Taoist Lin plans to go to the Eternal Land. On this day, the Stormhouse Lord came over. The moment he opened his mouth, it was about the Eternal Land. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the Stormhouse had asked many experts about the Eternal Land, so he only needed to make a slight guess to know what he was thinking. That meant that he was going to the Eternal Land. Lin Fei nodded his head. I'm quite interested in the Eternal Land, so I'm going to take a look. Could it be that the House Lord has some information or knows something? The Stormhouse Lord was indeed surprised. It never crossed his mind that this Lin Mu guy would be interested in the Eternal Land not long after arriving. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to enter that place rashly. Nothing good would come out of it, and he might even die inside. Actually, there's nothing worth going to that place. It's too dangerous, and it's really a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Most people wouldn't go there unless they had no hope of breaking through. You're still young, and your potential is limitless. There's no need to go to such a dangerous place. Lin Fei understood what was going on. The Stormhouse Lord was probably trying to dissuade him from going to the Eternal Land. However, for Lin Fei, he was different from others if he wanted to increase his strength. Thus, he could only start from other places. The appearance of a Godhead gave Lin Fei a direction. It would be too much of a pity if he didn't seize this opportunity, and the Eternity Land was the only place he could take this chance to do so. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Some of my cultivation techniques are quite unique, so it's related to the Eternal Land. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Moreover, it might not be a good thing for me to stay in the Stormhouse. It won't be long before the Invincible Alliance comes knocking on my door. I killed a few of their experts not long ago, and one of them was called Gao Fei. Lin Fei had no intention of hiding this matter. But to the Stormhouse Lord, it was definitely a shocking piece of news. For a moment, he didn't dare to believe it. You killed the Invincible Alliance's Gao Fei. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's name should be Gao Fei, and he came looking for trouble with me. So if I go out now, it's equivalent to pulling away the hatred. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Stormhouse will have a lot of accidents. The Stormhouse Lord snorted coldly. The Invincible Alliance dares to do that. Chapter 4939. The Storm Tower Lord had indeed come to persuade Lin Fei not to go to the Eternity Lands. Because the Eternity Lands was different from other places, it was extremely dangerous. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the great world of gods. It was extremely difficult to come out alive after going there. These people from Fengyun Tower had all gone out for a round. Even so, they had gone through untold hardships to come out. However, it had also affected their strength and affected their breakthroughs. Now, they practically had no more potential to break through. Therefore, the Storm Tower Lord naturally didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. If he had the time, it would be better to go somewhere else to think about other things. However, after hearing Lin Fei's words, the Storm Tower Lord hesitated for a moment.
Naturally, he understood one of the things. They probably really had some tricks up their sleeves. No one could guarantee that they would succeed. Therefore, Lin Fei going to the Eternity Lands was actually a good thing. It was worth a gamble. Of course, the Storm Tower Lord could also see that Lin Fei was different from others. Since he said he wanted to go to the Eternity Lands, the possibility was very high. No one could stop him. The other party's cultivation was indeed mysterious, possessing such strength at such a young age. Even Gao Fei wasn't someone anyone could kill. In the Storm Tower, the number of people that could kill Gao Fei could be counted on one hand. If you're planning to go to the Eternity Lands, then you need to be careful. I heard that there are a few old fogies preparing to go to the Eternity Lands to look for opportunities to break through to the next realm. Make sure you don't run into them, otherwise, there'll be trouble. Before leaving, the Storm Tower Lord told Lin Fei a piece of news. Lin Fei was slightly surprised when he heard this news. He didn't expect that there would really be people going to the Eternity Lands. Moreover, they were old things. Needless to say, there were some who had reached the peak of the invincible War God realm. If they wanted to reach the lower God realm, even if they couldn't, they had to at least reach the demigod realm. Perhaps they were already in the demigod realm, which was why they wanted to break through in search of a fortuitous encounter. This was because a demigod's strength was already very strong. If one wanted to enter the Eternal Land, they would need to be at least a demigod's strength. This news was quite useful to Lin Fei, so he was mentally prepared. They did not prepare for long. Lin Fei made his way to the Eternal Land. This time, he wanted to experience the Eternal Land to his heart's content. If he was lucky, it would be great if he could find a divinity. If he couldn't, it didn't matter. After all, luck wasn't that great. At the very most, he would just have to search one place after another. He would always be able to come across a divine spark, even if the chances were too slim. With his current demigod abilities, it was still a piece of cake for him. Lin Fei was rather confident about this. After a few teleportations, Lin Fei arrived on the other side. Now that his great teleportation technique was at the point of perfection, it was the most suitable for traveling. That's not right, that's not right. That Lin Mu seems to have already left Storm Tower and appeared on the other side of the world. Damn, what method did he use? Could it be that he has grasped a spatial technique? Outside Fengyun Tower, two figures appeared. His brows were slightly furrowed. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to recognize him. They were the famous assassins of the Assassin's League, and they were gold assassins. At the very least, they were at the peak of the invincible War God realm. Without this kind of strength, they couldn't meet the requirements of a gold assassin. Of course, other than that, they had to kill a lot of experts to reach the standard. Therefore, once a gold assassin made a move, it was extremely dangerous. This time, they had accepted the mission to deal with this Lin Mu. However, before they could even see him, he had already disappeared. They had already caught the other party's traces. However, the other party had been inside Storm Tower, so they did not kill their way in. One had to know that Storm Tower was one of the top 4 forces. Although they were gold assassins, they would not openly kill their way in. What they liked to do the most was to attack from the dark, catching the other party off guard. However, this time, they had clearly targeted Lin Mu, but he had left Storm Tower in the blink of an eye and appeared on the other side. He was very far away from them, and his aura was also faintly discernible, giving them a fright. There was no such information. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have waited outside. They would have definitely left some means to find him. Now, they could only follow his position and search for him. That Lin Mu went southeast. These two gold assassins were very ordinary, and they didn't have any deep impression of them. However, the more ordinary they were, the more difficult it was to guard against them. Because people that you couldn't remember at a glance were the most terrifying. Because you would never know this person's origin. Because you wouldn't have any impression of them. Southeast, I remember that the most famous place in that direction should be the Eternal Land. Could it be that this Lin Mu went to the Eternal Land? His guts are too big. The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. Perhaps this Lin Mu was heading towards the Eternal Land. They really couldn't figure out why this guy would run to the Eternal Land. Going there was no different from throwing away one's life. Could it be that he was deliberately luring them there? But no matter what, the two of them decided to chase after him. They had to get rid of this guy. They came here with a mission,
and they absolutely wouldn't allow any mission to fail. Lin Fei teleported a few times and arrived at the other end. This end was a bit more remote. The southeast direction wasn't a lively place, and there weren't as many experts as one would imagine. From time to time, there would be some evil people appearing. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding of these people, and he didn't really like them. He was only heading towards the Eternal Land. He could faintly sense that there was a very terrifying place in front of him. The closer he got, the more he could sense it. Several days later, Lin Fei arrived at the end of the southeast direction. In front of him was a black world, as if it was isolated from the world. It was clear at a glance. Lin Fei knew that this place was the Eternal Land. The black mist isn't simple. No wonder it requires the strength of a demigod to enter. Just this black mist can heavily injure an unparalleled battle god. As soon as he arrived, Lin Fei could feel the power of the black mist. It was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder not just anyone could enter. Unless one had a top-grade treasure, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 49-40. Even before entering the Eternal Land, Lin Fei could already feel the danger ahead. It was definitely the most terrifying place. No wonder one couldn't enter without the strength of a demigod. Going in was akin to throwing away one's life. But to Lin Fei, this place gave him hope. Once he found a godhead here, his physical body would be able to break through the limit of 100 layers. At that time, his physical body would become infinitely stronger. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look first. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure rushed into the black mist. The black mist instantly erupted with a dazzling attack. It directly hit Lin Fei's body. Not only was the black mist strong, but it also had the ability to corrode and penetrate. Anything that entered this place would be corroded by the black mist. As expected of the Eternal Land, a terrifying existence. The black mist is too powerful. With such a layer of black mist blocking the way, not anyone can barge in. It's a pity that you've run into me, Lin Fei. You can only stare at me helplessly. A loud rumble resounded in the air. Lin Fei's physical body smashed into the black mist, forming a vacuum zone. No matter how the black mist attacked, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Just like that. As Lin Fei moved forward, the black mist seemed to have a mind of its own and attacked him from all sides. However, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. The entire process didn't take long. In just an instant's time, Lin Fei passed through the black mist. Once he passed through the black mist, ruins appeared in front of him. There were many palaces in the ruins, but it was filled with a quiet atmosphere. This was the Eternal Land. It was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Another youngster. Looks like we have cannon fodder again. Lin Fei heard a voice the moment he rushed over. Following that, a huge palm came crashing down. This palm was as big as the sky, covering the sun. It was like a black cloud that grabbed downwards. The entire void seemed to have been frozen. This move was not simple at all. Lin Fei immediately knew that this was the work of some old monsters. These old monsters were all demigod powerhouses. If they wanted to advance further, they could only come here to take the risk. Cannon fodder? Who are you calling cannon fodder? Lin Fei laughed heartily and slapped him with his palm. Clashing with the palm. With a rumble, the palm flew back. The space beneath Lin Fei had also collapsed. However, it recovered in an instant. It was evident that this space was very different from what it used to be. It was extremely tough and impenetrable. In the distance, a few figures cast their gazes over. It turned out that there were 3 figures not far away. All 3 of them seemed a little surprised, especially the old man who had attacked. His expression changed countless times. With a thought, Lin Fei appeared on a ruin not far from them and looked at them. I don't know if you plan to use me as cannon fodder. If you do, then I won't be polite. At most, we'll have a fight here. I've heard that the Eternal Land of Eternity is filled with danger. If something happens, none of us will have a good ending. The strength of these 3 people was very deep and vigorous. It was faintly discernible. There was no need to guess that they had the strength of a demigod. When they looked at Lin Fei, their eyes were filled with fear. Not everyone could withstand the palm of the person who attacked just now. Moreover, it required a certain level of strength to come in from the outside. Of course, treasures could also be used. Who are you? You look unfamiliar. The one who spoke was the old man who attacked just now. This old man had a cold and gloomy aura. Of course I'm here to seek opportunities. Aren't you guys the same? Lin Fei replied indifferently. For these people, there was nothing to worry about even if they had the strength of a demigod. After all, their strength was incomparable to his. Lin Fei could feel the aura of God force in their bodies. There shouldn't be a lot of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. These few demigods shouldn't be very strong. Lin Fei's indifference made the three demigod experts very wary. They had never met someone so young before. Stop pretending. Take my attack first.
The old man who attacked just now waved his hand and sent a wave of energy over.
This energy turned into a divine light, and a shadow appeared in the divine light. A palm strike was sent over. The power of this palm strike was very strong, reaching the demigod realm. It was also used to test the guy in front of them. If it was a young fellow who was frightened by them, it would really be a joke. They were all demigod powerhouses.
It was very rare to see such a young demigod.
Therefore, they didn't believe that there was such a demigod existence. Therefore they decided to test him. When the divine light that filled the sky came over, the power was really terrifying. Even an expert at the peak of the undefeatable war god would be killed in a moment. This was because this attack contained God force. It also contained God force. Such a method was indeed very terrifying. Not just anyone could withstand it. Facing the attack, Lin Fei waved his hand indifferently. The power of his physical body crushed over like a torrent. When they collided with the divine light was instantly smashed into smithereens.
He flew all the way to the front of the white-haired old man.
A huge bell appeared in front of the white-haired old man. With a bang, the power of the sound wave came back. It easily dissolved the power of Lin Fei's attack. However, it also made them realize that this young man really had the strength of a demigod. Now, their faces turned even uglier. They didn't expect that there would be such a young demigod. It was obvious that behind this young man was a powerful family. Moreover, it must be a top-notch existence.
As old monsters, they naturally knew which top-notch factions were in the first layer of the great world of the gods. Of course, there were some powerful existences that could even communicate with the existences in the second layer.
Could it be that this was another young master who came down to train? If that was the case, it was understandable. After all, it was too difficult to reach this realm at such a young age. Other than envy, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know if you want to continue testing me. I can fulfill your wish.